KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey.
Brown takes a knee, and it's over. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs. They knock off the Chargers in L.A. Third straight year in the postseason for the first time in franchise history. The Texans have won 8 games in a row. And they'll wrap up the regular season with a date with the Colts at NRG Stadium next week. What a performance in the land of big performances. L.A., Houston, 20. The Chargers, 16.
My message to the guys is just congratulations to everyone because you guys earned this. Like, getting into the playoffs is it's not about an opinion or what somebody thinks. Like, you have to earn your way into the playoffs, and our guys played winning football to get us in position to be in the playoffs.
All right, there we go. I get to do this for a second time. We did this on the postgame show on Saturday night. When you clinch a playoff spot, no division clinching, but you clinch a playoff spot, you celebrate. That's what you do on a Monday morning, on a Reaction Monday. Welcome in, everybody. 20-16, that was on Saturday. We got a full day of football yesterday. We get you up to speed on everything as to where the Texans sit right now. But for now, it is a happy week of Texans football. They are going back to the postseason. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Collectively, we are known as Payne and Pendergast. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning. And it's always great to be able to play this song unironically. And I think that's what we have to do. They're not the division. They're not the champions of the AFC South, but they are definitively in the playoffs. And this, I've spent the last couple days just kind of trying to figure out where I am emotionally on this team, where there's no super stoked about the way the offense is performing. And yet most thinking people are really stoked about the way the defense is playing. And as we enter the actual playoffs very soon, the question really is, okay, is this going to be a team like the 2015 Broncos that's able to actually ride an incredible defense to a championship as long as the quarterback just doesn't screw it up and just makes the right calls, gets into the right plays, but plays conservative football? And I don't just mean C.J. Stroud, I mean the offense in general. Can they be that kind of team? I do think it's a possibility. I think that this could be one of the really, really rare teams that rides a defense to a championship. But it's, man, oh boy, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard if you face mobile quarterbacks, especially, because that's the one thing that's been the kind of the Achilles heel of this defense. No matter how good they are, when you get a mobile quarterback like Justin Herbert into 3rd and long, that's the one thing that can do them in. They can play almost perfect, but man, some of these drives in the fourth quarter and the second halves get extended by quarterback scrambles. Yeah,
there's a lot to unpack from that game on Saturday, and then from this 8-game winning streak. They're now on an 8-game winning streak, the Texans, second longest streak in franchise history. They're 10-point favorites on Sunday. And by the way, the Colts game will be a Sunday noon game. There's a lot of conjecture about that last night as that Bears-Niners game was because that game, the Niners-Seahawks game, is now a meaningful one on Sunday, one fewer. Anyways, so the Texans will play noon on Sunday. But this Chargers game, Seth, you're absolutely right. That's the biggest concern. Now that they're in the playoffs, we can talk about concerns without acting like a downer after a win. Like, hey, they won, the winning streak's going. No. Now they're in the playoffs. We don't know where they're going to land in the playoffs. There's still a lot that's in flux in terms of seeding. We'll get to all that in the next segment. I think you're absolutely right. The biggest concern right now, it's not that you have a middling offense, and middling is probably overstating it a little bit.
Yeah.
The lulls that they go through, and this was an extreme version of it on Saturday. This was an extreme version of what they've largely been doing throughout the season, but still throughout this winning streak. They've not been a great offensive team while they've been winning all these games. They've been an elite defensive team that makes plays when they need to. That, to their credit, on offense, has closed a bunch of these games taking knees in victory formation. So and Saturday was the same thing. They needed a field goal to go up by 2 scores. They got it to go up 20-10. The Chargers drive back down the field with the aid of the referees and score a touchdown to make it a 1-score game again. They missed the extra point. Weird how many extra points get missed against the Texans, but so be it. But the Texans were able to close out the game, getting a couple of first downs, and that's a positive right there. It's the droughts that they go through in these games. It's the severe number of 3-and-outs and just punt. Now, at least there's in the second quarter on Saturday when CJ turned it over a couple of times. But that's my biggest thing is, can they go through droughts? Because the droughts lead to the defense being on the field a bunch. And I think this defense loves being on the field. I don't think there's anything about this defense where they're like, oh, my God, the other team's got the ball for 35 minutes. We've got it for 25. So now we got to play defense. But can just the amount of droughts they've had, it stacks up over time. And now you're heading into the postseason. That's my biggest thing. Is just the offensive. When the offense goes dormant, it goes super dormant.
It goes super dormant, and it does become the praise that never feels good to give is that at the very least, as a quarterback, don't turn the ball over, don't take sacks. Yeah. And, don't make it any worse than it needs to be. And CJ, by and large, did a really good job not taking sacks. The 1 sack was negated by penalty, but the second interception was a bad one. He really very easily could have had a third interception in the second half when he thought that linebacker was blitzing and threw it right at him. And that would have been an ugly one. That would have been down. That would have been on their side of the field. Yeah, possibly a pick six. Yeah. So yet the defense played really, really well, but for really one bad drive. And I want to, if I were a fan, I'd be able to, if I were just nothing but a fan and I'd have to try to maintain some level of objectivity because of my job, I would just be all in on this defense, potentially just having an historic run. Yeah. That's really the most realistic thing is, all right, look, I believe in these guys. If they can stay healthy, if Kamari Lassiter can stay on the field the entire game, then that game becomes it's a much more convincing win. No, even with the offense playing the way it did. Yeah. Kamari Lassiter leaves, and boy, it was the Tremont Smith show in a bad way.
In a bad way. Well, there was a smart thing to do for the Chargers. They immediately attacked Tremont Smith. Kamari Lassiter was only out for 7 snaps. It felt like he was out for 7 days.
That was all the difference in this game, making it more competitive than it needed to be.
Yeah, it was a wild. That to me was a wild second quarter because the Texans went from. The first 6 minutes of the game couldn't have gone any better. CJ was 4 for 4 for 142 yards and 2 touchdowns, which was a perfect passer rating. The other 54 minutes for CJ was pretty nightmarish, actually, except for a couple of big throws when he needed them. He was 12 for 24 for 102 yards, those 2 second-quarter interceptions. His passer rating was 26. Yeah. It was bad for the rest of the game statistically for CJ. Here was D'Amico Ryans on the Texans' ability to push through the miscues and get a win.
That's a really, really good football team. Like going against the Chargers, tough football team, really tough environment. So it got pretty loud in here, hard to communicate. But I like the way our guys continue to battle no matter what we face. It's just a good football game versus a really good playoff team. All right, we have some big-time plays for them today to allow them to stay in the game. All right, so hats off to those guys for the way they showed up.
Well, they stayed in the game, but the where the Chargers could have taken control of this game was in the second quarter. And in that second quarter, the Texans went into that quarter leading 14-0. Somehow they went to halftime still leading 14-3, despite the fact that they had 2 massive penalties in the second quarter. The Dalton Schultz retaliation shove on Tier Tart. The 10-yard tripping penalty that negated a Danico Autry sack. Those both happened in the second quarter. That sack would have been, I believe, on third down. I may be mistaken on that, but it was a huge swing play right there because it was an automatic first down. The 2 interceptions that CJ threw, and they were in Texans territory, so they set the Chargers up like at the Texans' 30-something yard line on both of those interceptions. You had the 60-yard play that you just alluded to, Seth, on a 3rd and 13 deep in their own territory. with Kamari Lassiter out of the game briefly with a knee injury, Justin Herbert hits Quentin Johnston for a 60-yard play. You had Azeez Al-Shaair, Kamari Lassiter, and Ed Ingram all leave the game with various injuries at some point in the second quarter. All of them came back into the game at some point also. But those things all happened, and the Texans still led 14-3 at the half because the Chargers missed a field goal right at the end of the half. They couldn't take advantage of the opportunities the Texans gave them. So I think it was a combination of definite grit from the defense and the Chargers' inability to take advantage. It still wound up being a one-score game. But to your point, this defense is going to keep them. This defense will not allow them to get boat raced in any game. They're going to be in every game.
There was it was on the Athletic Football podcast. I was just watching early this morning. One of Robert May's co-hosts there said that, and somebody else, people have pointed this out before, but if all the Texans did was score 21 points in each of their games, they would have 12 wins right now.
Oh yeah,
that's how good and consistent the Texans defense has been.
Yeah.
That it's a race to 21 points. Can you get to 21 points, boy? You got a real shot with just 21 points, and that they struggle to do that. Now I don't want to turn this into just some like acting like they had a loss or anything. It was a difficult situation. You're facing a really good defense on the road. I do think that if the Texans hadn't gotten those two shot plays early in the game, it would have been a different story of how they were operating offensively. And I don't, I think they would have looked more threatening at times. There were times where I think CJ's done a good job of becoming a better game manager and understanding what the risk and reward is in certain spots. There were some plays where, look, he got rid of the ball real quick because the pass protection wasn't right, or there's a free rusher, and he says, nope, all right, live to fight another day. Yeah. You don't necessarily have that mindset if it's a closer game.
This game was destined to be 20-16. You know what I mean? Like, this game, you're right. If they didn't hit those two shot plays, I still think this game is going right down to the wire. The Texans would have found some other way, a little bit differently. I said to Clint and to Parker, our boss, because we were watching the game up here and at the studios, and when the Texans went up 14-0, this wasn't even a Texans take. A lot of times when teams get off to a super fast start like that, it's like a sugar rush. Yeah. It's hard to maintain that. It's hard to maintain that level. I said, this game is still going to wind up being – the Texans are not running away and hiding in this game.
This is the weirdest thing about so many games this year. We've had, especially heard from the opponent, well, if our kicker makes that kick, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Look, I choose to believe it's not dumb luck that kickers are so bad that they turn to mush versus the Texans. There's some level of stress there. They're number one in the league in opponent extra point conversion. Yeah. They're number one in the league in points per field goal attempt by the opponent. Yeah. And you have a guy out there in Danico Autry that's just got a knack for blocking field goals. I think that there's something about them that puts enough stress into the entire operation that it's not just a complete fluke that one of the best field goal kickers in recent NFL history can't kick to save his life in that game.
I'm with you on that. And if the Chargers had gotten the ball back at the end of the game, this would have been 3 times during this winning streak that a team would have been driving for the game-winning touchdown, because a field goal wouldn't help them because they missed an extra point. The Bills missed an extra point. They were down by 4. The Colts missed an extra point. They were down by 4 at the end of their game against the Texans in weeks 12 and 13. Chargers have got the ball back, and this is something I want to hit with you as well here in the open, as we're in with you guys this week. We're here on a Monday. If you're in, check in with us on the text page, 713-572-4610. That if the Chargers had gotten the ball back, they would have been down 4 also. A lot of people out there feeling they should have gotten the ball back because they felt like the sack on C.J. Stroud that you were talking about should have been a sack because it was a ticky-tack illegal contact call on Still, the defensive back for the Chargers.
Which was also inaccurately described and evaluated by Kurt Warner and Rich Eisen.
Yeah.
They're looking at the wrong play.
Yeah, they're looking at Hutchinson.
It 100% was illegal contact, and it was similar to the one that was called similarly ticky-tack and the one that was called on Jalen Petrie on the previous drive by the Chargers that should have potentially ended the game right there.
Yes.
Or at least put them in a fourth and go for it situation.
That's right.
Like it just it was a valid penalty, and I don't like Rich Eisen saying, well, with the season hanging in the balance, what the hell are you talking about? They're already in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a matter of seeding and what have you. The season doesn't hang in the balance.
No, it was awful.
But it was also the correct call, and if you dullards who shouldn't be broadcasting a primetime game could even know which I don't know where Kurt Warner at Northern Iowa didn't learn how to identify the number 29, but that he's evaluating the penalty on the wrong damn guy on that play.
Yeah, well, and the big thing to me was people acting like the Chargers got jobbed in this penalty was the last penalty, and it was in the last 2 minutes. And they completely ignore that Jalen Petrie got called for illegal contact when he wasn't even covering the guy. That he was just turning to go run to a spot, and it was incidental contact.
Ladd McConkey was specifically trying to draw that penalty.
Yes.
And not to mention, does this surprise you coming from a Jim Harbaugh-led team? The Tier Tart gets away with kneeing Dalton Schultz in the back when he's down, hitting him in the helmet, and then flopping. When Schultz, I'm going to criticize Schultz for this because you can't do it. But, man, Tier Tart, that cowardly move by a big man, like flopping like that. What the hell's wrong with? What the hell is wrong with some guys in the NFL these days that flop like they're 127-pound European soccer players?
As much as I don't enjoy Rich Eisen on play-by-play, and I don't think that announced team necessarily did a very good job during that game, I do think the point they made after that Schultz penalty was a good one, which is, look, we've got replay assists now. New York chimes in all the time on stuff. This is literally the only game going on, so it's not like they're having to watch 9 games going on at once. Everybody's watching this one. That should be something that they can get in the referee's ear and say, no, Tart started that.
Yeah, these are offsetting penalties.
Yeah,
you can't excuse Schultz for retaliating, but at the very least set the P&L statement on that correct. It needs to be offsetting penalties.
Especially when the action that started it was him kneeing him in the back and the neck. Like that, what the hell, man?
Yeah, there should be one for sportsmanlike conduct, but one is extra unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah, and they offset, and we move on with the game. But that was a super punitive penalty. The Texans, that Dalton Schultz catch,
third and short at that point.
It got them into 3rd and 2. And it was still early in the game when they were up 14-0. Now you are talking about a crossroads where if the Texans go down and score on that drive, it's 21-0, and now we are into blowout territory.
There were 2 big what-ifs in that game that if this was a Jeff Van Gundy, don't ignore in victory what you would address in defeat. 1, Dalton Schultz, I totally get it, but you can't retaliate there. But 2, when he got the first down in the second half, then the ball was punched out, and it ends up being third and whatever it was, but they had to punt on that drive.
Yeah, he had a first down by several yards.
Yeah,
that thing got punched backwards like 10 yards. It was crazy. You're absolutely right. Those were 2 huge plays in the game.
It was all news to Rich Eisen.
So bad.
He's so bad. I'm not even saying this. I can say this without any venom or anything. He's just bad at that, and I don't understand why the NFL Network feels like it's a good idea to put him. If he wants to do games every now and then because he's the elder statesman there and everything, fine.
Yeah.
Just give him a Saints versus whoever game every now and then.
Do what they do. Stick him with an 8:30 in London game between the Browns and the Vikings. But
putting him on a primetime game with playoff implications,
brutal.
I don't get it.
It's brutal.
The whole broadcast too, the audio levels and everything just made it all feel like you were watching a high school game. You didn't. There might as well have been 10,000 fans in the stadium.
Yep, there may have only been 10,000 fans.
We will not go to break, Sean. I see your hand gestures.
Right. Coming up next, let's lay out what the playoff possibilities are. Is the reward for the Texans getting to the 5 seed a just reward? We will discuss that coming up next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. I got to see my
Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
It is a Reaction Monday. We are reacting to the Texans clinching a playoff spot with a 20-16 win over the Los Angeles Chargers on Saturday night. Texans Colts will be at 1 o'clock Eastern, noon kickoff on Saturday at NRG Stadium. Texans are a 10-point favorite against the Indianapolis Colts. So with that win, the Colts did not do us any favors yesterday, Seth. Did you have fun rooting for Old Man Rivers yesterday?
I just couldn't get over years and years of training, and every time the Colts would do something positive, I'd be like, ah! And Brandy would have to remind me, wait, don't you want the Colts to do well? And I'd say, yes! Yes, I do. Good job, Jonathan Taylor. Yes! And then Jonathan Taylor would get stuffed in the backfield, and I'd say, yeah! And then Brandy would annoyingly keep reminding me of what I was supposed to be rooting for.
That's good that you had her there.
Yeah.
That's what a spouse is supposed to do.
When I was laughing at Phillip Rivers getting butt-sacked, she had to remind me. And that was in the fourth quarter.
It was, yeah.
Josh Hines-Allen bull-rushed an offensive lineman into Phillip Rivers, and he just toppled over like an old man with a medic alert bracelet on.
I thought they were going to do us a service, man. When the Jags took the lead 14-10, I was kind of like, all right, well, this is over. That was fun while it lasted. You know, that's because the other Phillip Rivers starts had been very similar. Look, they almost beat Seattle in his first start, and then in the next game, I forget who they played last week, but they early on in the game it was the 49ers. Early on in that game, they were hanging around, and then the 49ers, who are an offensive juggernaut right now, oh my God, last night's game against the Bears, and then Phillip Rivers did it again against the Jags. Some good starts, some good drives to start the game. When the Jags went up 14-10, I'm like, all right, well, that's over. It was fun while it lasted. And then the Colts went down and got a touchdown and went up 17-14 in that game. The Jags were the better football team. They deserved to win the game. They made some silly mistakes in that game with some turnovers in the first half. But anyway, so the Jags, they still lead the AFC South. They lead the Texans by a game. Now, that did not completely eliminate the chances of the Texans winning the division. Here's where things sit right now. The Texans are the 5 seed in the AFC right now. And if things hold to form this week, if they go win, the worst they're going to be is the 5 seed. Basically, the Texans, if they win, are either going to be the 5 seed as they are right now, or if the Titans happen to pull off an upset, they're 11-point underdogs.
Which is, Cam Ward's done some really impressive things in relative anonymity over the second half of the season. And yesterday did some impressive things.
He did, yeah. So the Titans, if the Titans were to beat the Jags this Sunday, the game is in Jacksonville, by the way. And the Texans win, then the Texans win the division, and they'll be the 3 seed, and they'll play whoever falls in the 6 seed right there, likely at 3:30 on Saturday next week, or in 2 weeks. So if the Texans win, the worst they can be is the 5 seed. If they lose, then it comes down to, well, what do the Bills and the Chargers do in their games? If one of those two wins, then the Texans would fall to the 6 seed. If they both win and the Texans lose, the Texans would fall to the 7 seed. They all lose, then the Texans stay at 5. So there's still some variability here as to where the Texans could end up in this whole thing. Chances are they're going to be the 5 seed.
The biggest the one, if you need to simplify things as I tend to need to do, if the Texans win and the Jags lose, you're the 3 seed. You get a home playoff game.
That's correct.
That's the big kahuna right there.
Yep.
And then you have that Texans pass home field noise advantage. Whichever quarterback you face, you don't worry about it all that much. If they're the 5 seed, then the relevant thing that we're watching is the Steelers versus Ravens.
Correct. You play the winner of that game, that's the marquee game of the weekend. That's the game they put on Sunday night. So you're watching, as a Texan fan, if they're in the 5 seed, if they win and the Jags win, which, again, is the most likely scenario right now. We're talking 2 double-digit favorites, the Jags and the Texans. Then you are watching intently that Ravens-Steelers game because you play the winner at their place in the wild card.
And that, I know that people are somewhat divided. It seems like most of the people that have reached out to me would prefer to play in Pittsburgh than in Baltimore. Yes. This is where I am with the Ravens right now. Snoop Huntley presents as much of a challenge in facing that team as Lamar Jackson does with his health injuries, just because Huntley can do enough of the things that offset Derrick Henry that inject a little bit of doubt. He can run to throw. He can run for positive yardage, designed runs for the quarterback. All of those things. Where in that game, the Packers versus the Ravens, it wasn't whichever team lost wasn't going to be able to blame his backup quarterback for that one.
They both played great.
They both played great. They both played well enough to win. And I think that meanwhile with the Steelers, Aaron Rodgers and his ability to run or maneuver are just not an issue at all.
No.
The problem for the Texans this year, defensively, the one Achilles heel at times has been mobile quarterbacks, especially in the fourth quarter. You don't worry about that with Aaron Rodgers the way you do with even a banged-up Lamar Jackson or Tyler Huntley.
No, Aaron Rodgers is basically Phillip Rivers with some more zip on his fastball right now. Like, he doesn't hurt you with his legs. He hurts you with his brain. He can hurt you more than Phillip Rivers. He can throw to more parts of the field than Phillip Rivers can.
He can dunk you and do a death by 1,000 cuts to you.
And he can hit some shots too, more so than Rivers. So he can. So there's still some of that in his game. So let me ask you this, Seth: if the Texans are the 5 seed, which again is the most likely scenario right now, by far the most likely scenario, tell me your order of preference, and I'm going to give you 3 options: at Pittsburgh, at Baltimore with Lamar Jackson at quarterback, at Baltimore with Snoop Huntley at quarterback.
Oh boy, that's a great one. Boy, this feels like too hot takey, and maybe I'm a prisoner of the recent events, but I just the Ravens offense looked more threatening versus that Packers defense with Snoop Huntley than Oh, you bastard!
Should I Pender poll this one?
I don't want to tempt fate on this one.
Yeah.
And I also know that Lamar Jackson, he might get shot up in 8 different places in the playoffs. To get his body feeling right.
Yep.
So I'd rather face Aaron Rodgers,
number 1.
Then I'd rather face Snoop Huntley. Remember,
Yep.
It's just with a backup quarterback in the playoffs. And then Lamar Jackson as well.
You got to respect Lamar Jackson in this thing. I think you do. And I think, if the Texans win on Sunday and the Jags win on Sunday, again, by far the most likely scenario, I'm with you. And I think most Texans – I'll put up a poll. I think most Texan fans are rooting for the Steelers in that home game against the Ravens.
Yeah.
If you watched any of that the Steelers-Browns game was on here locally yesterday, so I had the whole thing going on one TV with the Jags game going on another one. That's Steelers team. They're not good. People are all mad at Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. I don't know how he won 9 games with this team. And granted, they were without DK Metcalf yesterday. Yeah. Who knew that fan with the blue wig was going to factor so heavily into the AFC playoff situation?
That's true, but he would be back for the playoffs.
He would be back for the playoffs.
That's a big question.
Yeah.
But even with DK Metcalf for the most of the season,
I'm not worried about that.
The Steelers were a meh football team.
And the Texans secondary, although the Texans secondary, although when one of either Stingley or Lassiter goes out, it feels like you kicked one of those legs out from underneath a beach home in Galveston. The whole thing just tips to the side.
This is what you have to remember about that defense. It's that they are a generationally great defense. So when you remove one of the pieces, any of them, including Azeez Elshire 2 weeks ago, they're going to still be a very good defense, but they're not that type of defense that you could actually ride in a playoff run. Yeah. That's how precarious it is with their keys. Because those guys have played that well.
Yep, no doubt. All right, let's get to headlines in the next segment. Man, this is fun. The Texans are in the playoffs again. They're 11-5, 8-game winning streak. We'll go back through Saturday's game. If you missed any of the commentary or you were out Saturday night, you missed the game. We'll do what we always do after a Texans game in the 7 o'clock hour and go back through the high points and low points of the game through the voice of Vandy, the voice of Mark Vandermeer. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans inside the locker room as well in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll do our acknowledgments for this weekend and acknowledge me at 7:20 thereabouts. So we got a lot to get to on a Reaction Monday. Headlines are up next.
Hey, right now is when the games matter the absolute most in football, but it's also the time that it matters most if you're looking to get incredible deals on a brand new Honda and maybe not even pay until much, much, much later. During Happy Honda Days at Easy Honda, you can buy a brand new car with 0 down payment and no payments until March of next year, a month after the big game. If you'd rather lease, you can get a new 2026 Honda CR-V LX under $100 a month, just $99. So you can buy it with no payments for 90 days or lease a new 2026 Honda CR.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast. Headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Third and a long one for the Texans from their 25-yard line. CJ out of the shotgun set. Woody in the backfield. Motion by Kirk to the right. Stroud puts the leg down. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ throwing deep downfield and has Higgins at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Rock and roll. Jaden Higgins to the end zone. 75 yards. Welcome to L.A.
That was the fast start the Texans needed. You know, they're in 3rd and 1 right there, Seth. Texans win 20-16 against the Chargers on Saturday night, as I'm sure many of you know. 3rd and 1, you know, a lot of talk. Do you do the Stover shove? Do you run Woody Marks? He's back. You know, he's healthy again. I kind of like the 75-yard touchdown on 3rd and 1. I think that's my new favorite 3rd and 1 play, the 75-yard touchdown.
That was a good decision.
Really good decision.
That was a smart thing to do. And both of those plays, especially on the Jalen Noel play, CJ had options where, okay, you can do the conservative thing, or, on the Jalen Noel play, he was under extreme pressure as he threw that. But you see, you just see that the safety is bit, and you've got this opportunity. It's a relatively easy decision to make, but you run these looks, and more times than not, it doesn't work. When it does work, it's just a matter of not screwing up the throw.
Yeah, the throw to Jalen Noel CJ had a guy in his face and basically just flicked his wrist and dropped it in a bucket for a 43-yard touchdown. I know CJ has his ups and downs within these games, and he's been going through these big lulls where he goes a whole quarter and a half of just going 3 and out the whole time. Yeah. And that's got to get fixed if this team is going to become just a consistent Super Bowl contender for the next several years. That has to get fixed. This defense isn't always going to be as great as it is right now. The salary cap doesn't allow you to do that. But, man, he makes some throws sometimes where you're like, there's like 5 guys on the planet that can make that play.
Well, in that play, it wasn't, the offense, I get frustrated because I want to give the offensive line credit for making do, especially as decimated by injury as they were. But the fact that CJ didn't get sacked in that game wasn't because the offensive line was playing so incredibly well. Some of it, like on that play, it wasn't a blitz. It was a 4-man rush. Yeah. They had Nick Chubb in protection. They had Xavier Hutchinson potentially in protection just in case. Like, they were doing everything they could on a play action versus a 4-man rush, and he still had 2 guys in his lap.
Yep.
And he threw a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like, that's where I think CJ's almost, in some respects, I think people are criticizing him for not having a better passing day by saying, well, look, he didn't even get pressured. No, he got pressured up the wazoo. Mm-hmm. It was a really, really difficult situation that he kept from becoming a train wreck.
Yep. So the Texans win 20-16 as we're in headlines here. D'Amico Ryan said he's proud of everyone.
Just really proud of every person on this team that's in a spot to go play in the playoffs. It's what you play for. It's what you work hard for throughout training camp. What you fight in the season for is for an opportunity, to be in the playoffs and go win it all. So we've earned that. It wasn't given to us. Our guys went out and earned it, and we're extremely proud of everybody for that.
All right, so that was D'Amico Ryan's Texans win. We'll dig more into this game in detail in the 7 o'clock hour. As far as other things going on around the NFL, the Jags beat the Colts 23-17, so the Texans unable to take the lead in the AFC South. They're currently the 5 seed in the AFC, and if things hold up to form, they'll face the winner of the Ravens-Steelers game on Sunday night this week in the first round of the playoffs. They're the 5 seed, Seth, because the Eagles beat the Bills yesterday as well, 13-12, in a game where the Eagles had a 13-0 lead, or seemingly the whole game, it felt like, and the Bills were able to come back, score a couple touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Missed an extra point on the first touchdown, so it's 13-6. They score with seconds to go in the game, and they decide to go for 2, which is getting a ton of criticism today. Sean McDermott, you have a defense that had literally held the Eagles to 0 passing yards in the second half, and you choose to bring it all down to 1 2-point play in bad conditions in a defensive struggle. where you're at home and you're dominating on defense, and they lose the game 13-12.
It's really like it's a classic. Almost feels like an overcompensation by a defensive-minded head coach who doesn't want to fall prey to his own defensive tendencies.
Yeah.
Again, the Bills' defense has some weaknesses this year, but the weather conditions were an extreme factor in this game.
Yes.
It wasn't just rain; it was freezing rain. It was miserable out. It was bad enough that I thought the definition on my television was messed up when I first started watching. I was like, what the hell is this? Am I in UHF here? What's going on?
They did that thing you do when the weather conditions are really bad, where they kind of start showing close-ups of the players, and they go, look, this is how bad it is. And it always looks worse in the close-ups because you can just see the rain spattering in guys' faces and whatnot.
Yeah.
It was really bad. Now, that said...
Well, plus the Eagles in the second half, they had some ridiculously meager stats offensively.
Zero passing yards.
Zero passing yards. Right, yeah. Like, you're in that situation, take it down to this one play when you've got no reason to believe that Jalen Hurts is all of a sudden going to be a dagger in overtime.
Now, that said... Guy was wide open in the back of the end zone. I mean, Josh Allen just missed the throw. Like, it was they drew up the right play. Khalil Shakir got open in the back of the end zone. But, again, conditions may have had something to do with that. Josh Allen was completely he was so angry at himself after that play. So those are the big headlines in the NFL. Other headlines over the weekend, we've not talked about the Rockets. They boat raced the Cleveland Cavaliers. This looked more like the Rockets we're used to seeing. Really the last couple games. The Lakers on Christmas Day. And then on Saturday night, they played the Cavaliers 117-100. Rockets have the god-awful Indiana Pacers at home tonight. So let's get another win, Houston Rockets. All right, what did it sound like in the locker room after the game? Austin's win for the Chargers. We'll go back through the high points and the low points of that game on a game that was somewhat roller coaster-ish. The Texans led wire to wire, but boy, it got close in the fourth quarter. We'll go back through the biggest plays of that game through the voice of Mark Vandermeer, the voice of Vandy, and then we'll do Acknowledge Me at about 7:20 and acknowledge tons of big performances from over the weekend from individuals. We'll do all of that with the 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right.
314-4603 for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here. Let's hear what D'Amico Ryan sounded like in the locker room following the Texans' 20-16 win over the Los Angeles Chargers.
One thing I gotta say, baby, how does it feel to be in? Congratulations to every single person in this room. It took everybody, staff, players, coaches, every person in this room, man. From where we started this season, right, to where we are now, just everybody believing in each other, showing up to work, continuing to work, to give us an opportunity to get in the playoffs, man. Love working with you guys, all right? And I'm super proud of everybody here for the work you put in and to have this opportunity right now. It's special, man. Told you guys every week we got a special team, and you guys put it on display every single week that you guys play. Proud to be your coach, proud to be here with you guys, and kick that door open and go in the playoffs, baby. So, hey, you guys did exactly what we talked about doing, man. Coming here, taking what we wanted, and handling business. That's how you do it. That's how we operate. Man, can't be more thankful, can't be more proud for you guys.
We're proud of you too, Coach.
Oh, come on.
That's right. Mistreat those lockers.
I need to know who said we're proud of you too, Coach. I want to know.
One of our texters will know for sure.
You think?
So yeah. I don't know. Did you watch the video?
I watched the video, but it was that person is off camera.
Sounded like a lineman of some sort.
It was definitely a baritone voice. Yeah, it was definitely a baritone voice. So, but yeah, there's D'Amico. Now, here's the other thing D'Amico did. Birthday wishes for the two Nick C's.
Hey, birthday shout out. Where you at, Nick? We got two Nick's birthday today. And we got another one. Nick Casario. Hey, man, hey, nobody works harder at trying to get this team, making sure we're successful than Nick. Man, he's always with you guys. May not see him up, but he's always there in the background working every single day, man. Every single day pouring his heart into this team, all right? Just want to say, man, thank you. It's a pleasure working with you, and happy birthday to you. 96 and all your birthday, man. One time, baby, Texans!
Nick Casario is not doing a speech right there.
Yeah, I can see Nick Casario is he's full Jehovah's Witness when it comes to celebrating birthdays, I'm guessing. Even as D'Amico is saying those nice things about him, he's probably like, all right, I got some work to do. I got
the Versa Climber.
Can we wrap this up, man? Yeah.
The Versa Climber screaming my name. So happy birthday to Nick Casario, friend of the show. So we you know what, Byron? Give Nick Casario an acknowledge me for his for making another trip around the sun. There we go. Thank you. All right, let's get to the highlights of this game via the voice of Mark Vandermeer. It started quick. 3 plays in. Texans get the ball to start the game. 3rd and 1. Bam, Jaden Higgins.
3rd and a long one for the Texans from their 25-yard line. CJ out of the shotgun set. Woody in the backfield. Motion by Kirk to the right. Stroud puts the leg down. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ throwing deep downfield and has Higgins at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Rock and roll. Jaden Higgins to the end zone. 75 yards. Welcome to L.A.
Yeah, those 2 touchdowns. I mean, Seth, clearly, and Jalen Noel was our guest on the postgame show. He basically said they saw something during the week. Yeah. And they came out very intentional with both of those plays.
It was Bobby Slowick-like, and at the very least, Bobby Slowick was really good at figuring out where you might have an edge so go and take advantage of it, and they did. And Nico Collins could have gotten a game ball for both of these touchdowns that we're going to hear, because the gravitational pull of Nico Collins on that play, it was play design and the fact that they ran this mesh concept and it worked and it sprung free Jaden Higgins. When we played the next one, there's some Nico Collins rules in effect for the Chargers secondary, and I think that Nick Caley anticipated that there would be Nico Collins rules in effect, and they exploited that. So the Chargers a very good secondary, and they hemmed it up after that.
They did.
And they righted the issue. And the taking advantage of that obviously ends up being the story of the game offensively.
Here was the second touchdown. This is just 5 minutes later. Jalen Noel gets in.
First down at the Charger 43. Stroud in the gun, one back, Nick Chubb. CJ fakes the handoff, backs up deeper, now unloads long down the left side, and Jalen Noel inside the 5. He's in the end zone. Another bomb by Stroud. Second touchdown pass of the day.
All you got to do is call for him. Just ask where he is, and he'll show up. Higgins, Hutchinson, and Noel, and all three.
All right, we're good. Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware on the call right there. Yeah, and then flick of a wrist by CJ on that one. So you had the two rookies from Iowa State getting into the end zone.
Yeah, no, and this is what we weren't getting early in the season, which is, hey, you've got Nico to be creating opportunities for other players, and in this game on those two touchdowns, it very much did. On this one, Nico Collins, after Xavier Hutchinson motions out, Nico Collins is the lone receiver on that side of the field. And I've seen a lot of people say, like, well, the Chargers are playing match quarters, and that safety is supposed to be there in that zone versus to pick up Jalen Noel. And, yeah, by the textbook, that's true, but the safety and the cornerback had whatever rule they were using for Nico Collins that day, one of them screwed it up, and the safety ends up in no man's land, and he knew exactly he knew where he was in trouble, like about 3 steps into that play.
Yep.
And there was nothing he could do about it, because you go back also, when you watch Jalen Noel on that play, my God, the view they showed on the replay from closer to field level, he's so fast.
Yeah.
I thought I had screwed up my editing software and it sped it up. It felt like when you watch Tank Dell.
Yep.
And there's just a certain level of urgency at times where it just doesn't look like other human beings.
Yeah.
It was like he was shot out of a cannon. It was crazy.
I don't know what's going to happen with Tank. Tank was tweeting again this weekend. It sounds like, Tank is sort of foreshadowing that he's doing very well with his rehab.
Okay, that picture of him coming out of the tunnel, that came from him?
That was from him.
Okay.
And he posted it on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram. That was from Tank. And so we don't know. I doubt he's coming back for the playoffs. Who knows? I don't know what but things seem to be going well with Tank. Put him aside for a second. Christian Kirk's getting right now, plus the snaps Jalen Noel is getting. In 2026, Jalen Noel needs all those snaps. Whatever Christian Kirk's getting is Jalen Noel's next year. Jalen Noel needs to be on the field more. He's really, really good. All right, let's continue.
He's also got to learn that he's not in the Canadian Football League sometimes, and just go ahead and fair catch it. The
punts?
that one early in the game.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, the one early. That was rough.
He'd have to be activated this week for that practice window to come back on for the postseason.
Yeah.
So if you're asking about Joe Mixon or Tank Dell, I believe, unless this rule has changed, they'd have to be activated this week to start their practice window.
All right.
So we would hear something in the next few days.
Something to keep an eye on, I guess.
It's not going to be like a surprise elevation in week 2 of the postseason.
Right. So the Texans jump out 14-0. The two teams then turns into a punting clinic after that. The Texans defense hemmed up this Chargers offense in the first quarter and a half of this football game. 4 drives, 3 3-and-outs, and a 6-and-out, and under 40 yards of offense. The only thing you can't do when this is happening is give them an opening, give them an opportunity, turn the ball over. And unfortunately, C.J. Stroud, for the first time since the first half of his return in Week 13, throws a pick.
3rd and 5 for the Houston 41. Stroud in the gun. Bunch formation left. CJ takes the snap. Stroud, pocket collapsing. Guns it. It's picked up. And Derwin James brought down at the 36-yard line.
Not sure CJ was throwing to. He threw that one right in the middle of the jersey of Derwin James.
So and the ball was tipped, but I think Derwin James would have intercepted it anyways, it seemed like.
Do you think so?
I mean, Derwin James had jumped that route.
I know he had jumped the route.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah. So I was wondering about that myself. Yeah, just from different angles, I didn't know. I saw some people worry that CJ has too many batted balls. He's not. He's right in the middle of the pack for batted balls this season. And he missed 3 games, but even if you prorated, he'd still be like around 9th or 10th in batted balls. It's not like a Trevor Lawrence or a Dak Prescott.
Yeah, it's not
really
an epidemic.
Seem to have an issue with it.
Yep. So the Chargers would turn that into a field goal. Credit the Texans defense. They hold the Chargers to a field goal. And then as the half is winding down, Kamari Lassiter on a play where Swarm ran amok. He gets some friendly fire from Jalen Petrie, who's coming in to try to tackle the ball carrier, runs right into Kamari Lassiter's left knee. And it looked, at the very least, looked like something that would force him to miss the rest of the game with a sprained knee. He was only out for 7 snaps, as it turned out.
He went to the tunnel. I mean,
he went and got an MRI done. Yeah. Yep.
Talked to his mom along the way.
Whispered something to his mom, which I'm assuming now was, I think I'm going to be okay, because he was back on the field by halftime.
Yeah.
But while he was out, the Chargers got the ball, and on a 3rd and 13 from their own 26, Justin Herbert decided to pick on Tremont Smith.
Chargers there, 26, 3rd and 13. Herbert in the gun. Here's the snap. Herbert dancing to his left and unloads long, and he's got Johnston at the 20, and he's tackled inside the 15-yard line by Smith.
Yeah, they're going to go at Tremont Smith for a while here. And he's in the game for Lassiter. That ball would never be thrown if Lassiter was still there. But Smith, who looks shaken up in himself, was able to kind of rally up. And
all right, we're good. The Chargers end up, Azeez Al-Shaair ends up with an interception on the very next play. So all's well that ends well on that drive. But this goes back to a point that you were making in the previous hour, Seth, which is this is an elite defense. It's a generational defense, but you only get to keep generational things normally if you have all the components of it.
Yeah.
And Kamari Lassiter, whether it's Lassiter or Stingley, losing either one of those guys all of a sudden for good quarterbacks, and Justin Herbert is a good quarterback, gives your defense a kill spot or an Achilles heel that is hard to overcome for 60 minutes, let alone 7 plays that Lassiter was out.
The one thing about that play that maybe, if they'd had more time to make the adjustment, or maybe they should have immediately, maybe they trusted Tremont Smith too much, was if they had just said, hey, all right, Kalen, you're helping out over the top on
Bullock,
this one.
yeah.
They played it, Bullock.
Yeah.
They played it by the book, kind of just their clean defense there, instead of just having Kalen Bullock really help out over the top over again. Or if it happens again, I think that's what they'd probably do.
Yep. I would say so. So Azeez Al-Shaair interception. So the Texans don't get hurt by that long play. So the Texans would get the ball back at their own 1-yard line because Azeez Al-Shaair. I wish Azeez had gotten up and run because nobody had touched him when he intercepted it. He just kind of fetal positioned with the ball. And it was a great play by him, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, that one, it's dicey. I was trying to put myself in Aziz's position there because you're in that mode where he was right down there on the 6-inch line or whatever.
Yeah.
And if he gets up but takes himself with momentum into the end zone as what's his face there. I mean, Gadsden there.
Yeah.
Also just extreme laziness there and not just touching Azeez.
That's right.
I give Azeez a break there just because ball security is of paramount importance and you're right there on the goal line. Yeah. Does he know whether it's a touchback or not? I don't know.
So it would have been interesting to see. They started at their own 1, and now we're talking. We're inside the 2-minute warning now, and Woody Marks pops a 19-yard run, which I think changed the mentality of D'Amico Ryans right there, and they started to get more aggressive, something they don't normally do at the end of halves. They got more aggressive. Unfortunately, 4 plays into the drive, this happens.
Nico and Kirk right side, wide side of the field. CJ in the gun, 2nd and 10 from the Houston 22. Stroud to throw. CJ over the middle, and it's picked off at the 32-yard line. How did that happen? Another interception. Elijah, this one, and that's 2 picks for CJ as that one went over the middle, and Molden got it, and the Chargers are in business again in Houston territory.
Mark.
It ended up not hurting them. The Chargers missed a field goal to close out the half. So two just completely soul-crushing plays potentially by the Chargers end in 0 points. A 60-yard toss over the head of Tremont Smith to Quentin Johnston, and then just an awful interception thrown by C.J. Stroud.
This one, tell me where you land on this, because I saw a lot of people were just furious that the Texans were passing in that situation. After the first incompletion, just, all right, to take the L on this series and make them use their timeouts, et cetera, and let the clock wind down. I tend to veer more towards don't throw an interception.
Right.
It was a really bad interception. I can't fault the aggressive. We'll sit here, I don't know, the same people that will whine and complain about not stepping on the throat of the opponent will also be upset that the Texans are passing in this situation.
Bingo.
Don't throw the interception.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
I feel like a majority of people have spent the year complaining about how conservative that DeMeco Ryans is at the end of halves, and now all of a sudden he's not. Now, who knows? Maybe that pick by CJ will throw him back into a conservative cocoon for the rest of time. Who knows?
There's pressure in his face. Again, like CJ didn't get sacked in this game, but please, people are acting like the offensive line played an all-time game. There's pressure in CJ's face. But I still don't. He going with it or what? That wasn't the right decision to make to throw the football there.
Nope. So the Texans go into the locker room leading 14-3. Teams exchange punts at the beginning of the third quarter. The Texans tack on a field goal. They had some good field position situations in the second half. They get a field goal to go up 17-3. The Chargers finally put a touchdown drive together. 11 plays, 64 yards, nearly 6 minutes. And the big play was one that I think we were all fearing coming into this game, a huge scramble by Justin Herbert.
Herbert on 3rd and 14 at the Houston 44. Here's the snap. Herbert with some pressure, stepping up. Herbert on the move. Herbert trying to run for it. Does across the 25, 20, right sideline, and knocked it out in the red zone. There's your scramble. Herbert injuring the Texans defense on that play. Taking it down inside the 17-yard line with his legs. A 27-yard run for the quarterback.
Literally injuring because Derek Stingley Jr. bounced off of him and went out for a few snaps on that. Stingley kind of threw a shoulder in there to try to tackle him, and he got trucked by Justin Herbert on that play. That, if you heard Vandy at the beginning of that cut, Seth, 3rd and 14, the 60-yard throw to Quentin Johnston, 3rd and 13. The Chargers converted 6 third downs in this game. They were 6 of 15. I need to go back and look. When I do my rewatch today, I'm going to keep track of that. It felt like every third down they gave up was like 3rd and double digits in this game.
Yeah.
Justin, that's a 3rd and 14 right there. Got on 3rd and 14. I know this defense is great, but they do have a penchant at times to give up big plays on third down, like third downs that you should be getting off the field on.
Third downs with a running quarterback, too.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't have to be an incredible running quarterback, but guys like Baker Mayfield or Justin Herbert who are very effective with their legs, if not electric, but very, very effective.
Yeah.
The tough thing about this one was, after the game I thought, all right, well, I like Lotu, and I like Naquan Jones because they're bigger body guys. The Texans did a really good job in run defense. The Omarion Hampton had 2 yards per carry. But on some of the QB scrambles, as I'm watching on television, I'm thinking, okay, well, sometimes those big guys aren't as good at just chasing down a quarterback who's deciding to scramble. That play, they had 4 athletic guys on the defensive line. They had Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, Will Anderson, and Sheldon Rankins.
Their 3rd and 14 package.
And sometimes those guys, sometimes it's actually, when it comes to a quarterback escaping up the middle, the big fat guys know their role, and they'll just sit there and they'll start mirroring the quarterback, and they're just they know not to get out of their lanes. The more athletic guys tend to fly around a little bit more, and they created too big a gap for Justin Herbert.
Yeah, that was a huge play right there. So 17-10. The Chargers would get a touchdown. Oronde Gadsden with a touchdown in the back of the end zone. We would go into the fourth quarter 17-10. The teams continue to exchange punts. The 2 punters got a lot of run in this game. Texans would tack on a field goal to go up 20-10, down and get a touchdown. And we don't have this play in the highlight sheet, but the key play on this one was the Texans getting a sack of Justin Herbert on a 3rd and 6. at the Houston 40-yard line. So the Chargers are driving to try to make this a one-score game, and Herbert gets sacked by Danielle Hunter, and Jalen Petrie gets called for what I thought was a bogus illegal contact call. Not a lot of people
Ladd McConkey made a decision to try to draw, contact there, and he initiated contact. I guess the mistake that Jalen Petrie made was in responding to it, because he ends up lowering his shoulder, and all the official sees is, hey, wait, we're way past 5 yards, and you're lowering your shoulder.
Yep.
But that wasn't. It wasn't even a ticky-tack call. It was just a bad call.
Right.
Jalen Petrie has a right to his position.
That's right.
You can't draw a charge on that.
Yep. So 4 plays later, the Chargers would get into the end zone. They would miss the extra point, so it was 20-16. And as bad as the Texans were offensively after those first 2 touchdowns, by and large, once again they were able to close the game. And this is where having Woody Marks back was huge. They really leaned on Woody Marks, and he had, on the last 2 drives for the Texans, field goal drive and the end of game drive, Woody Marks had 9 carries for 26 yards. So nothing that's going to pop. It was under 3 yards a carry. But when you needed him, he got it done. They had a first down after a huge pass to Nico Collins to get a first down, a 19-yard pass in the middle. The Texans are in 1st and 10 at the Chargers 49 with a little over 2 minutes to go. Woody Marks gets an 8-yard run to make it 2nd and 2. They come back from the 2-minute warning, and they close the deal.
CJ under center, Woody Marks in the backfield. Everybody bunched in tight. Higgins to the left side. Schultz, right wing. 2nd and 2 at the 41-yard line of the Chargers. Here's Woody straight ahead. Woody close to the marker. Woody! Does he have it? It's close. He's going to be just short. And now they say he's got it. They moved the sticks.
All right. There we go.
Woody Marks. To, by the way, on that play, the Chargers sold out versus run. And the Dalton Schultz, and it wasn't because Kingston missed a block or anything, but Dalton Schultz ends up having to block 2 guys and blocks one of them just enough with a little bit of a veteran micro hold, just enough to, which is it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Like Laramie Tunsil is actually really good at this. Just enough of a little snatch and then you release.
Yep.
It's a catch and release program.
Yes.
And he did just enough before he blocked the guy he's supposed to be blocking, and that was enough to just barely get the first down on that one.
That was great, man. So Woody Marks, having him back was big. Again, 19 carries, 71 yards. It's nothing to write home about in terms of yards per carry, but big carries at big times in this game by Woody Marks. All right, let's get to our for weekend. We do a set. Wow. Turn it down a little bit, Byron. Acknowledge me. We do this each and every week. Big performances from over the weekend. This is going to be a Texans-heavy one, I would say. I'll say a name. Byron Matthews, who's in for Ben Gary today, will hit the Roman Reigns sounder.
Acknowledge me.
And we will give our props. D'Amico Ryans.
Acknowledge me.
The only Texans head coach, he already had this in the bag, to win 10 games in 3 seasons at all, let alone 3 in a row. He's now the only Texans head coach, Seth, to make the playoffs 3 years in a row. He's one of only 2 coaches in this century to make the playoffs after an 0-3 start. Ironically, the other one is Bill O'Brien in 2018. His 8-game winning streak is now the 2nd longest in Texans history, behind O'Brien's 9-game winning streak in that same 2018 season. He's one of 4 head coaches in the NFL to win 10-plus games each of the last 3 seasons: Sean McDermott, Nick Sirianni, Sean McVay. And D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud are now just the 4th rookie head coach, rookie quarterback combination to make the playoffs in their first 3 seasons together in NFL history.
Yeah, I think any of the skepticism over D'Amico at this point is over whether, a defensive-minded head coach can consistently have a good offense. And I still have a lot of faith that he's going to be okay in that regard, just because the more time he spends on the offensive side of the ball and with the offense, it's going to take hold. And maybe it's with Nick Caleb being offensive play caller. I would trust him to do that. If he devoted himself to actually doing it, I think he could do a better job than a lot of offensive coordinators out there. But I saw somebody making a case for why you can't hire a defensive-minded head coach somewhere, and it's weird, isn't it, that when a team with an awesome offense loses a shootout, you never hear, well, that's why you can't have an offensive-minded head coach.
Right.
No, you need to, if you could have just held them to 28 points, you would have won that game.
You know what? That's funny you say that. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. It feels like it's a defensive coach only thing.
It's a very confirmation bias thing.
Yes.
But when you have an awesome offense that fails in the playoffs, it's never like, well, maybe you wouldn't have to score so many points if you had a defensive-minded head coach.
Last night's Sunday night game was a track meet between Kyle Shanahan and Ben Johnson.
Right.
You know,
That's
to your point.
All right, I don't know. Maybe hire a defensive-minded head coach.
That's an excellent point. I like that.
But it's a stupid discussion because winning a Super Bowl is an extreme outlier always, and some of the greatest coaches like Bill Belichick and others, they're either defensive-minded head coaches or special teams background head coaches. First and foremost, are you a good head coach, and then figure out the rest later. And I think D'Amico Ryans is assuredly a very good head coach.
No question about it. I would say best in Texans history, and I know it's not even 3 seasons in, but he's doing things that no other Texans head coach has done. And it's really, the floor for this team is so high with him. Now we got to get the ceiling nice and high for him. We'll find out. Will Texans clinch a playoff spot? Henry To'oTo'o.
Acknowledge me.
12 tackles. I don't know, Seth. I felt like he was all over the place on Saturday night. I thought Henry To'oTo'o had a really good game. My hypothesis in the postgame show was he had the green dot last week with Azeez out, and so Henry To'oTo'o had a ton of extra on his plate. He did not have a good game in that Raiders game, but he was all over the place against the Chargers.
And the problem also last week was that they only had 2 linebackers on the field the entire game. And one of the things that has really put the Texans over the top this year is that when they can play their base 4-3 when they really need to, they've been able to, and they've been good at it. So right now they just don't trust Christian Harris. They'd rather be out there and nickel the whole game when Azeez Al-Shire is out. You go into that game, and Azeez Al-Shire, E.J. Speed, and Henry To'oTo'o are all available, and they're playing in their base 4-3. Henry To'oTo'o can be more downhill and just go.
This is not an acknowledgement, but he played 48 snaps. Kevon Wallace. Should we acknowledge him?
100% you should.
Acknowledge him. I haven't rewatched it closely enough.
He had the big tackle for a loss down on the goal line on the one series. And he also, for whatever it's worth, I think he was the second highest graded PFF player for
I haven't looked at the PFF grades. Okay,
I got to go back and watch. I think there might have been one coverage bust, which you know that I'm very loath to blame people because you never know exactly what we're supposed to be doing in coverage. But I think this has been a season for the position, the safety next that starts next to Kalen Bullock.
Put him out there next week, man. Yeah.
Well, and Jalen Reed's coming back too, so how do they use him? Hopefully he might come back. We'll see. Yeah,
he seems to be alluding to coming back on social media. We'll see. Derek Barnett.
Acknowledge me.
Sure, we won't get to these highlights, Byron. We're just short on time. But Derek Barnett, those back-to-back sacks on that series early in the second half came at a pretty crucial juncture in the game. Derek Barnett, he had first and second down sacks on the same series right there. And the second one was a nice spin move that he had.
He has a beautiful and underrated spin move to the point where sometimes I've inaccurately said that it was a Danielle Hunter spin move when I first see it. I'm like, wow, look at Danielle go. Yeah. And then I realize, oh no, it's Derek Barnett.
It's Derek Barnett. Yeah, because he got that 5. The second digit's a 5. Yeah. So you look at it, you're like, wow, okay.
And he pulls it off so smoothly that it looks like a Danielle Hunter play.
Yeah, that was sweet. Blake Fisher.
Acknowledge me.
Anxious to get your take on this, Seth. Highest graded Texans offensive lineman on PFF, and I know you said earlier, the offensive line, they didn't give up any sacks. Yeah, but it wasn't perfect. Obviously.
No. But they did a good job of helping him out on that Jalen Noel touchdown. Khalil Mack was giving Blake Fisher all he could handle, but Nick Chubb comes in with a really good chip block on it to give him extra time. So I think a combination of Blake Fisher coming in and looking a lot better than he did early in the season, and then also accounting for it and scheming extra protection for their offensive line was a hodgepodge affair, obviously.
No question. All right, a couple more here. These a little more ironic acknowledgments, I would say. These two were former offensive and defensive rookies of the year together. The year before, Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud did that exact same thing. I'll start with Sauce Gardner.
Acknowledge
Sauce
me.
Gardner has somehow managed to be on teams this year, Seth, that have each gone 1-7 with him on the roster.
Yeah.
The Jets were 1-7 with Sauce Gardner and decided to trade him at the trade deadline. He's come to the Colts, who have since gone 1-7 with Sauce Gardner on the roster. That's never happened before in the NFL.
It's one of those things where I love anytime something like this happens where this is not a reflection on Sauce Gardner himself, obviously, but it shows you why quarterbacks are worth the money they're worth.
Yeah.
Because even a mediocre, an above-average quarterback will rarely go 2-14 or 2-15 in a season, and yet you can be one of the best players at your position at a highly sought-after position on the field and still go 1-7 and 1-7 with your football team.
Yep. Garrett Wilson.
Acknowledge me.
Leads the Jets in receiving yards. He last caught a pass on October the 12th. He is their leading receiver.
Oh, my God.
And he hasn't caught a pass since before Halloween.
The Texans had a really bad stat on that at one point. Who was the player who was out for half the season and was still the leader?
Nico. Well, I remember Nico last year, still leading the league in receiving yards. Like 2 weeks later, he was so good.
He was still in the top 10 for a long time.
He was
while
so
he was
good.
Still out
those first 5 games.
Yeah, the other one, and I'm not as dialed in on the Jets as I guess most people are.
Yeah.
It had completely eluded me. I lost track of the fact that they hadn't caught an interception all season long.
Yeah,
and they're with one game to go, they could pull off something that people said could never be done. They could end up going an entire season without having a single interception.
1 game to go, and I think it's against the Patriots. It's against the Bills and Josh Allen. Oh, Josh Allen might throw one up there to them. He can get careless sometimes.
Yeah.
We'll see. Last one. Alex Smith.
Acknowledge me.
You and I don't get to watch the studio shows very much because most games are at noon on Sunday, and you and I are doing pregame shows while Countdown is on or CBS or Fox or whatever. So I actually sat down and watched Sunday Countdown for 3 hours on Sunday morning. Alex Smith is excellent. He is really good on that show.
I've seen some clips of him on social media that it seemed like he was pretty good. Seemed like he talks good, but it was also I've seen a lot of positive praise for him.
He had a great feature on Brock Purdy on this. That he went out to San Francisco and did himself. That was really informative. They put a camera, like these camera glasses on Purdy, so we could see what it was like because he's so good throwing from the pocket.
Yeah,
it was really good. And Alex Smith was sharing his own experiences and stuff. It was excellent. He also won me some money because he said, this is going to be a track meet. I don't know if any of these defenses are going to stop anybody, which sounded strange to me because the total on the game was 40.5. That's a low total for an NFL game. But I said, all right, I'll follow you into the depths of hell. That thing was over the total by halftime. It was 28-21 at the half. So he's winning me money, too. That's why I acknowledge.
And he wasn't even directly giving gambling advice.
No, he's just saying what kind of game he thought it would be.
You know what? Somebody forwarded something to me from you yesterday, and I realized that you and I might differ in opinion on this one guy, Greg Olsen. I had some really nice words for Greg Olsen yesterday because I enjoy watching a broadcast with him so much. He was doing the Jags game.
Yeah, no, Don't get it twisted on whether I like Olsen or not. I know you're not, but I like Olsen. I thought, had a horrible take at the end of that Colts-Jags game. I thought the Colts going for it on 4th and 11 with nearly 4 minutes to go, and you had all your timeouts left, or at least 2 timeouts. I think they had all their timeouts and the 2-minute warning. 4th and 11 at midfield, and you're going for it with Phillip Rivers at quarterback, and it's 20-17. It's still a field goal game at that point, and your defense is playing well. Punt the ball, pin them deep. You got your timeouts, and try to get the ball back. They don't get it on 4th and 11. The Jags hold the ball for a ton of time, kick a field goal to make it 23-17, and now you're left with 18 seconds left, and Riley Leonard throwing Hail Marys. Olsen was trying to justify that decision with of all the color commentators, he is the one that is way into the situational analytics that befuddle people.
He did a good enough job of it that I was like,
you're easily sold to. You're more easily sold to than I am on that one.
It was the position they were in on the field. Where were they? They were on the. They were
midfield. They were midfield.
Yeah, they're at the 50, and I think that was part of it. Is that you just can't trust that this Colts offense is going to be able to move the ball down the field quickly in under 2 minutes. That this is just to even get back to even field goal range. This is where this is the reality of the situation.
See, I think you trust your defense, and I think you punt the ball. There's 4 minutes left. You punt the ball. You got your timeouts. You try to. It's up to your punter to pin the Jags deep.
Yeah.
And then you try to get the ball back at about midfield. It's a 3-point game, so you get the ball back. If you stop the Jags, you get the ball back probably somewhere between your own 30 and 50, and then you got to move it 30 or 40 yards.
The score wouldn't reflect it because of the way that game played out, but I also just had zero trust in the Colts defense.
No, the Jags had some turnovers in that game. Yes.
Yeah, the Colts defense was not they looked like they'd never even watched a video on how to tackle.
Yeah,
it was like they were new to the sport.
Yeah.
And I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah,
I see better what he's saying.
I disagreed. I easily sold to. You can take the music down, Byron. I just thought punt it in that situation and try to get it. Converting. I don't even know Phillip Rivers can throw the ball 11 yards in the air, let alone convert a 4th and 11 against the Jags defense. So, at any rate, we know how it ended. The Jags win the game, and thus there we go. With that, the Jags win the game. Good question from a texter earlier. How do the Texans treat this Colts game this week when it comes to the health of their football? That before we get to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris at the top of the hour, a Texans Monday. Stay there. You're listening to Sports Radio 610.
The Texans shut down the Chargers at SoFi.
CJ looking. CJ throwing.
SEC registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. So, with the Jags win over the Indianapolis Colts, it's gotten increasingly more difficult for the Jags. Play the Titans at home on Sunday. They're an 11-point favorite. Now, the Jags have blown a division lead in Week 18 at home against the Jags before 2 years ago. Yeah, two years ago. Now, they were only a 6.5-point favorite in that game. This is a much better Jags team, and I would submit a worse Titans team than that one that had Derrick Henry a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. That was Mike Vrabel's final season with the Tennessee Titans.
But at the same time, Cam Ward has kind of quietly done some very positive things over the second half of the season.
Yeah,
there's a chance. It's not a ridiculously improbable upset.
It's not
potentially
more improbable,
especially given that. Especially if you want to talk about trap games and everything. Look, I know Liam Cohen loves to play the underdog and all of that. It's hard for him to get his team up playing the underdog small market team versus the Tennessee Titans.
that are going to be picking in the top 5 in the NFL draft.
I hope the Jags have to face the Bills in the playoffs because the Bills
smaller market
than the Jaguars.
Yeah, and as of right now, I think that would be the matchup right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go look. Bills and Chargers, I'm not sure who's 6 and who's 7. I know the Texans are 5 right now. So, along those lines, the chances are, the really good chance the Texans are going to be the 5 seed. If they beat the Colts, the Jags take care of their business. The Texans will be the 5 seed. So, how do you think they play it, Seth, is up right now. We've got enough guys that have been dealing. And it's an NFL team, so it's Week 18. Yeah. Everybody's dealing with injuries here. The Texans have had some really important players who've been on and off of the injured list. Hell, they had 3 of them, 4, I guess, and we'll throw Ed Ingram in there, that went out of the game on Saturday and came back into the game. How do you balance, or do you balance at all if you're D'Amico Ryans? Because there's still incentive to win this game. You could still win the division. You may rather be the 5 seed and play Pittsburgh or Baltimore on the road than be the 6 or 7 and have to go to Jacksonville or New England on the road, or Denver maybe if Denver falls down into that realm. How do you – is there any balancing going on with load management and trying to win this football game?
I think that there's boy, if you just want to stay alive and have the potential of winning the division, then you play everybody, obviously. But then you also got to hope that somehow the Jaguars screw it up and lose to the Titans. If you just want to set yourself up best to actually make and win a Super Bowl, I think resting your key guys who have any sort of injury issue right now is probably what you should do.
You can probably win this game without some. It's Riley Leonard is probably starting at quarterback.
I know, man, but you know how that goes. I never want to look at it as soon as I start thinking, if I'm a coach and I'm thinking like, well, we probably win without these guys, you're basically conceding a loss. Because that's how you lose in the NFL. The talent gap is never as big. The motivation gap is never as big as it feels like it should be. And that's why you rarely see a 2-touchdown spread in the NFL. Okay. These games always come down to the wire. If you decide to rest a few of your best players, you have to be comfortable saying, okay, there's a good chance we lose this game.
We might lose this game.
So are you okay losing this game because the most important thing is having all of your guys? We saw what happened to that Texans defense when Kamari Lassiter went out.
Yeah.
And I think, look, with a week to prepare for it, you account for the fact that Tremont Smith isn't as good as Kamari Lassiter. But we saw what happened. We saw what happened last week versus the run when Azeez Alshire was out. And if this team's going to make a run, it's because they have an historically impressive defense. If those guys who are banged up right now, Derek Stingley as well, are not healthy or can't play in the playoffs, you're not an historically great defense anymore. And it's going to be really hard to make a run.
Okay. So 2 questions.
Yeah.
What would you – it sounds like you would rest guys.
This is what I would do. And this is where very clearly I'm not saying this is the right thing to do. I would rest those guys. Mm-hmm. I don't think D'Amico Ryans is wired that way. And I think that's why he's a better football coach than I would be.
That's my second question. What do you think D'Amico is going to do?
I think D'Amico, as long as this game has any relevance at all, I think he's wired to say, look, our culture is that we play football and we play to win football games.
I 1,000% agree with you.
And I think that serves him well by and large. And I think I'm maybe one of the schmucks apparently who really doesn't know who the next week's opponent is, or he doesn't know where they are in the standings or anything. That's just the way he's wired.
Yep.
If he decides to play everybody, I will not criticize him if somebody gets injured or something or else. Like, this team has done some pretty special things defensively, partly because they're true believers in all of their propaganda. And you can't all of a sudden abandon all your propaganda after you've been a true believer the entire season.
I think they can win this game, obviously, with a few guys rest. I mean, it's the Colts with Riley Leonard, and I know I'm being dismissive, and I agree with what you said about just the karma and the ethos of resting guys. I understand all that. So let's say he plays everybody to start the game. What would the lead need to be in this game to where you start taking out Stingley, Lassiter, Stroud, most importantly, maybe in all this?
Well, one thing they're definitely probably going to do is they're not going to give the Texans the benefit of knowing how the other game is going, right?
They play at noon. No, they play at the same time the Jags and the Texans do on Sunday.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I hadn't looked at that yet.
Yep.
All right, so your scoreboard watching especially.
Yep.
The Jaguars have a really healthy lead.
Yeah.
That might make a difference in all of it, too.
It sounds like I mean, we only got 30 seconds. This is probably more. It sounds like you're comfortable if they lose this game being okay with like the 6 seed instead of the 5 or something like that.
That's the other part I guess we should have addressed. Not really.
Yeah.
I'm like you. I would rather go to Pittsburgh than Jacksonville on the road.
Question. Would you rather go to Baltimore or Jacksonville?
I would rather go to Baltimore than Jacksonville.
So you want that 5 seed. You want to win that game. Yeah.
Okay, so I want D'Amico and I are aligned.
You're simpatico.
Yeah, I was thinking about just the division championship scenario.
Yep. All right, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you as well. Never surrender.
Man. That went by too fast. We got so much for tomorrow. All right. We are done. We are out of time. We will see all of you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Texans Monday. Listen to those guys and listen all day long here on Sports Radio 610. They're up next.
If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, you deserve compensation. But how do you get it? You call Mokaram Injury Lawyers. They've been here in Houston for over 30 years. Proud sponsor of the Houston Rockets and proud to be Houstonians. They're not just lawyers, they're members of the community, and they take care of the community by being sure that when you're overwhelmed because something catastrophic happened in your life, you've got hospital bills, work disruptions, childcare issues, all of those things, that, not to mention hospital bills, everything that comes with being in an accident, it can be overwhelming. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers for your free consultation. You can go to their office, they can come to you, they can come visit you in the hospital, you can meet via Zoom, but that first consultation is absolutely free. You pay nothing at all unless they win your case. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers today at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222 or online at MokaramInjuryLawyers.com. Paid non-attorney spokesperson, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply.
really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stroud takes a knee, and it's over. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs. They knock off the Chargers in L.A. 20-16. Third straight year in the postseason for the first time in franchise history. The Texans have won 8 games in a row. And they'll wrap up the regular season with a date with the Colts at NRG Stadium next week. What a performance in the land of big performances. L.A., Houston, 20. The Chargers, 16.
And right there, I think that's what needs to be pointed out after this game. Well, actually, a number of things. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. It's that you go to a place where, look, this is not one of the great home field advantages in the country, the L.A. Chargers, but you're in their gym, and they're good, Johnny. They're a good football team. Number 3 in the league in defense. This is a good defense you're facing. They are playing for a 1 seed. That's what they've got on the line. Division, if not a 1 seed.
Yeah.
That is still available for them.
Yeah, at that time, yeah.
Yeah. Aren't they favored in that game, too? I don't know. I don't really follow that stuff
They're
that
favored
closely.
like 2.5.
All right, there we go. They're at home. It should be a real challenge, and it was. And you were able to beat them in their building and win your 8th in a row, and that is phenomenal stuff. I mean, I know that, style points here and there. This is a victory over an 11-win team going in, and now you've got 11, and let's go. It sets up Week 18, which is not quite the setup that we hoped for. We'll get into that because yesterday the Colts did not come through for me. I thought my precious, beloved horseshoe was going to come through for me. Maybe it's all the...
Wait, will you say that again? Precious.
For one day, I adopted the Colts as my favorite team in the world.
It had to be tough.
So they could go ahead and beat the Jags and give us the setup where the Texans could win the division next week.
I think it was the first play of the game. They ran Jonathan Taylor for like 6 or 7 yards, and I was like, yeah, JT. And I immediately texted you, and I was like, cheering for the Colts is hard, man. It's hard. It was hard. It's easy to cheer for Phillip Rivers. It's easy to cheer for him.
Sure.
That story, I wanted just one time, and it didn't come through.
That would have been great for them. Win that game. That's your bowl game.
Right
you
off
get your
into
winning
the sunset.
season. Then you come here and lose next week. That would have been great for the Colts.
It would have been perfect.
Texans win the division. The world is right. Now, you still have a chance to win the division.
You do.
Should the Jags lose to Tennessee, the Texans beat the Colts, you win the division. But it sets up an interesting Week 18 in terms of, do you play guys who are hanging by a thread here health-wise?
No.
That you have to play in a must-win game that you might not play in a not a must-win game, just put it that way. And I'm not sure how D'Amico's going to handle it. We're going to have the D'Amico Ryan show at 5. Here's my prediction on what he's going to say. He's going to say, we're going to play our guys, whatever that means. You can interpret that a variety of ways because they will be Texans employees that they play regardless. And we're always out to win. That's all he has to say.
That's it.
But he'll also say, we'll see how certain guys are feeling as the week progresses, right? Because that's the truth.
None of that will, like you said, none of that will be a lie. None of that will be a lie. However, there's some guys, and you know who they are, they need a rest.
Absolutely.
They need a rest.
Johnny, in that game alone, 3 players went out of the game. And I thought that
in the same quarter,
I thought that it looked like it was possibly, sometimes I think the worst. I try to be a positive thinker. You know this about me. I'm the Norman Vincent Peale of Sports Talk Radio. But as those players go out, I'm thinking, are we done for the season here?
Yeah.
But they come back. It's like Lazarus. They all come back. in the same game, not just next week. In the same game, they come back.
Yeah,
finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, you had at any one time, you had Sting was getting checked after the Herbert scramble. You had Lassiter, who got some friendly fire from JP.
Ed Ingram,
who I saw the end zone view of that.
Ooh.
Oh, how he was walking after that, I don't even know. And then Azeez went down, and it could have been any number of things with Azeez because he took some friendly fire. He kind of got hit. Then he landed on his shoulder, and then he got twisted kind of awkwardly. So it could have been about 8 different body parts. And so these guys play, especially defensively, they play so damn hard. And I'm not saying – I shouldn't say it that way. The offense plays hard too, but the violence that the defense plays with just – it's at an all-time level. And so there are some guys, and I think you learned a little bit more about some guys you can ill afford to lose in the playoffs. And he wears number 4, and the other one wears number 24. You cannot play a snap without Kamari Lassiter and Derek Stingley Jr. on the field.
The fact that they came back tells me they're going to be, I'll put it in air quotes, okay.
Right. And
different versions of okay, but they'll be okay.
Should be wearing street clothes next to me on Sunday.
Maybe they will. Maybe. But you still have to field a team Sunday afternoon.
I understand.
Regardless.
I understand.
You know, I know you know this, but I'm saying this for the fans. Rest everybody. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot sign an entirely new 53-man roster and go out there and, field your 46 on Sunday and figure it out from there. But there are numerous guys that you can give some breaks to who need them so you don't get a bye, but you get a week's rest. Now, Johnny, you're going to feel pretty silly if you rested guys and the Colts are dealing somehow, and then you notice, hey, the Titans are putting together the upset of the century over there.
I don't, because here's why. I thought about this all weekend, and I saw a tweet early that I was glad that I saw it because I've been thinking about this. What is most important in the playoffs?
Health.
Absolutely, without question. Home field is very, very helpful.
You know how good this home field is.
I know.
You know what the playoffs are all about. But
I know.
I'm with you. I'm with where you're going with this.
Playing at home without the guys that have been here all year that take advantage of playing at home, i.e. the defense, then what are we doing? And I go back to, I told this story on a bus. 2015, we played against the Jaguars. We hadn't quite clinched. And so there were all these different machinations that we could have gotten in the playoffs even with the loss. It was like 99.9% sure, which I know what you say, and it's right. It's not 100%. I get it. So we had to play our guys. What happened in the second quarter? Our starting left tackle pulls, runs into a Jaguar, injures his leg, out for the season, and really kind of impacted him at the beginning of the 2016 season, Dwayne Brown.
It did. It set off a series of events. Well, obviously, you flamed out in that playoff game spectacularly.
Right.
In 2015.
Now, Brian Hoyer was only going to take you so far. No offense, Brian. You just were. And we saw it in that playoff game.
But it was like if you score with the Watt-Wilfork thing, or it didn't do that and scored, whatever you did, if you scored in that situation, it would have been 13-7.
But you're doing it without one of the best left tackles in the business.
Yeah, and it was a very tough day.
I'm not saying that they're, like you said, you got to field the team for Sunday. So it's not as if you can just rest everybody. You have to be selective. And there might be somebody that is not, quote-unquote, selected to rest that does get hurt on Sunday. It's a game of football. It's violent. It could happen. But the other tweet that I saw had to do with Sean McVay. Last year, the Rams were sitting with an opportunity to, and he chose to rest his guys, and they got beat.
Yeah.
And they got the 4 seed. So they faced the 5 seed, which was the loser of Lions-Vikings.
That was Minnesota.
So they were going to face a 14-win team. It didn't matter to McVay. To him, it was about health. And then, of course, the fires hit California. Now they got to go to Arizona. And that decision looked even smarter because they physically kind of get the week off. And then mentally, they've got to jump back in. But because they had some of that physical time off, I think it helped them as they got ready for that game. And they beat the Vikings. They beat the Vikings up and then played pretty well going to Philadelphia.
They were the team
healthy.
They were the team dealing with, we got to relocate.
Yeah,
and they made that stadium in Glendale look like a Rams home field, and that's a division rival. That would be like us entertaining the Colts here for hosting a playoff game and turning NRG Stadium into the Horseshoe home field.
It's
crazy. That's crazy stuff, but it happened, and credit the Cardinals for being so hospitable that particular day. Anyway, I think it all sets up that this is a team that earned it. This is a team that didn't doubt themselves. This is a really tremendous story that we will be talking about no matter what happens from here for a very long time. We talk about 2018 for a long time because they were 0-3. They won 9 in a row. They went to the playoffs. They won the division. And I know they didn't win in the playoffs, but you use that as inspiration that you can draw from, even if you're just a fan wanting some hope. You're 2-5, won the division. Yep. You use that because it is possible, and it keeps you playing hard. It keeps you in it. Well, they were 0-3. They were 3-5. They've won 8 in a row and counting, and it is spectacular stuff. Here's D'Amico Ryans reflecting on this team a bit after the game against the Chargers.
Yeah, I believe in this team because I know what these guys are about. I know how they work throughout training camp when nobody's watching. I know how close our team got throughout training camp and throughout the season. And I know how we just have guys who are true believers, who are unwavering in their faith, guys who come to work every single day, putting in work no matter what being said on the outside, things that really it doesn't matter to us. Our guys continue to work the right way, and that's why, I believe, because I saw the work ethic that those guys pour into it, the coaches, players, staff, everybody pours their all into what we're doing every single day.
They do, and he's got the attitude. You want to talk about a positive attitude, a nurturing attitude, an empowering attitude, what he gives to his players every day. You see it on the field. They never quit. They never gave up. They never doubted. They never pointed fingers. They just kept it going, and it is wonderful to see. I mean, I'm blown away by this winning streak, all the really close games. And, look, we'll pick apart offense, defense, special teams, all of it, but you've won 8 games in a row and against good teams. This is no soft schedule you've played. This is I don't know, statistically, it's among the toughest schedules in the league, if not the toughest.
I mean, it probably depends on which metric you look at. Most difficult schedules in the league.
You beat the Bills. You beat the Colts when they were still going, when they were still something. I know Jones had the leg problem, but Jones played the whole game, and that was still the Colts. You beat the Chiefs when they were still going, when they had to have it, and they were still very much alive for possibilities should they win, and they didn't. And you beat the Chargers on Saturday in a game that they wanted to have so badly so they could win the division, play at home, and maybe have the top overall seed in the AFC. These are very impressive victories. The victory over the Jags, super impressive that you came back with that one. The play of the year is still Mills on 3rd and goal from the 14. I mean, that's incredible stuff. It turned your whole season around.
Or 3rd and 16 against the Titans. That's what I had as number 1.
Well, all right, let's go there for a moment because the guys were talking about the offense this morning, and I get it. You want to see really consistent play on your offense, and it is a situation where sometimes it's 3-and-out city, but when you look at how they've run the ball in key situations, they've been able to produce. Yes. How many times have we seen, all right, there's another big run. There's a first. All right, good. Woody, great. They get it done. Not only that, but in those situations, you talked about 3rd and 16 to Nico. Nico Collins, we used to talk about DeAndre Hopkins as you need a big bucket late in the game, and he gets it for you. Moves the sticks, clock-killing stuff or whatever. But those, to me, you need a big bucket. Let's go basketball analogy. It's almost like you're going into the post or he's doing a turnaround 14-footer or something like that. Nico, these are 3-pointers in the basket. I need to convert a 3rd and long here in order to kill the clock.
Into the shot clock.
Yeah.
You're one-on-one, and you put it right somebody's grill.
And you throw it to Nico, and he makes a play for you. And whether it was Mills against the Titans or CJ to Nico numerous times, this is fun stuff to watch. It happened again on Saturday. And those are the things that I take with me. Take the positives with you.
Sure.
Take the 2 early shots. 14-0, 14-3. I was thinking, well, with this defense, that might do it. That might do it today.
Yeah.
That might be enough to get it done. It wasn't. You still had to get to 20. All right. And I don't know how. I'm going all over the place here. I don't know how the Texans are kryptonite to opposing kickers, but they are.
Okay.
They put the hex on kickers. I don't know if it's the fear of Autry because he's had a couple of blocks. I don't know what it is, but opposing kickers, good ones, just wither. The Texans' opposing kickers, so kickers they face outside the 40 are 6 for 13. Johnny, I got to call Elias Sports Bureau because that just doesn't happen to you. 6 for 13 against you? Now, you might have a crappy kicker that goes 6 for 13 from beyond 40, and then you got big problems. But the fact that they're going 6 for 13 against you, when does that happen?
Okay, let me ask you a question. 3rd and 20-something in the playoff game. Herbert hits McConkey. He goes the rest of the way. Building gets quiet. What happened on the next play?
Blocked a field goal.
Who did?
It was Nico Autry, and it was taken to the house.
Who kicked it?
Dicker.
Yes, you don't think that was in his head? I guarantee you kickers are well aware of where he is, and they are trying to avoid him in any way, shape, or form because he hit I think he hit he hit one of them left, he hit one of them right. But the one he hit to the right, it was almost as if he was trying to avoid Nico's hand. I'm telling you, that playoff block, that block in the playoff game left an impression with Dicker, and it came through again. It came through, and I think kickers are well aware of where Nico Autry is, and that plays a role. And it has been well worth it, the 1-point misses that we've had against the Colts, against the Chargers the other day, against the Bills here. Prater missed one. I guarantee you Autry is impacting that. He's impacting because I guarantee you those field goal teams are sitting in there in meetings, and they're like, 96, he's one of the best ever blocking field goals and extra points. And he still finds a way to just get up and get a hand. And that part of it, I'll take all day, every day.
That's another guy who has to be healthy for the postseason. I need to bubble wrap him because of that and the reps he gives you outside, inside, particularly with your health situation at defensive tackle. But along those lines, Lucky Fotu.
I'm telling you, Lucky Fotu had 15 plays, I think, in a game. And he was around the ball or making plays in at least a third of them.
But the middle.
Yes.
Stop things up. They were putting him in with Tommy.
Yeah.
It was the Samoan Swarm.
Exactly. Samoan Swarm in the middle was awesome. They were really good together. Fotu is thick, man. He is thick. His calves are as big as my thighs. He's
tall,
thick.
too.
He's tall, but he plays with good leverage. I'm not going to say that losing Rio and losing Settle, look, those two guys played really well together with the other two. I didn't want to lose them, of course, but you may have fallen jelly up with getting a guy like Lucky Fotu. And Naquan he made some plays too. And I'm not going to, like I said, I don't think that Rio and Tim Settle, losing those two, you didn't want to do that. But Naquan and Lecky they're not as weathered from this season, if that makes sense.
Fresher legs,
right?
if you
a little
will.
Fresher legs.
Well, plus you just said it, 15 plays or whatever. The lack of snaps, all right? You're part of a rotation here. You don't have to be an all-world guy. You don't have to be DeForest Buckner for us out there, okay?
Right.
You have to be a 15-snap guy who can hold it down, make the occasional play, at least plug up the middle, so you remove that run between the tackles or at least diminish the effects of it. And that's all you really need, because you see what happens when they get to 3rd and 4 or more. You know who's coming in. Sheldon, Danico.
And you would see it. It was amazing. They would get stop first down, stop second down with Dylan Horton, Tommy, Naquan, Orlecki, and Derek Barnett. And then they would get to stop on first and second down. Those guys would go off the field. You would just see those 4 guys come in. Or 3. Sometimes Daniil was in the game, and then Will, Sheldon, and Danico Autry would go in the game with those guys.
Did I pick Barnett last week as my sleeper? I hope
it was last week. It was
against the Raiders.
Against the Raiders.
It was a week off.
Your week off.
Big play Barnett came through.
Sick spin move. It cost Bobby Hart the game. Bobby Hart, after that, came out of the game, and they had to go with Deculus the rest of the way, which they probably should have from the beginning. But, I mean, Bobby Hart's a long-time issue. for many reasons.
He was playing left tackle for the Chargers. They were diminished in left tackle.
He was getting worked. I mean, worked. He couldn't stop anybody. Then again, he's seen the best of Daniil. But Derek Barnett beat him on consecutive plays and just destroyed them.
Did you see the NFL memes on Justin Herbert? What Justin Herbert needs to do to get a first down, and it's a Fortnite clip, and he's like getting shot at and like jumping over things. It's true. What they had to do to move the football was a lot against this defense. And look, Marion Hampton, you knew that you had to stifle him.
Yep.
All right. So you kept him at bay, at least. He did not break out.
Your linebackers tackled really well, in particular Henry To'oTo'o. And
he had the game of the century for him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a monster game for Henry. And after a week where, it wasn't going as well against the Raiders, but it went really well against the Chargers.
So I'll give you a loose interview at some point today, whether it's today or the coach's show.
I think we'll get to it next segment after 8:30.
I asked Coach, and the thing is in the fourth quarter, David Wolf, who's with our PR, had said to me, hey, Henry's playing, just kind of out of nowhere, like, hey, Henry's playing a great game. And I was like, yeah. And then not 30 seconds later, we're in a break, and Robert Hensley brings it up, and you guys chime in about Henry To'oTo'o playing a great game. It was like 3 or 4 people were chiming in just randomly about Henry playing a tremendous game. So that was stuck in my head as I was doing my postgame interview with D'Amico. I asked him about Henry. I completely forgot about the Raiders game. As I was asking, I completely forgot. And as he started to talk, I was like, oh, gosh. Okay, it was good that I asked him about this because he had a great answer. And you'll hear it a little bit later. It is a great answer to how you bounce back from adversity because Henry didn't have his best game. And you could just see kind of like a proud dad, the smile kind of,
with D'Amico,
emerging on D'Amico's face as he was talking about Henry, because that was not Henry's best game against the Raiders. And I think people saw it. People talked about it. They're like, that's not. And the thing is, we know Henry. I think the fans of the Texans know Henry, that wasn't Henry's best game. They knew that. But that man went out to make a statement on Saturday, and it was awesome. I'll say this about Herbert. You and I were talking about this on the bus driving back home.
Tough. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not taking Justin Herbert over C.J. Stroud. Not going to do it. The trio Herbert can take sometimes. That will not come from me henceforth because that dude, the first sack he went down, his left arm was literally hanging.
It looked like it was numb and not coming back anytime soon.
I thought he's done. And that guy just rallied. The only way they are in that game is because that dude is putting him Greg Jennings style on his back. The throw he makes to Johnston with Sheldon Rankins is 305 pounds.
And he's got him by the hips.
Around his waist.
Yeah.
And Herbert won't go down, and he throws a seed to Johnston for the first down. And I just remember in my mind, it was like that scene in Friday where Chris Tucker and Ice Cube were on the porch, like, damn,
that's a meme.
That meme.
GIF. Yeah.
That was what was going through my head, like, damn, he just did that.
Yeah, that was a hell of a throw.
He's the reason that team, even with all the interceptions he's thrown this year, he's the reason that team has won 11 games. And by the way, you alluded to it. The Texans have a win over a 12-win team, the 49ers. They have 3 wins over 11. They have 2 wins over 12-win teams, Jacksonville and the Niners.
Right.
They have 2 wins over 11-win teams, the Chargers and the Bills.
Yeah, look, and you lost to Denver by 3 when your quarterback got knocked out, and you were able to keep them at bay until the very end, and Denver's got 13 wins.
Yeah. That's the only – well, I was going to say that's the only playoff team. You lost to Jacksonville, too. I forgot about that.
You lost to Jacksonville week 3.
Good Jacksonville game. We knew it when we left the building that day.
That was a big factor.
We knew it. We knew, that made him 0-3. But we knew at some point this team would rally and come back.
Having said everything,
it goes our way.
Well, listen, we cannot complain.
I know.
I saw several.
They should have won one here. I get it.
Reading all this stuff and some of it tweeting and whatever, but you see it over the last couple of days. Well, if we had done this and that, we'd have 13. Like, come on, all right? You have been living on the edge all season long, positively, negatively, close games. You're playing on the edge of a cliff. This is the NFL. Right. This is what it is. It's a beautiful thing to win 8 in a row, especially the way you did it. Yeah, you could have won those first 3 or 2 of them or one of them, but you could have lost a couple along the way here as well. And I know you know this.
You are what you are.
You are what you are. And right now, you're a really good football team.
Right.
I know, and look, we can pick apart certain elements. We could talk about, what about those interceptions? And every interception has a story, as Brock would say.
Brock.
But when you need to, you're making the clutch plays. It is a team game.
Bingo.
And you do have, Sean said, a generational defense. I like that term, generational defense. You've got a hell of a defense. Whatever you want to call it, it's a hell of a defense that you can go a long way with. You have to play clean. The formula of not turning the ball over was severely tested because they turned the ball over. They hadn't turned it over since the first half of the Colts game, but they survived that. The fact that they had 2 picks in your end of the field and came away with 3 points as a result is just phenomenal. It's almost as miraculous as 3 players go out and it looks really bad, but they all come back into the game, and they're all really key components of what you were doing on Saturday. Texans and this is one of those situations where you're going to have a better record than whoever the 4th seed is.
Right.
Should you be hosting? Should we change the format where divisional winners don't necessarily host if they don't have a better record than a wild card team? We don't have to talk about that right now. But the Steelers and the Ravens will play Sunday night to win the AFC North. So the script writers came through with a Browns upset over the Steelers to set up that Sunday night showdown with Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know if Lamar's playing or not. But it'll be Derrick Henry out there for sure. He went nuts the other night. So the Texans are set up to play the 4th seed, but they could still finish 6th, 7th. They could still win the division. There are a lot of different possibilities. We will go over them for you. And we'll also have Andre Ware on the show. We'll check in with the general to get the historical perspective of this, because he has a lot to say and a lot of thoughts on the subject. And we'll hear from D'Amico after the game with Johnny Harris. And don't forget the Texans won, so you get the Pizza Hut 50% discount. You get a lot of other things that will set up along the way here during the show, and we want to remind you that Houston Methodist brings you this show, and you need to know the signs of concussion. If you have an athlete in the family or yourself, and the Houston Methodist people have Houston Methodist concussion centers available for you. You visit houstonmethodist.org/concussion for more information. 18 locations offering state-of-the-art diagnostic and treatment capabilities. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Breast cancer died, turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies, collaborating to treat and remove the tumor and reconstruct your breasts, restoring symmetry, sensation, and your sense of self. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win over the Chargers. That makes 3 in 3 years for C.J. Stroud as the starting QB. But he's not taking it for granted.
Hard work to get here. And it's not just every year, the Texans are standing to go to the playoffs. What really matters is the work we put in. And so just not getting used to success. So, when that time comes, you're still grateful.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Texans fans, who wants 50% off Pizza Hut? You do. Duh. Texans win, you win. 50% off your total order of Pizza Hut on Mondays following the winning game. Every winning game. Use code Texans on pizzahut.com and start your we're waiting for. Texans win, you win. It's just that simple. Let's do the math. Texans win, you win. Boom, 50% off. No win-out pizzas the Hut. 50% off your total order, valid Mondays following the winning game only.
What could be better than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, recognition for your group on the video board, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of NRG Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Third and a long one for the Texans from their 25-yard line. CJ out of the shotgun set. Woody in the backfield. Motion by Kirk to the right. Stroud puts the leg down. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ throwing deep downfield and has Higgins at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Rock and roll. Jaden Higgins to the end zone. 75 yards. Welcome to L.A.
Was a lot louder than I thought it was going to be. And I'm not accusing them of piping in noise.
Somebody in our room was. I can't remember who it was, though. Somebody was convinced.
I'm not going to out the person. It was somebody in our crew. Not on the air.
Yeah, not on
the air.
But
they were hypothesizing. Because before the game.
Yeah. There's hardly anybody in there.
Hardly anybody's in there. Like for team introductions and stuff like that. It filled in pretty nicely.
It did.
I saw a lot of fans wearing other jerseys, not Texans nor Chargers. I saw a bunch of fans like that. It's L.A. It's like, let's go to an NFL game. Maybe the tickets were inexpensive. I don't know. But I thought before the game, if the Chargers can't fill up this building today, then don't exist.
Right,
I mean, seriously. You cannot imagine a bigger game.
I thought the crowd was good.
I know it's the holidays in L.A. There's always an excuse. It's the holidays in L.A. So it's the Chargers with 11 wins going for a 1 seed.
Yeah.
And playing a good team.
Yeah.
So you should be able to get butts in the seats. Love some of those old Charger jerseys, seeing a couple of Fouts jerseys.
Yeah, those Navy ones were nice. I kind of like them.
Well, it's so funny how this is, though, because when they wore the Navies, everyone's like hearkening back to the white helmets with the lightning bolts and the powder blues and all that. And those are awesome-looking uniforms, right? But now you're like, hey, it's kind of like
sharp.
that. It's like that meme where the guy's walking with the girl. He's like, ooh, like, hey, the retro uniform. Now that's retro.
Yeah.
It's like when the NBA teams went back to their '90s, weird looks.
All those colorful
and the
uniforms.
Rockets wore the pajamas and everything. And no, but now people are like, those are kind of cool because everything old is new again, and we know how that works.
Can I read you something? This is
something.
This is from PFF.
Yeah,
it's like a quick kind of 2-bullet kind of actually, it's from their they did become bullet points at the beginning. Here's their first bullet point at the beginning of this preview they did. Explosive passing plays might be hard to come by in our game. As before.
Okay.
Both teams may find it difficult to generate explosive plays downfield in this matchup, given the strength of the defenses they're facing. The Chargers have been the NFL's best defense against passes thrown 20 or more yards downfield, allowing a league-low 40.1 passer rating on such attempts. Houston isn't far behind, giving up the 5th lowest passer rating of 74.2 on deep attempts. And
what'd you get?
You had
two explosives to start the game, and they had a 60-yard pass.
Yes, and then the other one to McConkey. So you had 4 plays that were what you would consider chunk. I think chunk pass plays are 25+, depending on who's measuring it.
But I'll say this. It's more impressive what the Texans did because
most definitely.
You're on the road, and you haven't been doing a ton of that this year, okay?
Correct.
Those kinds of pass plays, especially early in the game. The one to Higgins that we just played, that felt like the early shot to Nico in the Colts game 2 years ago, where you get the early haymaker, you send a message like that. It's not game over, but, you stake your defense a lead.
Yep.
And now you're talking about we're playing, okay? We're going to get some pressure on you. We're going to make life difficult for you, and they did all day long. You held the Chargers to 16 in their building and got your 8th win in a row. Now, couple of things here. I want to get to that D'Amico interview. I really do. But we were mentioning this before the break. You are the 5th seed. As it sets up right now, you'd play the winner of the AFC North the first weekend of the playoffs. As it says, there's still a number of different possibilities, and I said this, including winning the division. It's still out there. If the Jags lose to the Titans, you beat the Colts. Texans beating the Colts, even resting guys, is not completely crazy. We expect Riley Leonard to play Sunday, right? Based on...
There was a lot of noise
weekend
around that about Riley Leonard.
Yeah, report this week. Look, they had prepared Rivers all week, hoping the Texans would lose this game and they would still be alive, but they're not alive. They played Rivers anyway. I know one person at least who's hoping Rivers plays this week, and it's probably Brian George, who runs our Lux department here with the suites, because if he does have an available suite, he wants to sell it to that Rivers family, I'm sure.
50 people.
Yeah,
like that.
Exactly.
We might need
I don't know if anything's available, but if there was one available, that would be a good candidate to sell a suite to.
Yeah, they might have to sell 2 suites at that point because he had everybody in the stands.
He's the extra
His football
large
team from Alabama. St. Michael's, I think, is what it's called.
Yeah,
they were there. That was cool.
It's a great story.
It's good, but
there's no question it's a great story. But maybe the story's over now. Riley Leonard. If I'm the Colts, I need to know what Riley Leonard is all about. I do. So I might give him the start.
Absolutely.
They're out of it. I know they want to get a 9th win, at least carve out a winning season. It's a devastating story for them, and I'm not singing any blues for them. I'm not crying for them. They were 8-2. And now they're 8-8.
So I got on the bus, and I don't typically keep receipts. Like mentally, I do, but I don't often keep them. But I do remember around week 7, week 8. Oh, the Colts they're the best offense in the league. They're one of the best defenses in the league. Oh, and I just thought, they're beating nobodies. They really haven't beaten anybody. They beat the Broncos, but they needed a second field goal to be able to do that. This is not, and I don't think the Broncos are all that great. I just was like, I don't know, man. Well, I went and I found the Week 8 power rankings.
Yeah.
From
that's
ESPN.
Fantastic. Okay, so Week 8 power rankings. This is
Week 8 power rankings.
One game shy of the actual midway point of the season.
One game shy.
It's basically the midway point when you consider what Week 18 is to a lot of teams. But go on.
So I went and I found it just because I was curious. The number 1 team in the NFL was the Detroit Lions.
Okay, and they're missing the playoffs.
They're missing the playoffs.
That was the number 1 team in the power rankings Week 8. Okay, go on.
The number 2 team was the Indianapolis Colts.
Missing the playoffs.
Up 4 spots to number 2, and they had just beaten the Chargers 38-24.
Well, you mentioned this. The Jags throttled the Chargers. The Colts beat the Chargers when the Colts were completely healthy.
Right.
But the Chargers, they had 11 wins.
11 wins.
And they look good at times.
Yeah.
That game against the Jags really perplexed me. It's almost like the Chargers traveled and thought, the Jags are done. They just got beaten by the Texans. They got caught with a 19-point lead, and they lost the game. They're going to be emotionally devastated and done. Don't look past the Jags ever.
No.
You have to put up a great game to beat that team, and maybe we'll end up seeing them in the postseason. Okay, let's this. Better said. D'Amico Ryans after the game with Johnny Harris. This conversation, a brief one, but a really good one.
Coach, there's so much to hit. I don't know that we'll be able to do it in the few minutes we got here. We'll definitely do it on your coach's show. But your level of pride of this team and doing it in this building where we had a gut punch from week 1 loss Fighting through 0-3, getting to 11-5, and getting in the playoffs. What's your pride level for this team?
Ooh, pride level is over the moon. Oh man, to start the season in this building and to end on such a poor fashion, and we didn't close the game out, to see how we've come like full circle. Our team has changed, and to see that, and we can close games out now. We're doing a much better job of closing it out, winning no matter what it takes to win the game. Our guys are finding a way to do that. So, man, I'm extremely proud of this team, and I'm proud of the way they battle, the way they work every single day, and I'm happy that they're able to see the fruits of their labor show up in winning fashion. So hats off to everybody with the way we work. We work the right way. Our process is right. We know what it takes to win. We just have to, stay with it.
How important were those two absolute bomb haymakers to hit them with right off the bat?
Ooh, man, you talk about impressive, because first off, their defense, they do not give up a ton of explosives. Right. But so as we're watching it all week, it's like, man, we still need to be able to take a shot on these guys. Let's not just let the umbrella defense not. We were able to do that and show our entire team that we can hit explosives when we get the protection the right way. CJ makes outstanding throws, and the young rookies finish the right way. So, man, those are two plays I'm most proud of in this game, because of what people say you can't do versus a defense. We came out and did that.
Offensively, to finish the game, they come down, they score, cut to 4, but they missed the extra point. 3:37, I looked up at the clock, and I thought, man, can we run this 3:37 out? You did it again. It's something this team has done in the fourth quarter a number of times. How impressive was it for the offense to finish it with that 3:37, running that off the clock?
I mean, we know we needed it in that moment. Our offense knew we needed it. We sputtered a little bit there in the third and fourth. And now it was, it's clutch time. We got to step up. We got to control the line of scrimmage. We got to make some runs, knowing that if we got them down to the 2-minute, the game would be over. So the way we operated that drive, I thought it was really great by Kaylee, by all of our offensive players, the calls, everybody they were on it. And it was the same last week. And when you see your offense finishing games in 4 minutes, that's a beautiful sight to see, especially when we're kneeling the football out.
I know what you said to us last week about defensively against the Raiders, and I know you said, hey, it wasn't our best performance, but I know down deep, I know that you weren't real happy with it, and you saw the fruits of that work today against the Chargers, especially on the inside. Hampton got pretty much nothing. You had 5 sacks. You had actually a couple more that were taken off the board for wild penalties. What do you think about the way your defensive line, in particular, your front 7, played today?
They were off the charts, man. I mean, they could not block the guys up front. We had multiple sacks, multiple guys get into the quarterback. But probably the thing I'm most proud of is the way we tackled.
Yeah.
Like, that was the thing that let me down last week, was just the poor tackling. So I feel like we tackled really well at all 3 levels. We didn't allow them to run the ball, which we knew that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to hang their hat on the running game. We did that, right? And the way our D-line just, man, they went to work today. Yeah. All right, and they made it miserable for the offensive line. They made it miserable for the quarterback, and that's what we need. We get pressure with our front 4 guys. When they continue to, make plays that way, it makes it hard on any offense. If they're going to try to come back versus us, it's going to be hard to block our guys.
There's a break in the fourth quarter, and, Coach, I'm telling you, 3 different people said the same words to me. Henry To'oTo'o is playing his guts out today. What did he bring to the defense playing in the middle there, making tackles out in space? He had that big one on Hampton when they swung him out there in the fourth quarter. What are your thoughts about Henry, the way he played today?
Man, happy for Henry. Yeah. I'm so happy for him. He knew last week wasn't his best, so it was a little extra. Yeah. He had a little extra in the tank this week, knowing he wanted to make up for the performance last week. Yeah. And that's what sports is about, man. It's not always going to go your way. It didn't go his way last week, but you get another opportunity. Yeah. And, man, he maximized the opportunity this week. He tackled really well, played well in coverage, didn't give up any leaky yardage. I'm so proud of Henry for, bouncing back from a poor performance, and let's stay on track with this performance. Let's keep building off of this one.
Coach, congratulations. It's been a heck of a run. I know there's more to go.
Yes, sir. Not done yet. Thank you. All right, man. Coach. Appreciate it. All right.
There's D'Amico
Service level.
All right, you can cut that off because that's the aftermath. Johnny pointing out that trucks are going by the service level of SoFi Stadium for that interview. But great stuff there, Johnny, because I love hearing from the coach at all times, and I want to go back and listen to some of the things he said. I will do this after the season. I want to listen to some of the things he said after week 3 because it's going to sound very similar. If we can do this, we'll be okay.
Yep.
You know, very calm, very positive, very upbeat.
Yep.
Calm in a way that's not just devastated by the losing. It's just about the process, getting it better week to week, play to play. And it all comes out to an 8-game winning streak eventually and a playoff berth. It's incredible stuff. All right, coming up, things that we feel like they got to take with them into the postseason, things they need to improve, things that went really well on Saturday as well in a tremendous victory. I don't know if we're doing it justice how big a win this was to get it done now and not have to wait. Now, the Colts ended up losing. You would have gotten into the postseason yesterday anyway, but the universe changes. You know, motivation changes, things like that, if the Texans were not able to get it done on Saturday. We'll have much more of that. Andre Ware coming up as well here. It's Texans Monday, Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tap Team Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
All right. It's a beautiful day for football here at the stadium, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Score 0-0. And suddenly, I'm in the mood for a Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar. Now that's a winning combo. Yeah, crisp, refreshing. That hits the spot. When it comes to great taste, Coke Zero Sugar's always on the scoreboard. Coke Zero Sugar. Real Coke taste, zero sugar.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's. The difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
The Texans shut down the Chargers at SoFi.
DJ fakes the handoff, backs up deeper, now unloads long down the left side, and Jalen Noel inside the 5. He's in the end zone. Another bomb by Stroud.
An opportunity, to be in the playoffs and go win it all. So it wasn't given to us. Our guys went out and earned it, and we're extremely proud of everybody for that.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
Amity Bank and the Trevino Group have worked together to put the us in business banking by growing and planning for the future together. Now, it's your turn with your own dedicated Amity banker with banking experience in your industry, because you're more than a customer. We're more than a bank, and together we'll help put your business through ups, downs, and everything in between by being the trusted partner you need. Here, we collaborate. Here, you grow. Amity Bank, a division of Zions Bank Corporation and a member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support girls flag football. When you support girls flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction girls flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Now, more Texans Monday.
First down at the Charger 43. Stroud in the gun, one back, Nick Chubb. CJ fakes the handoff, backs up deeper, now unloads long down the left side, and Jalen Noel inside the 5. He's in the end zone. Another bomb by Stroud. Second touchdown pass of the day.
All you got to do is call for him. Just ask where he is, and he'll show up.
Yeah, there's Andre, who said moments before that play, they got to go to Jalen Noel or something like that. Or
somebody from Iowa State.
Somebody from Iowa State.
Somebody from Iowa State.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
I remember Iowa State being mentioned.
That's a large percentage of the wide receiving core, okay? It's like saying.
That's very true.
Somebody can run fast and catch passes.
That's right.
Okay.
Throw it to somebody from Iowa State. Well, you got a lot of them. I mean, because Hutch had just had, obviously Higgins had the touchdown. And then Hutch had that big play coming across the middle, getting the first down, and then Noel right after it. So it wasn't as if it was, Higgins and a catch by Nico or Schultz or whatever. It was Higgins touchdown catch.
Right.
Hutch, big first down reception. Noel touchdown catch.
Yep.
And so it was.
Oh, so he wanted Noel because Noel hadn't made the big play yet.
That's right. He was like, well, we've got the other two Cyclones. Here's the third Cyclone.
Yeah. Well, I like this, though, because Nico Collins is going to draw a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Other guys get open as a result, and they took advantage of that. Mm-hmm. And, I mean, Higgins wide open. Noel wide open. Beautiful. You pointed out.
Did you see the end zone shot of, I think it was Noel's touchdown?
No.
Nico was running like a dig or a crosser from the left side.
Yeah.
And so Noel was running the deep over on the other side. So the end zone shot from behind CJ, as the ball's in the air, you can see Nico, after his route, just throw his hands in the air.
Oh, I did see that one.
And
yes.
it's I think our social team put something like, we're all Nico now.
Yeah, Nico is all of us.
It was sweet.
Yep.
It was very cool.
That was good. I did see that shot from that end. I was imagining the other end zone when you said end zone view.
Yeah.
Because that's one of those plays where, get everybody going that way. The other guy goes that way. And guess what? Often he's open, and I feel like they run versions of that play in a West Coast offense, a lot.
I think a lot of people run that, and they took advantage of the quarters that the Chargers were playing. There's
You
a lot of
bite
talk about
on the
that.
other guy, and here we go.
That's
Wide
right.
open receiver,
That's
Jalen Noel,
right.
beautiful. Want to see Jalen Noel. So, yes, those are things you want to see more of. Those shot plays, man. When you get a haymaker like that, especially two, obviously that's going to pay enormous dividends. And you're going to, in all likelihood, have to go on the road for the first time ever in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why, look, I really was hoping the Colts would come through tomorrow because you could play for the division next week in this building, Johnny. What's their record in this building in the playoffs? 6-2.
6-2.
6-2 in this building in the playoffs. You have this bunch, this defense, this building, this crowd, yes. But
I got a hunch, even though if we go on the road,
we're coming back.
I got a hunch that we might be able to come back if we can win on the road.
Well, look at it this way. Let's say if the season ended today, you're playing the Pittsburgh Steelers on the road. And sign me up for that after seeing them play against Cleveland yesterday.
Yeah.
And, you can't take anything for granted. It's Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs, but it's Aaron Rodgers at 47 years old or whatever he is in the playoffs. But let's just go there. D'Amico won't like this. Nick Caserio won't like this. We do this. But right now, so you have the Patriots hosting the Bills, right?
Yeah.
The Bills could win that game. I mean, they just won up there, right? You have the Jags hosting the Chargers. I know the Jags beat the Chargers soundly, but the Jags could lose that game.
Very much so.
The Broncos are the 1 seed, and they would host the lowest remaining seed. But if the 2 gets knocked off and the 3, you have a chance to host a divisional round game. The road, the wild card.
That's right.
And if, you know where I'm going next with this.
Yeah.
If the lower seeds keep winning, they don't reseed this thing. This is not a bracket.
No.
So you have a chance to host.
Right.
And that would be incredible. Now,
that would be unbelievable.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's all about week 1 of the playoffs, right? It's really about Indy on Sunday, how you handle that, get out of that healthy, manage that game, and then get ready for week 1. Could be against the Steelers, could be going to Baltimore. And, Johnny, this is what I don't like about the Colts not winning yesterday.
Yeah.
I know Lamar Jackson is iffy. There was a report that he's under 50% likely to play on Sunday.
Right. Against the Steelers.
Against the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
But Derrick Henry still exists very
he's
much.
still alive.
So give me the numbers on Henry during a very down year where Henry is getting no attention
He's doing
whatsoever.
nothing.
All right, give me the doing nothing Derrick Henry numbers.
Third in the league, 1496.
Yeah, so he's run for 1,500 yards and counting, okay, in a year where no one's talking about Derrick Henry.
No one.
This is a former MVP candidate.
And playing the most of the year without Lamar Jackson, so everybody's focused on him.
Not only has he run for 1,500 yards, they don't even have him on the field a lot of the time. Like, he's nowhere to be found.
That was what game did they play? What game did they play?
Was it the week before last? Where they're not like, why don't you run Derrick Henry? Have him on the field.
He wasn't even playing for like 12 minutes in the fourth quarter.
This was always my gripe with the Titans. Well, we got to get there. I can't have Derrick in the game on third down. That would be bad. Why? Well, if I was you, I'd put him on the field because guess what? If I'm the defense, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, Derrick Henry's on the field. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
You could
New
run
England,
Derrick
that's who it was.
New England. You could run Derrick Henry on 3rd and 4. If it's 3rd and 5, if 3rd and 8, I would have Derrick Henry on the field. Not all the time. I know you got to sub him and everything, but they would put whoever on the field back in the day and take Derrick out of the game. The Steelers have to deal with Derrick Henry, and if the Ravens win in Pittsburgh on Sunday, even without Lamar Jackson. Look what they just did to Green Bay and how well they ran the football. If the Steelers don't pull out that game, you could be headed to Baltimore against, look, Lamar Jackson's not going to be fully healthy, but I would imagine he would play in that playoff game, even if he doesn't play Sunday in Pittsburgh. I think Lamar, I don't know, they'll do whatever they can. They'll duct tape his back or whatever's ailing him this week. It's been a banged-up year for Lamar Jackson. He hasn't been the same. Even when he's out there, it doesn't look like Lamar Jackson to me.
But
I still don't want to go to Baltimore.
Freaking Jackson, and you can take nothing for granted. You know what I mean?
This is what I want the least is going to the Ravens.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact,
I'm with you.
I would pick any one of these teams. Maybe I'm silly here. Maybe it's like, Mark, you don't understand. Lamar Jackson's terrible right now. He's not the same. You'd rather go to Baltimore than go to New England. You'd rather go to
a team twice in its own building? In a place where you had never won before? I mean, look, I have said this, and our buddy Rick DM'd me over the weekend, and he's like, I like your philosophy, spot the ball. I feel like with this philosophy, what I say is spot the ball, meaning I don't care. I feel like that philosophy fits for this team more so than any other Texans teams that we've had.
Yeah.
If it's Baltimore, I'd be like, all right, let's go. Our guys will be ready.
Yeah, they will be ready.
You know,
They'll be ready.
there won't be this, we got to play Baltimore. How about this, Mark? There are two defenses. Henry's played in every game this year. There are two defenses that held him to 2.1 yards per attempt. I'm sorry, 2.2 yards per attempt or less. They are
the Houston Texans
and
who?
The Cleveland Browns in week 2.
They have good defense in Cleveland. Look what they did yesterday to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Look what they did to Green Bay at home. They've played some good games. They've also been exposed at times, but they've played some good games.
So he was 11 for 23 against the Browns in week 2. He was 15 of 33 against us. When he faced the Browns a second time, 18 for 103 and a touchdown.
Oh, yeah, you don't have to deal with that. Cleveland is second in the league in yards allowed behind the Texans. Denver third, Chargers fourth.
That defense is legit now. That defense is absolutely legit. They held Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers just 6 points.
Yeah.
They were all worried about Myles Garrett. But that Browns defense is absolutely legit. The offense has got a way to go. But that damn defense is, I mean, they got dudes all over the place. All over the place. They drafted Schlesinger at linebacker. He's a tremendous player. Mason Graham has fit really well. The pick they got from the Travis Hunter deal. Obviously, Miles is tremendous. Denzel Ward locked down Marquez Scanling 3 times down in the red zone. Good. Is really good.
All right, next up, this was a short segment relatively, but next up we'll go the distance. What movie? Dated reference. Anyway, Andre Ware joins us next here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
We all want to stay healthy, but sometimes we get sick or injured. That's why Houston Methodist has primary care right up the street and same-day clinics or virtual care at the ready. And if you need immediate orthopedic care or a network of specialists, they're all right here, so you can keep doing it all. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Picture it, your holiday table. The family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. Spiced cider in every glass, laughter around every plate. At Kroger, we know these moments matter to Texans, and we make it easier to bring them to life with quality that's affordable. This season, don't just host, bring home big Texas flavors and make every moment unforgettable. Kroger, proudly serving Texas for over 70 years.
In football and in life, having the right team makes all the difference. That's why the Sheriff Injury Lawyers are proud to be the first ever official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. If you've been injured in a car accident or on the job, don't let insurance companies call the plays. Let the Sheriff Injury Lawyers fight for you. Call the Sheriff Injury Lawyers today, 600-0000, or visit myinjury.pro.
H is up, H-Town. Rep this city by repping the H with your Houston Texans. Get your hands on fresh premium threads in our new light blue color that we like to call H-Town Blue. Drive on over to our Texan Teen shop at NRG Stadium anytime Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. to pick up exclusive and limited time only merchandise so you can rep the Texans your way. Visit HoustonTexans.com/shop for directions to our store. See you soon.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Think Verizon's best 5G network is expensive? Think again. This season, bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store for a better deal. Then use those unwanted bills to wrap up goodbye gifts to AT&T. Or cut them into snowflakes to celebrate your switch from T-Mobile. 'Tis the season to save at Verizon. Just bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days and same name as person redeeming deal. Additional terms apply.
Seaside Events is your home for memorable events at sea. Cruise ships are the perfect venue for your next business or industry meeting, music festival, sporting event, or any other type of group activity. Our expert team works hand in hand with our clients to identify the most suitable cruise ships with the ideal combination of cruise length, destinations, and facilities to meet our clients' needs for a memorable event at sea. Visit Seaside Event for more information.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey, 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
NRG Stadium will be packed this Houston Texans season as our 2025 season tickets have sold out. If you're not already a season ticket member, join our 2026 priority list and be the first to know when tickets become available next year. Plus, you'll have benefits like access to 2025 playoff tickets and last-minute Texans tickets. Exciting offers from select Texans partners and more. Join now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call us at 832-667-2390. Go Texans!
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
At the 14-yard line, 1st and 10 Chargers. Herbert, shotgun. Empty backfield. Takes the snap. Herbert firing over the middle. Tipped and intercepted at the 1-yard line. The Texans have it. Azeez Al-Shire, his second pick of the year, at a huge time to turn back the...
Oh, beautiful. Wait, we cut off Dre there. The momentum, ... Well,
just yanked it back.
Yeah.
But then you gave it right back to them. But then you took it back when Dicker missed the field goal.
Hey, that's what the Texans do. They force bad kicks, among many other things. Andre Ware joins us now on Texans Monday. Your Texans winners in the playoffs. Again, third consecutive year, never before happened in franchise history. 3 years and counting. That's right, I said it. Dre, good morning. Your thoughts on what we saw on Saturday, what it all means.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's refreshing to know that you go into the final week of the season, that you're already in the tournament, so to speak. So that's refreshing. That's good to know. You have some options there going into that final week, and we'll just see how they play out. But it's good to know that you're already in.
Okay, this one's for both of you, and it's kind of a turning point. Where do you think? Is there a point on the field? Because I know D'Amico has been asked this, and he's like, yeah, the practices, the stuff behind the scenes. But I'm talking about a game moment or an opportunity or a spot in a game that we saw where you felt like, you know what? After starting 0-3, I think there's a chance they can make the playoffs. What was that moment for you, Dre?
Oh, wow. You're forcing me to have to use my brain and think.
Yeah.
Okay, here are a couple options. The win against Jacksonville, Davis, the scramble at the end of the game, beating the Chiefs, beating the Bills. They're back-to-back. No, the Colts were in there. Maybe you don't beat the Bills unless you beat the Jaguars. I feel like the Jaguars is that particular moment where you felt like, hey, man, I think they can do this. But for me, the more I think about it, the more I feel like it was that Bills win where I felt like not only can they do this, I think they can do it and make some noise.
Well, I'll give you mine.
Okay, go ahead.
The win over San Francisco.
Oh,
CJ looked so good.
Yeah.
You beat a good team. I know Mac Jones was playing, but they were winning games with Mac Jones because that was coming off the Seattle loss, right?
Yeah.
So you
Short
come out of the
week.
bye with the momentum of whatever you did against Baltimore, that version of the Ravens, and I thought, okay, play well against Seattle. They didn't. They lost that game. But it was a lot of self-inflicted stuff that you knew they could correct. They just didn't have a good game out there, and a lot of it had to do with Seattle, but a lot of it had to do with themselves. And then short week, they beat the 49ers, and I thought, okay, they can go on a run. They have what it takes to go on a run. Obviously, we know what happened after that. CJ gets hurt against Denver, blah, 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 the Jags game. But I had a lot of faith after seeing what they did to the 49ers. Dre, your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know that I believed a playoff run after that 0-3 start until maybe they were 500 or some, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know that I didn't think this was remotely possible. And go on any kind of this magical run, because that's what successful seasons are built upon. It's winning streaks. And so, I didn't think this type of winning streak was possible after the way they started the season. And then, you're wondering how things are going to shake out at running back. You got an offense that, it looks like it's shaky at best at times. And you knew you had a defense that was good enough. But I didn't put this type of run together at all until maybe they got to about 500. And then I started to think they could string a few more wins together based on the schedule, and then it would get interesting.
I think against the Jags, coming back to beat them, then the Titans, like Dre said, you get to 500 right there, because you know what else is going on at that particular point. The Colts, let's see, are in a bye week. The next week against the Chiefs, they lose.
Right.
And you start to feel like, wait a minute, this Colts team is
cracks in
shaky.
the armor here,
and the
maybe.
reports come out about Daniel Jones' leg not being good, and you're thinking, well, they might be vulnerable. You already beat the Jags. I had no idea the Jags were going to go on a tremendous run.
Yeah, that's the one that nobody saw
That's
coming.
the thing, Dre. The Jags going on this run. So the division is still technically winnable, but the Texans really needed the Colts to come through yesterday. They did not.
You could absolutely answer that question in terms of the Jags if you flip the question around and make it a Jaguars question. It was when the Texans came back and beat them from that 19-point deficit. And that's when because that started the run that they're currently on. So it's been crazy. This season's been crazy. It's been a lot of fun, and I think we got a few more laughs and giggles left before it's over.
Dre, thoughts on the win over the Chargers as a standalone game, considering they were an 11-win team, you're in their building, and you get the job done. Wasn't perfect, but, man, the early haymakers, the way your defense was able to lock them down for most of the game, everything involved. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something about a team, and I think the mojo has been established against the Chargers. I think it's in the head now of Justin Herbert about, having to face this defense. I guarantee you, if someone were to poll him the question of who's the toughest defense that he's had to face throughout his young career, it would be the Houston Texans, because in 2 consecutive games, they have just owned him. The playoff game last year, and then obviously this year, getting off to the start that they did. I thought it was getting ready to be just a flat-out blowout when you jump out 14-0. And they just really had no answers early, and I knew they'd have to get out of their game plan, which would allow this defense to eat a little bit. But to their credit, they were able to get back in. They fought and had a chance to win the game at the end. But I'm just glad it was a long plane ride home for us, and we were the guys that got out of there with a win.
Yeah, I mean, just to get that point, I mean, I was happy at that. I mean, it's an 11-win team you just beat in their building. And, look, I know their building. It's not like beating Buffalo in Orchard Park or beating, the Ravens in Baltimore. I mean, that's, it's SoFi with they filled up that place pretty well. So, I mean,
was
from that
loud
standpoint,
it was loud AF.
Yeah,
I'm going to tell you that. They played a highlight earlier of – was it the Stroud pick, the first one?
Yeah, Derwin's pick.
And I couldn't even hear our call because it was so loud. In fact, Aaron, you got to listen to that. Aaron's our engineer, and see what the deal was with the mix on that particular one.
They just forgot who they were playing yesterday. Saturday. I'm sorry. They just forgot, and then all of a sudden, when they realized, oh God, this is Houston, let us settle in here and just kind of enjoy this smack down that we're about to get, because it got quiet at times. There were boo birds at times as well, and that's called going in and controlling a stadium when you just do it with your play. And when you jump out 14-0, you can kind of have that happen.
Against the Bills, Texas had 8 sacks. Now, they had 5 the other day, and there were 2 taken off the board for an offside penalty on Will Anderson Jr., then a tripping penalty, which I didn't quite agree with Danico Autry. I contend, Dre, that the defensive line performance the other day was even better than it was against the Buffalo Bills, and that's a mouthful. I don't know if I want to compare those two ever again, but the fact the defensive line just took the game over against an offensive line that wasn't very Joel. They didn't have Rashawn Slater. They didn't have Jamari Sawyer, yet the defensive line just completely dominated. What do you think about up front, what they've been able to do even without Mario Edwards and Tim Settle?
Yeah, that's been a surprise, is that they've kind of fixed a leak on the fly. I mean, right in the middle of a dam breaking, they were able to patch the leak and stop it. And you go right back to being who you were. And that's allowed the outside guys to go eat. It's allowed the Texans inside to stop the run and be really good in that area. On Saturday. So it's fun to watch. They always seem to have an answer for what's ailed this team, whether through injuries, and at this part of the season, it's basically survival of the fittest, to who's playing the best and survival of the fittest, or the healthiest at this point in the season. If you can get there, then you give yourself a chance. And so that's what they're doing right now, is that they're just consistently giving themselves a chance.
And zooming out for a moment, I love this sport year-round, covering the sport. We're going to go to the Combine in about a couple of months.
Less than 2 months.
We're going to cover – wow, that's incredible. A lot's going to happen between now and then. And then you look at covering OTAs and training camp, all of it. It's so important because that 90-man roster, hey – just about everybody's going to play at some point, because guys are going to get hurt. Guys are going to come back who you let go. Guys on other teams are going to play for you like they are right now, like Lecky Fotu coming up big for you. It's incredible stats. Offensively, if I told you going in, all right, you're not going to have your starting tackles, okay? You're going to start Blake Fisher at left tackle, Titus moving back to right tackle. At some point in the game, everybody but Jake Andrews is going to be in a different spot on the offensive line, but you put up 362 total yards. You run for over 100. CJ throws for 244 and 2 touchdowns. I know you had the picks, but no sacks, and you got it done. I know it wasn't perfect. You did turn the ball over. You had the pressure you were dealing with, but you didn't get sacked, and you were able to come out with the victory. Thoughts on the offense?
Yeah, that last part is that if you were able to come out of there with a victory, I'd say, hey, take that, snatch it, go, and then take the flight and go directly to Vegas and start putting down some money because you are extremely lucky at this point. There's no way with all that going on before the game, I thought the Texans were going to win it. I thought they might hang around for a while, but eventually, you know, the Chargers have a decent pass rush themselves, and with all that ailing the offensive line of the Texans, the way the Chargers had to play, they all basically had to play it evenly with both sets of tackles being out in the game. But they could get after CJ as well, and at times they did. They just handled it a little bit better, didn't turn it over as much, and wound up just figuring out a way to beat a good football team on the road that was ailing itself.
Okay, so for both of you, we kind of alluded this a little bit earlier, Dre, Mark, and I did, talking about this. You could pick exactly, because we can talk about it now. D'Amico's not listening, so we're good.
Okay, we're good.
You could pick your road spot in the playoffs, because it does look like we're going on the road for the wild card round.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you pick your spot that you want to go. If you want to rank them, you can. At Pittsburgh, at Baltimore with Lamar Jackson, at Jacksonville. What's the other one?
Jacksonville, Denver, New England, Baltimore, Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
that's it, right?
That's it.
So pick your spot.
Pick your spot that you'd want to go play a road game in the playoffs.
Denver, Patriots, Jags, Pittsburgh, Baltimore.
Pittsburgh. It's Pittsburgh.
Okay, let's throw this one in there. Baltimore, not Pittsburgh. Take Pittsburgh out because you got to pick a winner here on Sunday night. Let's say Baltimore wins that game, Dre. So you got Baltimore, Jacksonville, Patriots, Denver. You have no shot to play Denver. You don't. Yeah, you can't play Denver in the first round anyway.
No.
So take them out of it. They're going to be the one seed.
New England,
right?
Jacksonville, Baltimore. I know which one I would pick.
New England, Jacksonville, and what's the third?
Baltimore.
He's thinking.
Yeah.
I think New England made me a believer yesterday. Ooh.
Well, they were good. Oh, my gosh.
They haven't been tested with the schedule, but they have just beaten the hell out of people that they were supposed to do that to.
Yeah,
and
it's true.
They've done it with
a 13-win team.
Drake May is playing out. What he's doing is just sick. It is sick and on a different level than I thought they'd ever get that type of quarterback play out of.
Okay, so let's say we've narrowed it down.
That being said, if you're talking about playoff, I would probably pick New England.
Yeah. Well, why? Because they're inexperienced?
I don't want any part of Lamar Jackson.
I'm the same.
This defense struggles against running quarterbacks, and he certainly qualifies. So I don't want any part of that.
That's
and
a
then
great
the other
point.
was
Jacksonville. Jacksonville.
I don't want them, and you got to go on the road to their place that they've already taken care of business there. No, I'm gonna leave them alone as well. And they're pretty hot right now. You're the spark that got them going. I'll save them for one more week down the road.
I think Jacksonville can be had. Yeah, this is a tough one for me because I want the inside info on how healthy Lamar really is.
That's the key.
I think that could be a problem
That's the key.
for them, but I don't want to go to Baltimore. I'm going to tell you that right now. You might have to. They might beat the Steelers on Sunday night, and then it's over because the Steelers, their defense is shaky at best. No T.J. Watt Sunday, right? And they give up yards on the ground, man. This is a bad defense for a Steeler team.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe a bad defense for any team. And
if Lamar doesn't play, the over-under on Henry carries is 28. And I still would at least.
Steady dose of Derrick Henry, and I don't know if they can stop him. Yeah. So you might have to go to Baltimore and just deal with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Pittsburgh's going to beat Baltimore or get in the playoffs for that matter. So I think you guys are right to assume it's Baltimore. But the Steelers aren't doing two things that they're known for. One, you just mentioned, and playing defense, and two, the running game, a consistent running game. You can have an okay quarterback there and win consistently and consistently get yourself in the playoff. But they're doing neither well, which is what they have always been able to hang their hat on. Whoever the coach is, whoever the quarterback is, it's always been defense in the running game there when you get to playoff time.
So if we have Nick Caserio, which we will, on this week, should we just ask him, hey, what's the scouting report on Baltimore? Because we're probably going to play it. You think he would like that? Maybe not.
He would not like to hear that question whatsoever.
Not like that.
It's just amazing to me. Against New England in the last quarter, basically Derrick Henry wasn't even on the field. It was, Baltimore's trying to come back, so they had their other backs in. All of a sudden, John Harbaugh walks in the offensive room and says, hey, number 22 is one of the greatest of all time. Give him the ball. So against the Packers, he doubles his carries. He has 36 for 216 and 4 touchdowns. The last 3 weeks, his yards per carry are 9.1 against the Bengals, 7.1 against the Patriots, and they stopped giving him the ball per carry on 36 carries. And the dude is – how old is he? He's 30. Is he 31? He's 31. He's about to be 32 on January 4th.
He's not slowing down. They're slowing him down. They're aging Derrick Henry, and then in the offseason to not have to pay him if they happen to not make the playoffs, it'll be, can you take the pay cut? Can you do this, that, or the other? It's like, wait a minute, you're the one who cut my carries. So, well, we thought maybe we needed to manage your carries. No, you just didn't give me the opportunity. Maybe the season's a little differently. I remember when we went there and played him, we were surprised at how few times he touched the ball against the Texans, and that was with Lamar out of the game. So you thought he was going to be overly used. He was underused in that ball game, in my opinion.
Like I've always said, I'm always thrilled when Derrick Henry is out of the game. Thank you so much for taking him out. We really appreciate you guys doing that for us.
Such a gift at this holiday season to put him on a bench. And then against Green Bay, it's like, no, we're going to give him 36 carries.
He's the most terrifying running back I've ever seen. Full stop.
I guarantee you defensive linemen will tell you that's probably the guy that they hate playing the most, because that's the sorest they'll be maybe after a game, after having to tackle him for a significant amount of time during a game, based on time of possession, obviously. He's constantly running through, and even if you're just putting an arm out there, you're getting hit. And so afterwards, he's got to be the guy they least want to play.
He's a walking a point. That's what he is. You're going to have to bring it. You're going to be really hurting that week, recovering from a date with Derrick Henry. All right, so it probably will be him, but I don't want to say that just yet, because a lot of different things can happen. But that's what it's looking like as they would. What's the line on the Steelers-Ravens game, Johnny?
3.5. Baltimore on the road at Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, that's smart. I mean, that's just the way I would put it. There's no question
about that.
Especially
after what Pittsburgh did laying an egg yesterday.
Yeah.
Against the Browns, they scored 6 points.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
Ridiculous.
Myles Garrett said they were more concerned about him than they were about winning. So there was that going into it. Dre, what about college football? We got a few games this week. And, hey, back to the playoffs. It's just so weird. It's just a weird universe we live in right now with the 12-team playoff. And, we now revisit the playoffs coming up on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Thoughts on what we're about to see?
Yeah, it just seems like that opening week, and then where we get to with it seems like a week off or another bye week. It just seems like it's too spread too far. Another thing that we can complain about. But I've got one more bowl game between now and then, and the Duke's Mayo Bowl in Charlotte with Mississippi State and Wake Forest. So I'll get there, knock that one out, and then dig my heels in and watch some good college football, and let that take me into the NFL part of the weekend. But there's some really good stuff coming up.
Wait, do they dump mayonnaise over the coach or something? Yeah, that's great.
They do something like that.
The Pop-Tart Bowl, is the best. Yeah, it just works so well.
I will say that they were showing some locker room shots from the winning Texas Bowl team, the winning Kinder's Texas Bowl team, the Houston Cougars.
That's
and
right.
A bunch of guys had beef ribs in their hands as they were
that
eating.
is
I'm
good.
like, that's pretty good.
Because everyone can relate to food, so Kinder's does have that going for them. There's no doubt.
That's awesome.
Now,
we'd be remiss not to mention the Cougs this morning and the Battle of the Cats, as I named it a few weeks ago, winning that battle against LSU. Nobody gave us a chance. And that's just how we like it, though. And I'm bragging right now. I'm being a little, obnoxious in my Cougar red and white colors. So congratulations to Coach Fritz, the team itself on a 10-win season. It's outstanding. We're just getting started.
I always feel like
that should be the tag for the off season. We're just getting started. I like that.
Saved them a lot in marketing meetings.
Very much, yeah. Send them a bill.
Just getting started.
I always find it funny when
it might stick.
When we go to LA and we play the Rams have a slogan, "Whose house?" And you always hear sometimes it's just under the Cougs house. Yeah. It was definitely Cougs house here at NRG Stadium on Saturday night, and of course we landed in the teal lot right as the game was letting out.
It was,
that was
wild.
That was
leaving
wild.
with the post-game traffic. It was kind of strange.
Not fun, but it was a win for the Cougs. So congratulations, man. That was I know you had to be proud of your alma mater.
And didn't get off to the start that we obviously anticipated, but they showed the fight and the grit that this team has had all season long. The coaching staff, I mean, it's all in place to go on a magical ride, and I'm just glad to have front seat to it.
All right, Trey, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it as always.
Appreciate it, guys.
Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. Okay, Texans winners over the Chargers. Texans 8 in a row. Second longest winning streak in the history of the franchise. 9 is the longest in 2018, as you know. 3 times in the postseason, 3 consecutive years. First time that's ever happened. The DeMeco Ryans era, it is off to the best start you could imagine. This is the best era of Texans football ever. Enjoy it. We don't know where it's going from here this year, but this is a fantastic time to be a Texans fan. And Sean tweeted out this weekend, he's already the greatest coach in franchise history. I mean, you can't argue that. Look at this. 3 years in a row in the playoffs. No one's done this. He starts his tenure like this. It's not like he took over a loaded team or anything. I mean, this team needed help. Nick Caserio has a strong hand in this one, obviously. It's an organizational thing. But DeMeco as coach, especially coming back from 0-3 this year, this team, this way, it's phenomenal stuff.
0-2 his first year. 0-2 came back from that to win the AFC South.
Yep.
0-3 this year to come back and get to 11 wins and get in the playoffs.
And last year, teetering on the brink of, look, a lot of teams would have disaster mode because you were really struggling. You lost to Tennessee at home. You righted the ship for a couple of games, Jacksonville, Miami, and then you lost those 2 to Kansas City, Baltimore. Where was it all going to go from there? They got it together for that final game against Tennessee that they didn't really need. But you know what? They played that one real tough. Starters started. Then you had the reserves finish it off by and large. And then you blasted the Chargers in the postseason. A hot team coming in. A lot of people picked the Chargers. You know, I just think it's great to see what he's doing, and I'm so excited about this. Colts Sunday at noon, and then the playoffs. We'll talk about it with the General, John McClain, next here on Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your victory dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of 100,000 chanced in VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Texans fans, want to give your child a moment they'll never forget? Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans, presents the Ashley Kickoff Kid Giveaway. One lucky kid will run onto the field at NRG Stadium and retrieve the tee after a Texans kickoff. Visit any Ashley store in the Houston area or visit HoustonTexans.com/Ashley Kickoff Kid to sign up. Ashley, proud partner of the Houston Texans.
With Houston Texans Lux, we take you and your guests beyond the game with exceptional premium services and amenities, host clients, reward employees, and build intentional connections, all while watching your Texans take on opponents like the 49ers, Broncos, and Raiders. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury game day experience. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans today. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Texas fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Houston Texans. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at a tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because we'll be sharing a generous spirit with fans across the country. Visit crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
It's the year-end sales event with the Ford crew.
It's sales event time, Sam.
Temperatures are dropping, but the deals are just getting hot.
Time for our annual Ford Holiday Gift Guide.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to go wrong with great deals on trucks and SUVs from Ford, America's all-time best-selling auto brand.
Don't forget the first rule of holiday gift giving, Hank.
What's that, Sam?
Always remember to treat yourself, too.
Well said.
Based on Automotive News Almanac historical data and industry-reported sales data from 1909 through 2024 CY.
D'Amico and CJ have done it again.
Stroud takes a knee, and it's over. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs. They knock off the Chargers in L.A. 20-16. Third straight year in the postseason for the first time in franchise history.
Buckle up, H-Town. The next few weeks are gonna be fun.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
Second down and a long 9 across the Houston 26-yard line. Stroud under center with Woody in the backfield and Schultz to the right side. Nico short side left. CJ is going to throw. CJ over the middle. Nico with the catch at the 40. Breaks the tackle. 45 and down at the 46-yard line. There goes that man, Nico Collins. You need a big play. You dial number 12.
Yeah, not only there goes that man, he is the man.
I mean, that was huge, huge play.
Oh, man.
So that was second down. But 2nd and 9, man. You run that for maybe 4 yards. It's third, go to Nico now. Let's go ahead.
Stuck that throw, too, man. That was a laser shot.
It was. That's how good he is. C.J. Stroud, good.
Our quarterback. Yes. Our QB1.
Yes, I know the 2 picks. First time the Texans turned it over since the first half of the Colts game. They'd gone 3.5 games without a turnover. So they got those out of the way. Okay, good. That's it for the rest of the postseason. Anyway, let's get to John McClain right now here on Texans Monday. General, good morning. Your thoughts on the Texans winning, clinching, and what's next?
I thought the start by C.J. Stroud, Higgins, and Knoll was outstanding. Didn't take the crowd out, but, the Chargers were stunned. They did a good job coming back, and then the defense took over, and I thought I've never seen a team have 4 sacks wiped out because of penalties. They really sacked him 9 times. got course, and the defense was magnificent as always, despite having some injuries. And Danico Autry, who rushes from the inside, was tremendous. Derek Barnett, another backup, back-to-back sacks. And I love watching this defense play. I know you guys too. You know, that do too. Offense is kind of like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. But if you score 20, you win. They're 10-0 when they score at least 20 points. And so they should wipe out Riley Leonard and the Colts. I kind of thought it'd be fun to see this defense get after Phillip Rivers, but Colts are out. They got, you know, they're going to be loose. They're going to want to come in here and beat the Texans, of course. But I do think this, guys, they're going to be a wild card for the first time in history. By the way, I think it's hilarious. The Texans have to be big fans of the former Oilers. Mark, have you started cheering yet?
Yeah, of course. Well, I was cheering for the Colts yesterday.
Big fans of the former Oilers. And but let's be realistic. Texans going to be a wild card for the first time. I think they'd be better off going to Pittsburgh than going back to Baltimore if Lamar Jackson's healthy and those 4 defensive starters that missed the 4th game, they're all back. I think I'd rather see him go play 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers and watch that defense get after.
But can it happen, General? Can Rodgers and the Steelers beat the Ravens? I know the game's in Pittsburgh, but Baltimore's favored. Derrick Henry was incredible. Can the Steelers do it? I mean, I know every game it can happen in the NFL. I get that. But realistically, after losing the shot yesterday to win the division in Cleveland, of all places, can the Steelers rebound realistically and beat I don't want to say hot Ravens team, and they've not been hot, but they played well the other night against the Packers. Can they do it?
And they did it without Lamar Jackson, who's been out. They did it with Tyler Huntley. Looking back, I don't know why the heck John Harbaugh didn't go with Tyler Huntley against the Texans. I believe that was the last time Cooper Rush played, because Huntley played pretty darn well in place of Jackson. But the Steelers didn't look good at all. You know, to have that game, and afterward Myles Garrett said they were more concerned with stopping me than winning the game, which is preposterous, of course. And they did do a good job against him. But their offense just did not look good. And if you're basing it on that game compared to what the Ravens did against Green Bay, the Ravens might be just hitting their stride. So I think the Texans are destined to go back to Baltimore.
General, how good is this defense? And I say that broadly, not just the numbers, but what they've been able to do and what they can do in the playoffs, in your opinion. This looks like the defense of a lifetime. And we don't know. Maybe it'll flame out. Who knows? But it looks like they won't. It looks like they got a lot of football left in them in this 2025 season. Your thoughts?
The only thing that would hurt this defense would be injuries to key players. And it's amazing how much depth they had in their defensive line. When you see the injuries they had at tackle, and you see Autry rushing from the inside, Derek Barnett, Dylan Horton, Tommy Togiai, that guy's been terrific. Sheldon Rankins didn't do squat last year in his hiatus to Cincinnati, partially because of injuries, but back here, he fit back like a comfortable glove into D'Amico Ryan's system, and it all starts there. But, man, the linebackers are tremendous. The secondary, you know, Wallace, where did Wallace come from? He was terrific at safety. And so that defense, people think usually you have a great secondary because of the pass rush, and yes, that is true. But this secondary, to me, is the best in the NFL, just like they have the best defense in the NFL. This defense can win the Super Bowl. Special teams can win the Super Bowl. The offense is going to have to be a lot more consistent if it's going to go on the road 3 times and go to the Super Bowl.
This is true. No doubt about that. All right, General. It's your weekly question. And by the way, I'm glad the General brought up Kayvon Wallace. He was outstanding. He played it really really, really good ball. Played with the Eagles a little bit. He seemed to fit hand in glove with his defense, did some really good things. So I'm glad the general brought that up. Okay, weekly question. Here you go. You got $1. We know who's in the playoffs now, and, maybe you could put your dollar on Baltimore. I don't know. It's up to you. We don't know the order of everything in either conference at this point, but that's not the point, because your dollar is to be put on the one team you trust to win the Super Bowl in February more than any other. If you want to do the Texans, that's fine, but I'll charge you $10. But you got $1. What team are you putting on that you trust the most to go get a win in Santa Clara in the Super Bowl in, about 6 weeks? General, you go first. Where's your dollar going?
John, I've been saying all along it's the Rams, but I've switched. The 49ers could play 5 consecutive games at home and win the Super Bowl. They got the big game to win home field advantage division with Seattle and Sam Darnold in Santa Clara. Their offense looked fabulous last night. Now, their defense has given up a lot of points. But remember when the Texans beat them, there was talk Mac Jones is playing better than Brock Purdy. They ought to consider having Purdy as the backup when he's healthy, and Kyle Shanahan should be coach of the year. They didn't do squat last year. A lot of it had to do with injuries. They've overcome injuries this year. Mike Vrabel, they've beaten one team that is above 500 right now. So there's been some tremendous Jacksonville, Chicago. And look at D'Amico. He's not going to get coach of the year, but it should be, if you look at what they overcame, an 0-3 start, a starting quarterback who missed more than 3 games because of a concussion, and he should get some consideration, but my vote goes to Kyle Shanahan if they beat Seattle and get home field advantage.
All right, so you're saying I can't pick the Texans, so that's good. But I don't like anybody in the AFC to really get it done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, not saying they won't, because it's that kind of year, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine any one of these teams losing, including the Rams, who I would probably pick. I want to pick the Bears just for fun, because the Bears have something magical going on. And I know they didn't win last night, but, man, that was close. And the general said
Caleb has turned the corner.
He's playing well, and they were doing that to the Niners defense at their place in a game that was really hotly contested and one of the top 3 games of the year, objectively.
Yeah.
However, as I say that, we had that Seattle, what was the Thursday night, Seattle-Rams game?
Yeah,
that
Seattle
was
Rams game. Yeah.
Huge game.
Yep.
But in both those games, defense optional, it seems.
Yeah.
And I live in a world where the Texans have this generational defense, Sean's term. I'm going to be using it, Sean, so I can't give you credit every time.
Yeah.
But it is. So we'll see where this all goes. I mean, we could have Ravens 2000 here. We might not. I don't know. But if you're asking me that question, I'm going to pick the Rams, but I want to pick the Bears. I want to pick the Bears because they're interesting. I think Ben Johnson might be it.
For $1. Quit him.
I don't want to risk $1. All right, I'll pick the Bears.
All right, Bears. There you go.
Okay.
The Bears.
Yeah.
John?
Bears.
John, who'd you pick?
Wow.
I would still go, even though I think they're going to have to go on the road in the first round, I still think the Rams are going to be tough to beat.
Okay.
And I said the 49ers a couple weeks ago. But you know me, I when teams start to get hot, I'll jump off the bandwagon. But I do think the Niners are going to be tough. But I just think the defense is going to be – and I know that Seattle scored 38 or whatever it was against the Rams. If they took better care of the football, I think the Rams would have won that thing going away, and the Seahawks would not have put up 38. So I'm going to go with the Rams.
All right, John McClain, Coach of the Year. Vrabel, Liam Cohn, or Ben Johnson? And you better have the right answer here, so go ahead.
Well, it couldn't be the Patriots, considering they've only beaten one winning team. And the Bears play in a tough division.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Liam Cohen's done a tremendous job. But as I said, Kyle Shanahan would get my vote. But if I had to pick one of those three, I love Vrabel. I like it's a tremendous job. But I think I got to go with the Bears because they play in worse weather than the Jaguars do. So it would be Ben Johnson.
Okay, I'm going to throw a fourth in there that I'm a little surprised you did. put in there, worked in the building. But what Kyle Shanahan has done with the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, that's what John said.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. Speaking of coaches, okay, General, I'm going to give you a list of names. I want you to tell me of this list of names who you think the Tennessee Titans would love to have as their head coach. And, yeah, we'll go there. Here are the names. Matt Nagy, Mike McCarthy, Arthur Smith, Jesse Minter, Joe Brady, Cliff Kingsbury, Steve Sarkisian, Brian Flores, Clint Kubiak, Mike Kafka, Robert Saleh. Who would make the best Tennessee Titans head coach?
I think they're going to go with an offensive coach. I think it's going to be a coach who has called plays, a coach who has maybe had head coaching experience. Chad Brinker has final say, was with the Packers. He knows McCarthy well. Mike Begonzi, the GM, who everybody up there respects a lot and thinks he should be hiring him. He worked with Matt Nagy. Arthur Smith was there with 4 different head coaches. But I think the underrated one would be Clint Kubiak. It's got to be somebody who has a history of being successful with an offense and a quarterback. So of that group, I'm going to say Mike McCarthy because the guy who has final say worked with him for years in Green Bay.
You know, I shouldn't be scared of him. I should, because he had 3 12-win seasons with the Cowboys and all that, but I think they have a lot more talent than the Titans have right now. They got to draft well and acquire well to help him out. But none of those names scare me that much. Maybe Clint Kubiak scares me more than anybody because it's an X factor. The ceiling is high. General, here we go. The Colts, how do you think the Texans handle it this week? This is the last question with the personnel going into a Colts game where, look, it'd be great to win it. You never know. Maybe the Titans pull off the upset of the century, beating the Jags. It's not even the upset of the century. It would just be an upset. Your thoughts?
Well, you have to think about it being you still got a chance to win the division. So you have to play it that way. Maybe at halftime, Jacksonville's up on Tennessee 30-0, and you let Davis Mills play. It certainly hadn't been a drop-off with Mills based on him going 3-0. But I'm sure they're going to play to win, but having time off would help. But I think they're going to do everything they can to pound the Colts and hope that the Titans pull off the upset of the year. And I can't wait. It's interesting. They'll tie their all-time franchise record for victories, and they'll be a wild card for the first time in team history.
Wow. Okay, General, we'll check in later in the week. Thanks so much for joining us.
Guys, thank you very much, as always.
That's John McClain, the General, joining us on Texans Monday. We'll wrap it up next with smoking hot players of the game and get you ready for In the Loop and the rest of the day. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From the first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6 times distilled till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making it a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything, from the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Tito's is known for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's. Distilled and bottled by 5th Generation Inc., Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume. Savor responsibly.
At H-E-B, we know that game day is about more than the game itself. The taste of victory is unparalleled, but so is the taste of H-E-B jalapeno poppers hot off the grill. Seeing the best players in their prime is truly something to behold. So is an H-E-B Prime 1 burger that you grilled to perfection. For low prices on all the things that make game day great and delicious, visit H-E-B, your official game day headquarters, or use the My H-E-B app to start prepping for game day right away.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarding grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. That's HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win 3 in 3 years for C.J. Stroud as the starting QB, but he's not taking it for granted.
It takes a lot of hard work to get here. And it's not just every year, the Texans are standing to go to the playoffs. What really matters is the work we put in. And so just not getting used to success. So, when that time comes, you're still grateful.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $8 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
Step up your game, H-Town, and score big with Caesars Rewards, a proud partner of the Houston Texans. Earn every time you play, dine, stay, or shop at more than 50 destinations, like Horseshoe Lake Charles and the newly transformed Caesars New Orleans. Redeem your rewards for getaways, casino play, and more. Caesars Rewards, the ultimate MVP treatment. Every way you play. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to unique experiences, pick TickPick. You're picking the official fan experience partner of the Houston Texans with no hidden fees ever. Your chance to enjoy an all-exclusive experience at NRG Stadium at every game. A chance to experience the national anthem on the field, or exclusive suite access during the game with an opportunity for post-game field access. Don't let fees get between you and a great game day. Download the TickPick app and enjoy the best experiences supporting your Houston Texans this year.
The Houston Texans and Amagi Bank are proud to announce Fresh Tails Dog Grooming as a 2025 Small Business Boost winner. Fresh Tails is run out of a unique and fully customized van, making their business flexible in hours and location. They bring kindness, expertise, and a love for pets to every neighborhood they serve and offer many different services, including haircuts, de-shedding, and bathing. Visit FreshTailsHouston.com to learn more about their business.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Second down and 15 for the Chargers from their 25. Herbert, shotgun, Hampton to his left. Two receivers right. Here's the snap. Herbert with a little time. He's sacked again. Barnett back-to-back sacks.
Well, the thing about it is they're underestimating Derek Barnett as a pass rusher, leaving Bobby Hart by himself against Derek Barnett. No help whatsoever. They're not chipping with the back. There's no tight end over there. But when Will Anderson's on the field, they're using the tight end and the back to help out Bobby Hart.
5 sacks in the game on Herbert.
Wow. Derek, big play, Barnett.
Two things. One move, Mark, was nasty. One-on-one inside spin move, incredible. Dre mentioned it earlier in that game. Was that the fourth quarter? It was in the fourth quarter, I think. Omarion Hampton chipped on Will, and Will didn't see him, and he knocked Will on his wallet. And I was like, I've never seen that. I've never seen – like, Will got up kind of like, what just hit me? I mean, Hampton hit him with everything he had, and Will never saw him. And Will needed a second. I mean, Hampton chipped him. But Dre was right. They were more concerned about Will Anderson Jr. than anybody else. And once you get concerned with one guy on this defense, guess who hurt you? Everybody else.
Danielle Hunter, no Pro Bowl. It's a problem for the next opponent.
Take that.
Well, it's a problem for every opponent every week. But yet that game Saturday showed you a lot about Danielle as well. And by the way, I'm going to go full dated reference here.
Okay.
If anybody is like me, and when you hear the name Bobby Hart, you think of Tommy Boyce and Bobby Hart, who wrote a bunch of hits for the Monkees, hit me up on Twitter, and we'll just commiserate as old guys who love music. Anyway,
it's even beyond me.
The name just speaks that to me.
Yeah.
That was one of the smoking hot players of the game. I thought running for over 100 yards, look, this is not something to lead off Sports Center or hang in Canton, but you are facing a tough defense, and your backs, Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. Nick Chubb only had one carry in the game, ran for over 100 yards in this one, and something You and I were talking, not take shows, are talking about Trevor Lawrence and C.J. Stroud. Lawrence yesterday against the Colts, if he doesn't run the ball, they don't win, period.
Exactly.
He runs and they win. He had 2 rushing touchdowns. Look, that game was ripe for the Jags to go down. They had 2 enormous returns from Ashton Doolin. That was who got that, right? Yeah.
Yep, both of them.
And they set them up really well. They were unable to get enough out of it, obviously. And, Rivers threw up another pick, right?
Jerry and Jones. That was bad.
That was bad. But they were having problems on offense.
Yep, they were.
Trevor Lawrence bailed them out with his legs, and that is an issue for opponents. Now, CJ has not been running with the football since he's come back from the concussion.
Right.
And we, talk about Mills 3-0. Well, Stroud is 5-0 in this streak, and Stroud beat the 49ers in his last full start before he went out against Denver. Stroud is doing some things here. The offense is not as consistent as you want. They continue to work at it. But the big thing is don't turn the ball over. Now, they did on Saturday a couple of times. They overcame that. But the formula remains the same. Don't turn it over. Make the big plays when you can. Let the defense eat. That's the 2025 Houston Texans. You want to get better on the fly? Absolutely. But this is what you got right now. We'll see how healthy they can get, how they set things up for Sunday and beyond. We'll have D'Amico Ryans on at 5 to talk about it, Johnny. It's going to be a fun week.
It's going to be a fun ride. Don't know what's going to happen with this Colts game, but, hey, you're in the dance. You got your tickets punched.
So good.
You're getting ready for the playoffs, and that's a good thing. Because remember we sat here 0-3 after I lost to Jacksonville?
I thought, get me to 6-6. We'll see what happens when that exactly got to 6 losses. And it's fun. In the Loop has much more on this next. Enjoy it. Your Texans in the postseason. The adventure continues. Thank you, Byron, for producing today. D'Amico Ryan Show at 5. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
A breast cancer diagnosis can turn your world upside down. But your Houston Methodist team assures you they'll use the latest cancer research and technologies.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Stroud takes a knee, and it's Texans are back in the playoffs. They knock off the Chargers in LA 20-16. Third straight year in the postseason for the first time in franchise history. The Texans have won 8 games in a row.
You damn skippy, Mark Vandermeer. Happy Monday. My bad. Let me roll that back. Happy victory. Reaction Monday. You are indeed in the loop here
Be
on
specific,
Sports Radio 610.
Be specific.
Oh, man, what a time to be alive. There is so much to talk about on this Victory Reaction Monday, and we're happy that you were here to enjoy this with me. And sitting next to me in the stead of the OG John Lopez, it is Brandon K. Scott. B. Scott, what's happening, man?
Man, I'm feeling good. Glad to be in here with you on a Reaction Monday. You know, normally I come in and join the show on a Friday, right? We kind of start the weekend off right with the vibes. To start the week off right with the vibes after the weekend that we've seen. Of course, on Saturday, the city of Houston hit a trifecta between, obviously, what we just mentioned, the Texans winning.
Yes.
Okay. U of H won against LSU in the Texas Bowl.
Yep.
And the Rockets took down the Cleveland Cavaliers as well. So they hit a trifecta on Saturday. We were able to kind of coast on Sunday and really just enjoy it all and kind of just watch as neutral observers.
Ooh, and we were this close to getting another win in a way.
We were, but just the relief of being able to watch all of the chips fall wherever they may, and to know that you took care of business the day before, and then on a Reaction Monday, you would get to come in and kind of have your chest out a little bit and feel good about going to the playoffs. All right, literally has to be the best start to any Texans era, right? You know, the 3 straight seasons going to the playoffs. So there's a lot to break down, a lot to react to, a lot to probably critique and pick apart.
I'm going to try and do better about that.
But I also think, and we can do it, like we got 4 hours to do it, right, Rich? But we can also celebrate the fact that you're in this position and you kind of got the world at your feet at this point. Like your future is in front of you. So I'm with it, man. Let's go.
Yes. Shout out to my guy, Colin Neal, on the 1s and 2s. Fig off this week as well. But we're still going to give you all the in-loop fun. Honestly, you are a large part of the in-the-loop fun. So get involved with the program, the various different ways that are available to you. First and foremost, there's the text line, 713-572-4610. Let us know your thoughts. How are you feeling on this Victory Reaction Monday with 8 wins in a row? You can do the same. Courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers on the live stream.
We keep it 100.
I see you, Colin. There you go. On the 1s and 2s.
My guy.
There's the Twitch chat, the YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. Get involved there. We want to hear you as well. How did you take in this victory in which your Houston Texans went to SoFi Stadium for the second time this year and got a win this time against the Chargers? And it was a 20-16 victory. The score feels very much like the latter 3 quarters than the first quarter, where I was honestly in that moment, I was like, well, bleep me. Because I have been wondering and I have been pondering about what this offense is, what the for it. And they were like, bleep you. Here comes some bombs that you are not familiar with. Here comes the explosive plays that I know CJ Stroud longs for, that he loves doing, the ones that I had taken out of my mind that were a part of this offense. I was like, okay, the deep plays aren't necessarily, they're going to death by 1,000 cuts you. They're going to hit you with in breakers.
He said, don't put us in a box.
He said, let me get this go route. Let me get this skinny post.
Hey, dare I say it felt like vintage CJ Stroud? Like, y'all remember his rookie year? This felt like the way he wanted to attack. We remember that the last game of the season in 2023 when they hit Nico Collins to start the game, right? Like, this is something that I felt like C.J. Stroud was trying to guard against, something that they've been even trying to reel in a little bit of like, hey, take the easy money, take what's given to you instead of always wanting to make the big play. We criticize him for holding on to the ball for too long and taking unnecessary sacks. This is all a part of the same mentality, and it felt like this year they had coached that out of him a little bit. It was like, be safe, death by 1,000 cuts. Maybe he didn't have that in him no more. And he said, to hell with that. Don't put me in no box. I'll start this game the first third down we get. And what a drive, by the way. Like, the first 3 plays of the game. Like, you get 5 yards on a run, couple more yards on a run, and it's 3rd and short. And they say, hell with it. We just gonna bomb us one for 75 yards. Like, it was sublime. And like I said, I felt like vintage C.J. Stroud, which is a weird thing to say about a guy that's only in his 3rd
That's
season.
right. But you know what's funny about that play, that first one is, or maybe not even just that one, both of the deep plays on that for the Houston Texans. This is a Chargers defense that prior to this game, I think had only given up 2 plays of 20-plus yards, if the memory serves me correctly.
But the big thing was that they didn't give up big plays.
This is not what they do. Or maybe in the last 6 weeks they had only given up 2 of those, something to that effect. The point being, as you mentioned, this is not the MO for that Chargers defense. You came out early and you hit him in the mouth that way. I appreciated that. Was that part of your big takeaway? Because that was one for me, is that I don't know that I found peace with the idea of what this offense is, but I definitely had gotten to a place where I had found a way to calm myself to the idea of this offense is going to do enough. And enough is one of those things that is a nebulous term, because sometimes enough ain't enough, if you know what I mean. That sounds wild.
I mean, it almost wasn't enough here.
And so, but the idea that every once in a while they can rev this thing up and throw that up there, I'm like, I like that as an idea if that remains within this offense. What were some of the big takeaways for you from this?
Yeah, so on that exact point, though, I thought the first touchdown to Higgins was just a matter of reading the defense perfectly and seeing where the safety shades over to Nico Collins. Shout out to Nico Collins for being a coverage dictator in that way to kind of open up an opportunity for Higgins to just be young and fast and get open, right? And so he does that. That was kind of as simple as that.
You know what some of that was?
Also,
I think the defense did not anticipate that this offense would go deep.
No, clearly not.
Because Tarheeb Steele, Tarheeb Steele, let me say his name properly, who was on Higgins, he's flat-footed.
Yeah.
Until Higgins gets there, and he is flat-footed still. Like, he does not flip his hips and run with them as if he's thinking that's a comeback route.
Right.
And Higgins just goes, I'm even, so I'm leaving.
Yeah, and they ran that a couple of times, or at least where, you know, Nico is short and Higgins is deep, right? So that was the first one.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point of like them kind of standing up and saying, hey, we're not going to be this conservative dink and dunk offense. We're going to take shots. That stood out to me even more on the second touchdown with Jalen Noel, somebody who I know a lot of Texans fans have lamented is not involved enough or does not seem to be involved enough or enough of a focus in their offense, especially as somebody who has like a unique particular skill set that they can't really replicate anywhere else within their receiving group. Like they just don't they don't have another burner like that.
Not even close. Not with Tank Dell still standing on sidelines.
Exactly. So they've been trying to find the Tank Dell replacement feels like a stretch, but somebody that can do a similar thing. And we just kind of thought it would be Jalen Noel, and it just hasn't been as much as maybe you wanted it to be or thought it might be. And then there it is. It's like, okay, so where has that been all season? Like, and them kind of figuring that thing out. And I've talked to Jalen Noel in the locker room a time or two about, hey, just, you know, some of the improvements that he's tried to make in his route running and kind of how he attacks everything. And you can kind of see the trust, I think, growing between him and C.J. Stroud, between C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins. And that is, to me, the new element or the thing that the offense is unlocked. This is what stood out to me in the game because I've been asking about this or asking this, hey, what do you guys feel like you got to unlock? What is it about the offense that you guys haven't found? Because tell me if this is just what it is, and we've had this discussion, like this is just what the offense is, just tell me that, and I guess I just got to accept it. But when I ask and when I'm trying to figure out, it's like, what do they need to unlock? And nobody has quite said this, but in my mind it's been, hey, it's the rookies. It's the players that weren't necessarily involved early on in the season, that weren't necessarily reliable targets early on in the season. You're not going to Jaden Higgins on the third play of the game for a 75-yard bomb, right? Like, that's just not happening early in the season. It's not even a thought. You're probably not hitting Jalen Noel on the second drive of the game for a 40-plus yard bomb. It's just not happening. And so now that you've got that trust, now that these guys have developed in a way that you probably wanted them to be earlier on in the season, it adds a different dynamic to the offense. Now, doesn't mean everything is perfect because, as we'll talk about, it got kind of stagnant there toward the end, or literally just right after that.
Okay, I want to get there because there's a lot of people on the YouTube page, on the text line that are like various different iterations of that same thing. Somebody was like, well, they clearly locked Nick Haley in a broom closet for the first 6 minutes. I think you have to give him his credit if you're willing to give him the demerits in other instances, because I do think that you give him some credit here. Like I said, that first touchdown play, the 70 was not 75 yards, was it? Yeah, 75 yards.
75 yards, longest touchdown pass of C.J. Stroud's career to Jaden Higgins.
Right.
How about that?
I think that, as I mentioned, Tarheeb still sits down because of what has been put on your tendencies in zigging where people expect you to zag. That is something that you have to give credit to an offensive coordinator for. Now, I would love if your tendencies weren't that everything is to come back and the defense is going to sit on it. I would love if you were a little bit more variable in that way. But in this instance, I appreciate that you are at least able to make good on that. But I do want to go back. You're talking about the rookies, and this was a question I asked myself during this game, so much so that I wrote it down in my notes. Are the Texans finding more belief in the rookies? And because I don't know how much it's about belief, because I know that they've said, and sometimes you got to be careful taking them at that word, even though I think that is the reasonable and fair thing to do, is to try and take somebody at their word. But you got to be careful, because all of this is a managing of the conversation between us, the media, them, the principals, and what we're talking about here. But they've said, D'Amico Ryans, Caley, that they trust these guys, and we've seen in various different instances, maybe more Jaden Higgins than Jalen Noel. But how much of this was it just shots were there to be had? And those are the shot guys.
Yeah, no, I think it's a little bit of both. Like I think belief kind of comes off as a little either cliche or cheesy a little bit, but you got to kind of look at where that belief actually comes from. Like them actually improving and actually getting open. Like there were times earlier in the season where there just always wasn't anywhere to go with the football. And now there is, right? And so that's where the belief comes from. It's from the actual improvement from the players. But then, as you mentioned, that the shots were actually there. I think we sometimes have a struggle to accept it as it is, whether it works or not. Like so you asked, is this just the shots being there or those plays being there? That's the same offense that they've been running, right? It's just that these plays were there. They're not always there. They were in this case, as you mentioned. Still is flat-footed and is not keeping up with Higgins, and then you get the safety help with Derwin James going over to kind of focus more on Nico Collins. Bam, Jaden Higgins is butt naked wide open, and it's a 75-yard touchdown. Jalen Noel, honestly, man, that was just a case of him being faster than anybody else on the field.
And the influence of a deep hitch by Nico Collins brings that safety down. It's too high, mind you. That's the whole
just enough time.
This is the modern NFL, right? This is the Vic Fangio influence on the National Football League, where too high safeties you can't throw over top of them. Except when you have a guy like Nico Collins that impacts fear. This is what I talk about when I'm like, is this a number one wide receiver? This is the thing that gets me in trouble when I talk about Amon-Ra St. Brown, because I'm like, how much does he bend a defense?
Yeah.
And Nico Collins, if anybody ever talks crazy to you, point to the idea that Nico Collins created that second touchdown that Jalen Noel had, because that safety was like, damn, my responsibilities over top. Nico Collins right here, even if he's sitting down, I gotta help.
Yeah.
And that creates room for Jalen Noel to get across the face of the other safety, and boom, here we go, 40-some yards touchdown.
Man, he impacted both of them, and it was before he ever had a catch. Like, I forget how long it was before he actually finally caught a ball, but he had already impacted the game before he was even targeted because of this exact reason, because of exactly what we're talking about here, being a coverage dictator about the whole Caley thing and some of what we're seeing in the chats and on the text line. Like, for me, I think they've got some issues. They've got some play calling issues. He is now, though, I feel like nowhere near the top of my list of issues. Like, if I had to look at it, he's not really for me, it's the offense itself that I don't like. It's not necessarily the play calling. And here's the thing. I feel like this is an overall team strategy, and Nick Haley's got to take the fall for it. But to me, it is an overall team strategy by the Texans to play with a lead. They're much more so built to play with a lead than from behind, right?
Without question.
Just based on how the offense is and all of that. But to play with a lead, to possess the ball, to not turn the ball over, and to allow the defense to pin its ears back and to help you win the game. And so, look, I've been saying this on this show and on other shows for as long as I have been able to or have been allowed to. They want to score 23 points. They had already damn near done that 3-4 minutes, however long it was into the game, had scored 14 points. Yeah, the play calling got conservative after that because this is just what they are. And so we can have this conversation about whether we like it or whether we believe in it or whether we want to accept it. It's won you 8 straight games. It's brought you to the playoffs for a 3rd straight year. And now you're in a position, like we talked about, kind of celebrating the moment of being able to be one of the teams among the group of AFC teams where it's wide open, where people think that you can actually make some noise in the playoffs. How do you feel about that? Is the strategy. This does feel like who they are, the team that wants to play with a lead and then play keep away. That's what it has felt like so often throughout this 8-game winning streak, Reggie. It's like instead of putting their foot on people's throats like everybody wants them to do, they're just kind of playing keep away. Let's keep the ball. Let's possess the ball. Let's not turn it over, which they did in this game, but it didn't quite come back to bite them because even the Chargers could not take advantage of it. Which is another thing. I thought the Chargers kind of choked this game away. We haven't gotten to that part. But aside from that, from a Texan strategy standpoint, they want the ball. That's it. They want the ball. Does that mean we get a touchdown? Does that mean that we punt? Does that mean that we get a field goal? I don't know. But we want the ball. That's how that is how they kick it, man. We don't have to like it, but that's clearly how they kick it. And because the defense is so damn good, and because the quarterback, to his credit, has been making better decisions with the football, it's working. And the backup made good decisions with the football to start this winning streak. It's been working. I don't like it, but it's been working.
We've talked about this on this show as their recipe, and this is the recipe that they want. You know what this is a recipe for? And maybe this is because I've just been watching and reading too much Watchmen in my week off last week.
Okay, I could see that.
Is this a recipe for borscht? Are you familiar with the Eastern European dish called borscht, which is a sour soup made with meat, stock, vegetables, and seeds? It's hearty. It sticks to your bones. Yeah. It keeps you going through a tough Russian winter. Is it fried chicken? Is it tres leches cake? Really taste delicious? Maybe not, but it'll keep you going.
Will you borscht your way to a championship? Will you eat borscht to sacrifice? Will you sacrifice that to win a title if it gets you a title?
I don't know, but this feels like a winter of AFC contenders where all you need is some borscht, baby. Get you through this winter.
Yeah.
Right? There is not the fear of a big-time team to come over and hit you, right? Because what you were alluding to where you go, the Chargers did some things to mess this up for themselves in this game. And even still, like, because I was like, okay, that is, if I'm going to be the contrarian that sometimes my brain wants me to be, those are there, and I go, well, who amongst the teams in the American Football Conference do not do a little bit of that here and there? And I was like, I can't point to one.
Yeah.
And so go ahead and borscht it up, baby.
Eat your borscht, eat your Wheaties, drink your milk.
I think Dicker had too much borscht.
Yeah, buddy. Man, I don't know how you ended up with – shout out to Rich Eisen, who will come up again in this program, who made it very clear that, one, he did not broadcast a jinx, but two, that Cameron Dicker – is the most accurate kicker in the league, and he missed two of them things, an extra point and a field goal.
Yeah, which amounts to 4 points, by the way, and the Texans won.
20-16, your Texans get victory number 8 in a row. Here is victory number 11 on the season, and your Texans. I don't know how I got this many minutes into the show. Playoff bound, baby.
Yeah.
Playoff bound, baby. Officially, we need to go ahead and get us another banner in here. We got a 2024 one. Your Houston Texans solidify that with a 20-16 victory in LA versus the Chargers. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll return to this game. A lot to react to within this. Somebody said borscht is so bleeping good. Okay, shout out to the 713 being cultured and knowing things about borscht. All right. I didn't realize I would say borscht this much on this program ever in my life.
I'm going to have to get on that.
I don't know if you do, but hey.
I mean, if it's that healthy for you, man, I might need to.
Coming up next here on the program, speaking of getting on that, do the Rockets need to keep on with this particular thing? That thing? Tari Eason in the starting lineup. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans shut down the Chargers at SoFi. Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
First down at the Charger 43. Stroud in the gun, one back, Nick Chubb. CJ fakes the handoff, backs up deeper, now unloads long down the left side, and Jalen Noel inside the 5. He's in the end zone. Another bomb by Stroud. Second touchdown pass of the day.
All you got to do is call for him. Just ask where he is, and he'll show up.
And with that, the Texans put up the touchdowns that they needed to get a victory versus the Los Angeles Chargers. 20-16 was the final. That one made it 14-0. And at that point, they had wrangled away the game script, as I like to talk about it. Like, so at that point, they were able to apply a lot of pressure to the Chargers from that point on. And it was nice to see Jalen Noel get involved in the action.
Yeah, and then just to point out, I think this has been pointed out in our chat so far, but that's a really good defense they were going up against. Like the Chargers, I mentioned this going into the game, they were pretty good at everything. Like it was probably the most well-rounded defense that they've played. This is probably the best defense that they've played since then. And between them, Denver, maybe Seattle, like this is among the best defenses that they've played and among the best defenses in all of the league. To get off to that kind of start and to be able to beat them in spots that they're normally not beaten in, right? Like they were good across the board, right? Like red zone, third down, passing, rushing the passer, run defense. Like they ranked pretty high in pretty much everything. No low notes for the most part. And so to get off to this kind of start against that type of team, especially one that doesn't give up big plays, and to do it with a guy that you know has got big play ability, but it seems like you haven't made enough big plays with, was really cool for the Texans.
Without question. We'll talk more about this game as we continue here on a Victory Reaction Monday. I also want to react to another victory. Houston Rockets. A lot of Houston ones. I will try and keep them straight
it's
here
all
on
Houston
this program. It is. H-Town over everything. Hold it down. But the Houston Rockets, against a team that ostensibly should be good, but has had a little bit of a rough go of it this year, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and definitely have had a rough go of it against the Houston Rockets, who have won the last 3 meetings, I believe, against this team.
Yes, against the Cavs, yeah.
And they did it again with what at one point was a 30-point game. I don't remember what the final score was. If you need to know the score was a lot to a little.
Yes.
With the Houston Rockets. No Alperen Sengun in this game, and it did not matter all too much. Kevin Durant did a fantastic job of scoring early and kind of being the offensive hub early on. For this game, though, Tari Eason starts in the starting lineup. How do we like the idea of Tari Eason, who recently returned from his month-long stint on the sideline, getting an opportunity to not just be a impact role player, but be a starter in this game?
Well, not just this game, but now he started the last 2.
Oh, yeah, because he started on Christmas, didn't he?
Yeah. So you've got now 2 games in a row and it was, to me, even more notable in that game, in the Christmas Day game, because, and this was the beauty of it. This is what stood out to me. Like, they blow out the Cavs. That was there was just no suspense to that one. But against the Lakers, you get to see, like, the beauty of having Tari Eason on Luka Doncic and Amin Thompson on Austin Reeves. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Now I've got 2 high-level to elite defenders on their 2 high-level to elite perimeter players and primary ball handlers. So the fact that you can do this now, and it's not just a defensive thing, but also Tari Eason, you got to remember, before the injury, was shooting the ball lights out, pretty much career highs across the board. He had a stretch there where he was shooting from 3 like he was like otherworldly from 3 for like a 4 to 5 game stretch there. So you've got that. You've got Tari Eason, who's got a credible jump shot.
I mean, he's still a 49% three-point shooter right now.
And a lot of that has to do with after the first 2 games, which he didn't make a 3, there's like a 5 or 6 game stretch there where he's incredible, where he's like 60, maybe 70% from 3.
And mind you, that's on volume. He's shooting about 5 of them a game.
And he was 2 for 3. Like, it was a kind of a quiet game, but he's 2 for 3 2 of 3 from 3, and just adds an upgraded element, like whatever it is you're trying to accomplish when you start Josh Okogie, right? Like, we've seen 3 different iterations of their starting lineup, right? They got the double big, they got the Josh Okogie lineup, and then every now and then when they'll start Reed Shepherd, right? But for the most part, it's been the Okogie thing, and what they're trying to accomplish there, the 3-and-D aspect of things, they're getting that, I think, multiplied with Tari Eason in the game. So, and it's Tari Eason specifically in the starting lineup. So I actually do like it for now. I don't think it obviously does not solve the point guard issues that everybody talks about, and I think are real and valid, maybe a little bit overblown, but also real and valid. It does not necessarily touch on that, but it makes you better defensively, and you have a credible shooter out there that stretches the floor for you.
You know what's funny? I love the point that you made of he gets to be another player that impacts both sides of the court, because you have a lot of dudes that feel like they're one or the other, right? You got Kevin Durant, who is clearly offensive guy. He gives you some nice help defensive things, but he is more of offensive guy. Amen Thompson, let's be honest right now, more defensive guy, although he, with him in the right circumstance, being able to be a, slasher, be a off-ball cutter, be a dunker spot guy. He can impact on offense, don't get me wrong, but more of a defensive guy. Alperen Sengun, clearly more of an offensive guy. Quietly.
Not bad defensively these days.
Quietly getting a little bit better, but having some of those guys that affect all this together, and Tari Eason is absolutely that. I like that prototype. I wonder if Dorian Finney-Smith, as he gets healthier, will be able to do that, because he's also spot-up three-point shooter and very good defender that guards probably four positions. The thing that I like about Tari Eason in this role, and something that I want to watch to see if Dorian Finney-Smith should slide in when he gets up to speed, or if Tari Eason should hold down this role, is, you know what Tari Eason is? I like to call him a spark plug. He is an agent of chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, he is somebody that gets the energy up, just generally defensively energy up, but he's getting in passing lanes, but not in a gambly sort of fashion. The thing that I will frequently kind of knock on Reed for a little bit, but obviously is still a good thing for Reed. But he does that without sacrificing the integrity of the defense. And so the way that you're talking about, like, he's not an offensive creator, he's not. However, he creates transition opportunities, which is huge for an offense, especially if your half court ends up being a little groggy sometimes.
I also want to give him credit. This is one thing that I love about Tari Eason's game, or maybe just about his makeup. He improves every year. Like, every year it seems like he's added a little bit to his bag. Now, you still don't want him dribbling too much, but it seems like he adds a little bit to his bag that he didn't have the previous year. Like, he's got a play here in this, or I'm thinking about in the Lakers game, where he kind of goes like spin move behind the back, drives, and then wraps around the help defender to a man, where it's like, well, wait a minute, that was a little bit more dribbling than I ideally like to see from Tari, but he did it well. Like nicely done. That is, like, he provides you the Josh Okogie stuff just
better than Josh Okogie.
Just better, right? Just and it's not
younger and more athletic,
right? And it's not
better.
And it's not a knock to Josh Okogie, because, I mean, shout out to him to providing that kind of depth, or for providing that kind of depth and being an option for you, and being able to.
I bet we could sit Josh Okogie right down in front of us, and he'd be real with us. He knows he has been a nice role player in the league. And let's be honest, he's been playing over his skis, which the Rockets have needed early on in the season.
Exactly. But I love your point about just the impact, or what did you call him? A change agent?
He's a chaos agent.
A chaos agent.
I like to call him I was about to say a catalytic converter, but, but he's a catalyst.
Yeah, a catalytic or a catalytic agent. There we go.
Yes.
To use a Martin Luther King term. He's the only person I've ever heard.
Excuse me, sir. That is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Excuse me, sir.
I can't stand him.
Here he comes. Well, actually,
excuse me, sir. That is Dr. Martin Luther King,
the
Reverend Doctor.
I'm just glad I didn't call him MLK. That sounds, you sound like somebody to get mad at that. Don't call him MLK. That man's got a name.
He knows it too. He knows it.
But no, the thing I'd say about him is, like, you always know when he's in the game.
Yeah.
Like since his rookie year all the way up until now, Tari Eason cannot be in the game and you not notice it. And that's for better and or worse. And lately it's been more so for better than worse.
The only thing that's a downside with Tari Eason is if you lean on him, unfortunately, those injuries will take him away from times. And that's the only thing, is if you lean on him as a starter, you're leaning on him for likely more minutes, and does that then help. But as right now in this time period, it's kind of nice having him be able to do all the things that we talked about: offense, defense, create transition opportunities. And you saw the benefit of it in a 17 win that felt more like a 30-point win on Saturday, and a Christmas Day victory versus the Lakers.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Dorian Finney-Smith point as well. I think it's important to note, like, nobody really expected him to be out this long, or at least I don't think from the fan base and from an outside perspective. We probably thought that he was going to be involved a lot earlier than it turns out that he has. And so Tari Eason being able to kind of just solve that issue and to fill that role until Dorian Finney-Smith is ready, or unless he's not ever ready, right? Which would be a disappointment, but at least you still have Tari Eason for the moment, at least. You still have him now to fill that role.
Oof, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Rockets are back in action tonight. They welcome in the Indiana Pacers. We'll talk more about that game as we continue on.
They should dog walk.
In the loop. They should. They should. Should doesn't always factor in sometimes, but I believe that they will. Yeah. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which, of course, on a Victory Reaction Monday is Texans Coded. Which Texan had the most impressive performance in the Chargers win? Impressive, not best. Impressive. 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans shut down the Chargers. 2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Second down and 15 for the Chargers from their 25. Herbert, shotgun, Hampton to his left. Two receivers right. Here's the snap. Herbert with a little time. He's sacked again. Barnett back-to-back sacks.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know why I just sounded like I hit puberty right there.
We way past that.
OG,
we got gray in our beards.
It's the excitement, man. Texans back to the playoffs.
Yeah, man.
Playoffs for the third time in a row. The first time in team history that they have done three back-to-back playoff appearances, and that'll happen here in a week once they get past the Indianapolis Colts game with Week 18. That'll be fun, but they got to win on Sunday. I don't want to move past that.
Best era,
or Saturday rather.
Best era in franchise history.
Okay.
I mean,
you coming out the gate with that?
I'm just saying, there's no other way to put it. When has this team, as you just mentioned, when have they ever gone to the playoffs 3 years in a row?
Has not happened.
Okay, just until now.
Best single unit of the Texans.
Didn't even think about it like that. But
when you talk about this defense,
yes. Ooh,
best single unit.
This defense better than the prime Kubiak era offenses.
Yes.
11. Yeah,
well, we could talk more about that.
I agree.
Later. I got to get to the question of the day.
Let's move on.
Time now.
I agree. Let's move on.
Question of the day, though, in this 20-16 victory over the Los Angeles Chargers that put them in the playoffs, who had the most impressive performance? Not best, most impressive. You heard the bump back. Derek Barnett getting a couple of sacks back to back in that game. It was nice to see the defensive line in general against an opponent where we go, they should get a whole bunch of sacks. Actually get a whole bunch of sacks. That was fun.
Hey, I like that we came back into the segment or came back into the show with that highlight, because that's not somebody that I have a list of guys that could actually be. I only pick one, but he could have been on the list easily. Like, if you want to go impressive, that spin move, like the little kind of it's like a little juke and then spin on the inside to go get Justin Herbert. Arguably the most impressive play, or could have been the most impressive play. He's not my pick, but I think that's a pretty good contender.
All right, who comes to mind for you?
For me, this is going to be a little bit outside the box.
And mind you, 713-572-4610 is how you get involved on the question of the day.
I'm going to go with Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley Jr. And I know the only time that he really stood out in this game was when he gave that little half-hearted shoulder into Justin Herbert on that scramble, and Justin Herbert just kind of kept going like he wasn't even there.
And then he missed a couple of plays after it.
Yeah, because he was hurt, because Justin Herbert is noticeably bigger than him. So, like, that play notwithstanding, though, I kept wondering throughout this game, like, yo, where's Keenan Allen at? Yo, where's Ladd McConkey at, right?
Yeah.
And you would see Kamari Lassiter and Quentin Johnston going at it, right? That was something that they were interested in. They had the rookie tight end, Gadsden, who really had a rough. He ended up making some plays at the end of the game. But the fact that Derek Stingley can just make a part of the field or a particular receiver or an aspect of a team's offensive game plan, Keenan Allen, their most reliable third down target, and has been for years, just came back, was in Chicago last year, but just came back, still is that for them. I know he had a key drop in this game, Keenan Allen did. But the fact that you can just put Derek Stingley Jr. on a, albeit older version of Keenan, I think between him and Ladd McConkey, Justin Herbert's most trustworthy targets, and that you can put Derek Stingley over there and it just become a non-factor in the game. Like, we went large stretches in this game. He had one catch for 17 yards, and he had another one that he should have caught that he didn't, that I think was a third down play. But the non-existence of Keenan Allen, Derek Stingley Jr. was my most impressive.
Okay. That's interesting. That I would not have thought about Sting, and that's kind of the point, right? When you're talking about a lockdown cornerback of his caliber, you don't really think about him. I don't remember what play exactly. Actually, I do remember now. It was Justin Herbert was looking for something, and Ladd McConkey got covered up because it was play action. Linebackers did not bite one bit, which the linebackers, especially when Azeez is in there with that green dot on there, they are so good at not biting on play action. The best look was an over the middle route from Ladd McConkey. That wasn't there because the linebackers didn't bite. And then you got, the swing. He had to throw a little swing pass over to Amari and Hampton to the left side. Petrie's all over. He gets a tackle right about the line of scrimmage. on that play, they got somebody over on the right side just streaking, and that guy is out of the play because Stingley is like, don't worry about it, guys. Y'all go over there.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I'm over here.
I'm glad you mentioned the linebackers, too. They're so dialed in. The linebackers on this team, so dialed in.
How'd you feel about one Henry To'oTo'o? Because last week he had a little bit of a rough one with the added responsibility of having the green dot with the Z's out. This game, there was maybe a play or two where I saw it felt like he was maybe trigger happy, got to the wrong gap. But for the most part, it felt like you had that same explosive, energetic Henry.
I'll be real. He could be the right answer. I think I kind of got a little cute with my answer and tried to think a little bit outside the box, and I was truly impressed by Derek Stingley and him shutting down an entire aspect of the Chargers offense. But when you talk about just cliche, hair on fire, running to the football.
Is he the most hair on fireist Texan?
He certainly was in this game. Like this was Swarm. Like Swarm, if you were to look up if there was a Swarm emoji or a Swarm GIF, whatever the proper one is.
It is GIF.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take your word for it.
That's right.
Whichever one it is. If you were to search that, it should be Henry To'oTo'o in any number of his plays in this game. So I think that he might be the most worthy of this award that we're giving here, the most impressive Texan in this game.
All right, so we continue the question of the day here, 713-572-4610. And I'm not going to lie. I thought that I might have had a novel thought, which, look, let's be honest, no thought is entirely novel under the sun. But I thought I might have had one in appreciating this particular player and his performance in a similar way as Stingley, because it did not necessarily pop per se. And, of course, that means it's defensively, because if you're on offense and you're not popping, it's probably not going to be something of particular note.
That's your offensive lineman, maybe.
Fair. But the text line, I've seen his name 3 times already, so apparently we got listeners that know ball. We should have known that, but yes.
Of course.
Are you familiar with number 38 in your program? Kayvon Wallace.
Ah, yeah, okay.
And shout out to Colin Neal, also made note of this before the game. I was like, oh, man, I got something for these. Kayvon Wallace.
Okay.
Who was previously on the practice squad? Or has he been on the? He's been on the roster for a little bit here. I don't remember when they made that move. Was it a couple weeks back?
Yeah.
But it was quiet and no fanfare. But this might be the move that I think makes a big deal. Because for me, last week against the Raiders, I felt like this defense. I was like, ooh, are we seeing the knife's edge dull a little bit? Because the defense is the knife that ultimately dictates what you're doing, right? And, the interior of the defensive line, the linebackers, sans Azeez Al-Shaair, and maybe more importantly, the safeties, that spine of the defense, I was like, ooh, it looks weaker. Is this going to be a thing that attrition of football, where injuries, when the defensive line is concerned, and the safeties, and then, various different wearings down, are going to make this defense less of a nuclear bomb?
Yeah.
And this week it was like, no, we're back at it. And one of the guys that was part of that is Kayvon Wallace. Have you noticed that in the last couple of weeks, I think in order to protect Miles Bryant has been the deep safety, as opposed to Kalen Bullock, who is the noted ball hawk. He played center field when he played baseball. Like, he's a dude that ranges. They had him playing box safety the last couple of weeks, and I think that was because of the circumstance that they had with Miles Bryant as probably not a box safety, so maybe that's better suited. They put Kayvon Wallace in there, and he was like, I got the box safety stuff down pat. He looked very good in this game.
Yeah, no, I cannot argue with that. No notes. I mean, Kayvon Wallace has been excellent. That's an even deeper cut probably than the Derek Stingley thing, because we expect that from Derek Stingley. Somebody goes out there with number 38, you're like, yo, who even is that? And this is what it is. Like, they'll constantly be able to find a guy like this. Like, he is like today's Tim Settle, right? Like a guy that just kind of came out, or today's Tommy Togiai. Right, a guy that kind of came out of nowhere, and then there he is, like, just like playing for you and playing significant snaps for you. I think that's a good pick as well.
A great one that comes up on the 281. I've seen people talking about the offensive line, and I'm trying to say the nice things and not do the thing where I am the jerk that has to try and burst the bubble.
Hard
I know.
On the offensive line,
I know,
man. You're such an offensive line hater, Reggie.
I am.
Not in good times like this, dog.
That's why I've been holding my tongue. You ain't see me. You're not going to give me no credit for holding my tongue?
All right, yeah, you did hold
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
From the 281, Blake Fisher, honorable mention. And I will say, pretty solid at left tackle. He wasn't great. I'm not going to try and blow smoke. I never will. He ain't allow no pressures.
Okay, so the segment was most impressive player of the game.
Honorable mention. It is impressive to have to step in at left tackle
it is a disservice to all of the players who were actually impressive in this game.
Fair enough.
No disrespect to Blake Fisher for going out there and filling in admirably. But he is, if there's a list of 10 players, he is somewhere around 11 or 12.
Okay, all right. I will move quickly past that, and I will.
But shout out to him, though.
My time is far spent, but I would also like to salute, and we'll have more opportunity as the show rolls on. How about the running back tandem of Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan?
There we go. There we go. We should have probably gotten it in before.
Is that the most impressive Woody Marks, especially seeing as he continues to salt games away?
Yeah, it's the timeliness of it. It's the fact that you feel like they were able to give it to him late. And that was what was most impressive about it. It wasn't a whole lot of great runs in between, but they stayed committed to it, or at least committed enough to it. And then when it was nut-cutting time, when it was actually time to ice the game, and they've done this a time or two now, you were able to rely on RB1, which is Woody Marks.
Love it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Keep those question of the day answers coming in. Who did you feel was the most impressive Texans in this 20-16 victory? But coming up next, let's go around the NFL where there was a number of games of interest, including, damn, Indy, you couldn't do it once when we want you to? We'll talk about that and more next.
The Texans shut down the Chargers at SoFi.
DJ
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. I'm Reginald Atatula. You got our guy B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez. Colin Neal sitting in for Figgy Fig. But you always rocking with us here on your Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. And we had quite a weekend of National Football League football to go around. And so the game that I think we were all most dialed into, the Jacksonville Jaguars were able to fend off the Indianapolis Colts. Although I don't know how much we can call it a fending off in this game, 23-17. And a number of things happened in this game, including the Jaguars were not as dominant in this game as one might imagine. The Colts were doing a pretty good job early on of keeping this game winnable. And I think that was the tragedy of it for me, B. Scott, was that I probably came into this game with very little belief in the Colts. I had said it a few weeks back that I thought all of the hopes of winning the AFC South for the Texans would ride on the Broncos.
Yeah.
Early on in this game, I was like, wait, hold on a minute. The Colts good stops had a fumble recovery on a play that I think people gave Liam Cohen way too much crap for. I thought it was a good play on the hook and lateral that ultimately was just fumbled by a dude that you trust to have the ball in his hands. And the Colts had, a tie game at the half?
Yeah.
This felt like a game in which the Colts were actually going to do you a favor, but of course the stinky Colts.
Or no, the Colts were up at the half, weren't they?
Were they up at the half?
Was it not 10-7? I think it was.
I'll have to go back and look at it, but yes.
I think they were up at the half.
It was.
Yeah, the Colts were up
10-7 at the half. You're right. It was 10-7 at the half. So even then, even more so, you were in a place where it felt like the Colts were going to be able to do you a solid. Nah.
Yeah, no, we were relying on you, Colts. We thought that we could rely on you to do at least something. We figured we could rely on you to lose to the Texans in the final week, but also, you teased us just enough, again, with that 10-7 lead at halftime and a fairly competitive game throughout. Like, this was one down to the wire. Like, the score in this one is like the Jaguars end up winning by a wider margin than the Texans did against the Chargers, but it felt like a similarly close game.
Yes.
Right? That I would say that's fair. So, it's disappointing, but it's also to be expected that the Colts here kind of hanging by a thread, the desperation of going to go get Phillip Rivers in the first place, the fact that they were ever in this game is something to marvel at. So, but it would have been nice to see them actually do us a favor here.
Were you watching this game live as it happened?
Yes.
Did you have any qualms with the decision that Shane Steichen made where they have the ball? And there's still some time. I think this happens with probably somewhere around 5 minutes somewhere in there to go. And they decide not to punt the football, but to go for it on fourth down. Greg Olsen on the broadcast was leaning heavily into the idea of, well, look, if you give the ball to them, it's actually a good idea. It's better short field. You don't have to waste as much time, or you don't give them an opportunity to waste as much time if they do score. You're still going to need your defense to make a stop. And if you can hold them to a field goal, it's 6 points as opposed to and you could still go and maybe try and get a touchdown. Were you with them on that, or were you more of a thought process of your defense has done a pretty solid job in this game, go ahead and punt, play the field position, maybe a more traditional approach to that?
No, I thought Greg Olsen was spot on. And normally if you're trying to figure out the best football decision, leaning on Greg Olsen's judgment is not the worst way to go.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do that, even though I would have agreed with that whether he pointed it out or not. I would lean on that. I'm also not the best person to ask this because I prefer to go for it. Like I lean.
You're the Madden player.
Yes.
You're like four verts and go for it on fourth.
Like I'm trying to put myself.
How dare you punt?
Let's say I'm a Colts fan. What do I want to happen there? I want to be aggressive and go for it, especially knowing that the season's over with. Like we're playing for pride. We're playing to go win the game, not to kind of let's play field position and see what happens. No, let's see what happens on this play and go for it. So I was in support of that, whether it worked or not.
All right. So I was probably in your shoes as well. Unfortunately, the Colts aren't able to do it. They fall 23-17, and and it's like they are cooking with grease.
Yeah.
In a way here, like they do look like a team to beat in the AFC. And with that being said, I have seen some Jaguars fans talking out the side of their neck.
It is the reason why I cannot stand them. Like people will ask, what are the biggest rivalry? Like, who are the Texans' biggest rivals? And there are cases that you can make for any of the teams in the AFC South. But I always say that it's the Jags that I hate the most because of their fans. They like people. If you're not familiar with them, you might not suspect that they got that big of a fan base. So you might look at their stadium.
It's not big. It's an annoying one.
Exactly. It's not a big fan base. It's a loud fan base. They're loud as hell. And, man, like the opportunity to have taken the division away from them, or to at least, I guess, had some help in this case, to kind of come from behind and take the division like right out of snatch it right from their chest, was just too irresistible for me. I hate that they couldn't do it.
Duval.
Get out of here with that. But they have. I cannot lie to the audience. They have been impressive. That is an impressive football team. Trevor Lawrence, like, he's making some throws, all of a sudden he's a really good decision maker. Like, he is actually this year finally starting to look like the guy that they've always told us that he was.
I was about to say good for them, but also I don't mean that.
Nah, don't be nice. Come on.
Hell with that. I'm being. Exactly.
He is being nice.
I'm with Colin, because I'm being honest. I ain't trying to be nice here.
Fair.
Because to hell with them. But if we're just being real,
they are. But Trevor Lawrence did not look good in that first half against Indianapolis.
Not in the first half, but he started making throws. Like, he made his best throw of the game, I feel like, in the third or fourth
possibly
quarter
of the season. Is that the one to the left side of the field,
yes.
the out route?
Yes. Come on, man. Like, it's elite stuff.
Pressure over extended hand and then over past a defender with really good position.
He's doing things. Justin Herbert in the game against the Texans is doing things.
We should give Justin Herbert his flowers in that game, because that offensive line was putrid, and he was doing a lot to make any of that go well for them at all.
And even see that, like, if I just talk about guys who are still a little bit – guys who have either gotten their second contract or are about to get it, but are still a little bit unproven in that way and are going to need these playoffs to kind of help add to that reputation. Those are three guys that really stand out to me that have these moments, right? I think C.J. Stroud's numbers may not necessarily be comparing to those other two guys that I mentioned, but they're making throws and making plays where you're like, oh, that guy is among an elite group.
Somebody said, I used to only dislike the Colts, never had an issue with the Titans. Rest of the Texans taking a second to come in. I hate all three now. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's good football.
Yeah.
Shout out to the AFC South. Escaping from the basement, I guess, of the NFL. And shout out to the AFC South. Shout out to the NFC South for now being the basement. Do you realize that we could end up with, once again, a division winner that is actually sub 500?
Yeah.
We are set up with that. There was a few games that were able to make that happen. The Panthers had a chance to win the NFC South with that game, mind you, after Tampa Bay had lost earlier in the day as well. Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, talk about turning back into a pumpkin.
My goodness, man. To go from MVP talks to this.
You remember that? I remember that.
I'm old enough. The gray in my beard says that I'm old enough to remember it.
He lost to Quinn Ewers and the Miami Dolphins.
Yo, what are we doing? What are we doing? And the fact that the NFC South gets to be represented, like the participation trophy aspect and element
we can't talk so big about that.
of the playoff format, this is a perfect example of its pitfalls, right? The fact that they're going to get to be represented in these playoffs, and then the faint possibility that they could win a game or maybe even win another game. Like if one of those, whoever survives the NFC South, the idea that they could go on a run and somehow like even represent the NFC, I don't think that's going to happen, to be clear, especially after watching those teams that we watched last night. But let's just be real. This should not be. This is a grave injustice. We should not be subjected to this.
So are you rooting then for the Carolina Panthers as they go to Tampa Bay in Week 18? Because then they would at least be a 9-8 team and get that spot, as opposed to if they lose, they could be 8-9. Tampa would be 8-9, and then Tampa would win if the Falcons if the Falcons lose, I believe, then the Carolina Panthers would get in.
The Panthers are at least a feel-good story. Right? Like, I think that at the very least you get some new blood, a team that seemed like it was dead in the water, and they've kind of turned Young's in a lot better. That defense is really good. So I think they would be the most entertaining out of the ones that are possibilities. I'll give them that.
All right, some other things around the NFL. Another game that impacted the Texans quite a bit. The Eagles fended off the Buffalo Bills. A really the 2-point conversion decision heard around the world. The Texans would be the 5 seed now if the season ends today because of that decision. Sean McDermott says that he'd go for that potential game-winning 2-point conversion again.
Really?
Are you with him on that?
I don't know. Is he with him on that? Does he mean that? Like
he said it in a way that felt like he meant it.
Yeah, and this is one where kind of similar to the one before. You don't want to play the results, but yeah, like it's like, man, if you don't get this, you're pretty much giving the game away. So yeah, that's one that I would second guess a lot more than say the Shane Steichen one we talked about earlier.
So 13-12 was the score in favor of the Eagles. As I mentioned, Josh Allen with 5 seconds left in the game was able to run into the end zone. That was the second of his rushing touchdowns. No passing touchdowns in this game, which indicates just how the offense was going. Yeah. Right? It was just another Josh Allen put it on your back type game, and that was where it made it 13-12, and obviously an extra point would have tied it. They go for 2 to try and win it. And my general thought process is, the philosophy is, if you feel like you're the better team, you tie it up and you allow, let's get more football. If you do not feel like you're the better team in this moment, you go, let's see if we can win it now in a shortened circumstance where it's just, I get it or I don't. So if you put more plays in there, the likelihood is that the better team will win more of those plays and you end up in a bad place. I think that if you look at the way that the game had gone, you can make an argument for either of those. Yeah. You can make an argument that either of these teams was the better team on the day, which I imagine would lean towards taking the extra point, but I don't hate going, hey, put this in Josh Allen's hand. However, Josh Allen looked very bad on that extra point.
But also, how about the fact that the Eagles now are like they have historically bad offensive stretches. I'm forgetting some of the numbers that I've seen.
So the Philadelphia Eagles failed to complete a pass in the second half of this game. It's the second time that they've done so in a win this year.
My goodness.
That's the first time that's happened since 1987 with the New England Patriots.
Dude. So, like, they are – and so a credit to their defense as well. Like, they are offensively inept.
They didn't complete a pass in the second half.
What the hell?
And they won the football game.
Yo. Like –
that is the reigning champions of the National Football League.
Against a Bills team that, has had stretches where they've been really good offensively, and they just were not in this game. But – yeah, no, I mean it is incredible that could even be possible, that they could win games without completing passes in the year of our Lord 2025.
Dude, Nick Sirianni will forever annoy me. Like he perplexes me, sure, but
do you think he's a good coach?
I don't know.
I don't
know. Like I think it has been a little bit, but it's not a bit. It's really that I have not given Nick Sirianni his credit, and people are like winning championships with. And I'm just like, why does your team – remember, he's an offensive guy. And their offense is always struggling. You always got the wide receiver 1 trying to get more attention and more love. Wide receiver 2 over there doing things, but not enough conversations about the quarterback. Sometimes not getting the running back the ball enough. Like, just how does this keep happening with your team?
Look, man, this profession has allowed us enough access to successful people, and it has given me the opinion that success does not equal good.
Wow.
Just as much
strong agree.
Just as much as good does not always equal success.
Correct.
He is a successful coach. You cannot argue with the results. They have been successful since he's been the head coach. Does success mean that you're good? I do not believe that. I know too many successful people who are not good, and he is one of them.
Very much so. Very much so. Shout out to Howie Roseman, though. That dude's good. He be adding talent on that team, baby.
He is good.
He be adding talent on the team. All right, that's around the NFL. We'll talk about some more of the NFL things that happen as the show goes along. But you are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, somebody said the extra point was in a foregone conclusion. Bass had missed one before that. That's a great point.
That's fair enough.
Because he did miss the other one, and
that might have gone into the decision.
It has to
have.
Anything.
Yeah.
It has to have.
Yeah,
it has to.
That's
have.
fair.
All right. Coming up next, I feel like C.J. Stroud gave us another way of him handling pressure. However, also there is a conversation to be had about what felt like poor pressure planning. Let's talk about the pressure in this win versus the Chargers next.
D'Amico and CJ. Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
CJ out of the shotgun set. Woody in the backfield. Motion by Kirk to the right. Stroud puts the leg down. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ throwing deep downfield and has Higgins at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Rock and roll. Jaden Higgins to the end zone. 75 yards. Welcome to LA.
Yep. Welcome to LA indeed.
How about it?
Yep. And the fellas got a win, leaving LA 20-16. That's how it got started, with a big 75-yard bomb.
What a way to set the tone, baby.
Buddy, you talk about setting the tone. I was like, oh, okay, this is what time we on? You know how you have those moments in life where you're like, oh, I had not understood what the circumstance was. Yeah. I'm now with you. That play.
When you do one of these, kind of rab back a little bit, like,
yeah, okay. I was unfamiliar with your game.
Yeah, eyebrows raised a little bit, perk up.
That was one
of them. Let's go.
That was one of them. Within this game, though, I was looking at the pressure stats. It was solid. I think it was probably about one of a middle range kind of pressure game, at least when you talk about time to throw. Time to pressure stats I haven't been able to get, but like generally a pretty decent quarterback pressure and time to throw game for C.J. Stroud in this offense, which in a way I think you can use to credit the offensive line. I think that they, especially considering your current, at least with the iteration of your starting offensive line that you've settled into, your tackles were not there. Those are some of your most important things. And in a way, who you've settled in as your starting left guard is not there because he's out playing right tackle.
Correct.
That's the way that it goes. And you're able to hold up pretty damn well with a average for you this season. Pressure rate, time to throw, you're able to get the ball out deep, hold on and get yourself some deep shots as well in this game. I think that was solid. But handling pressure was not like static. It wasn't just average all the way across. You had some moments where it was really good, and you had some moments where it was
exactly.
It feels like that has been the name of the game for the Texans this year.
And it did feel like the moments where it was so-so or not very good were some key moments. They were on third downs. You think about when things started to go left, or when they stopped being as hot as they were, or C.J. Stroud's first incompletion. You know, when you think about that, it's actually starts on that third drive after they're already up 14-0, and they move the ball a little bit, but then on that third down they face a little pressure and have to throw it away, and that's when it kind of starts. And so even with what you say, like there being some good moments, and C.J. Stroud for the most part did have enough time to throw. I want to be clear about it. Like he did have enough time to throw, but in the moments that he didn't, or at least it felt like, the thing that was holding them back from continuing from the way that they started was an inability to consistently handle pressure against, to be fair, a team that doesn't send a lot of pressure. Like the Chargers are not a heavy pressure team, so it's not like you got a ton of pressure, like scouted pressure looks from them, and so they're doing it a little bit more than they normally do it. But at the same time, you got to be ready for that because of who you are. You've shown an inability to handle it. So that means that a team that doesn't necessarily do it as much might do it a little bit more until you prove that you can consistently do so. And they weren't, I don't think, able to do that. Even though they had some answers for it.
Yeah. A question that comes in on the text line, why is it so hard to get a feel-good win? Or rather, why is it so hard to feel good about a win? Offense came out ready to play, then completely disappeared. Who was that on? I think some of that good. They saw a place where they could punch the Chargers or zig where the Chargers expected them to zag. They took, and then they fell back into the recipe, as we have called it, like what they typically are. I think also there's something to be said within the pressure because of your offensive line, what it typically is. Usually, I think the high water mark for this offensive line is average in the league, and you were dealing with missing two of the guys that you typically want to go to. So I think that also brought you to a different place, with credit to Blake Fisher stepping in, handling it admirably. Obviously, Titus Howard is the talent capable of playing right tackle, but he hasn't been playing that recently. Jared Patterson steps in at left guard, handles his job decently well. But there were times, as we mentioned, where the pressure comes in and they blow up drives. I mean, I think drive number 12, it is in the fourth quarter, late in the game. You have a couple of pressures that either were unblocked or you had free rushers. And Kurt Warner made an interesting point on the broadcast, and he said he made note of the idea that it felt like there was no pressure plan.
Yeah.
And how does that hit you? Because it feels like that has been the case, or something that's been noted a little bit, where's CJ Stroud's hot, or were they able to get to the line and set the protection well enough so that you don't end up in a place where you have free rushes, or you end up in a place where you know where to go with the football?
Yeah, it's either no pressure plan, as Kurt Warner describes it, or a poor pressure plan, because, and to the point that he was making was, okay, you got a free rusher, they're bringing pressure. Like saying, is deep. It's long developing. It's not enough quick stuff to mitigate said pressure. And so, like, what kind of plan is that? What are you doing? Are you setting your offense up to fail? And so I think that is a fair criticism. It was more so, and this is where I almost went Bobby Sloak. This is where my Nick Caley criticism comes in. And when people talk about it, if there was anything that I did have a problem with, it was less of the overall play calling, and it was more so specifically that of, hey, when there's pressure, why is it, these long developing routes that you're going to that are at that point low percentage throws and low percentage plays for CJ Stroud in the offense? Now,
within that, because it sounds like I'm just being negative, I can do that sometimes. Apologies. I actually had something that felt like a positive. You could tell me if I actually am positive here, 713-572-4610. Within this, because I thought CJ gave us and found a little bit of an answer, or a pseudo answer, to that pressure and that criticism that you bring up.
Yeah.
Of oftentimes with Nick Caley and this offense, it feels like he is either leaving CJ on an island to figure out his pressure plan, or just not supplying one at times, with routes that are deep, that are late breaking routes, and maybe not as much check down opportunities at times. I thought we saw something, and tell me if you noticed this as well. CJ just kind of hanging the ball up there a little bit more, standing in, allowing that pressure to get, pretty deep into the pocket, but then saying, I'll hold off as long as I can, and I'll throw this ball up. I'll throw it towards the sideline. I'll put it a little bit further out to mitigate some of the risk. But I'll throw this, maybe a pass that I should drive, but I'll throw it up, let it hang, and hopefully this wide receiver, once that route develops a little bit further, can get to it. I kind of like that as an option. I don't know how viable it'll be continually, because that you hang up the football and all sorts of things can happen. But it felt like he did it in a way where he did indeed mitigate the risk on a deep corner. Put it up. The guy's not in his break yet. He's not there yet. But if I hang it up there, maybe he has some time to get underneath it. And if he doesn't, it's a little far to maybe it lands out of bounds. But this is a way to not have to just throw the football away, or not have to now just try and run around in the backfield to give that guy time to get to where he can, and then still not be able to set my feet and get the ball out. I just set my feet, recognize that I'm going to a landmark, throw it up, and maybe see if I can give him time to get there.
It's a good observation, because it is something that CJ Stroud is doing to allow his guys a chance to make a play. Another thing that is doing is allowing the defense, the opposing defense, to make a mistake. We've seen times now, I feel like CJ Stroud, we've seen instances where CJ Stroud and Davis Mills have done this now, where they'll throw it up there and then give an opportunity for a defensive back to either interfere or some kind of illegal contact, and it's kind of a bailout play. We've seen that a little bit. But I like even more so you pointing out CJ Stroud, because, like, I'm doing the Nick Caley criticism thing, but we should not forget that CJ Stroud has been given more autonomy and the ability to make checks and to make changes at the line of scrimmage, and to actually be the person that is in charge for how to handle these touches, and then, like, pre-snap, and then how to handle them post-snap from there. So I think it is incumbent on CJ Stroud to find answers one way or another, whether it's the antidote that you're using here, the example that you're using, or if it's checking into something quick, something hot. One way or another, it may be more so on CJ Stroud to find those answers. And so if we're going to criticize the lack of pressure planning or the poor pressure planning, it shouldn't just be on the play caller. It should be kind of a shared responsibility on both the play caller and the quarterback.
Without
himself.
question, there's definitely some instances where I go, and of course, this is where I recognize my limitations because I'm like, I don't know football to the point of knowing all the different opportunities and answers that you could have in that moment. But I'm like, I feel like the quarterback maybe should have some answers in this instance.
But this is a good observation by you, though, because it's C.J. Stroud, I think, specifically playing to his strengths, right? The ball placement specialist. I know we've overplayed that term since he's been drafted.
Sure.
But he views himself that way. His accuracy is supposed to be kind of the hallmark of his, or the calling card of his, skill set, the height of his skill set. So he's leaning into that and allowing his receivers to make a play in that instance. I cannot be mad at that.
I love you bringing up the idea, though, that also just throwing that ball up there could be an opportunity of maybe he gets to it, maybe he doesn't. And there's a secret third option of maybe they throw a flag.
Yeah, and we've seen it a time or two.
And we've seen it a lot this year, not just the throw the flag, but also on a ostensibly not catchable football, right? We've seen that, and it's frustrated me personally to no end. The instances where it's like, that's not catchable. The rules dictate that then would not be a flag.
Yeah.
You can get some of those in your benefit. Shout out to Jane Costin.
Yeah.
She'll always talk about the all PI offense. Hey, see if you can get some PI in here, man. Why not? Get some PI in your life. But ultimately, I thought that was an interesting thing that I saw, and I wonder if that continues as a development for C.J. Stroud, or if that was like a momentary answer to try and see if he could get some value out of it, especially against a team that had allowed them to go for a 75-yard and a 43-yard touchdown early in the game.
Maybe this is for a different segment and a different question for another day, but is that ethical football? Is that
because people talk about ethical hoop.
Yeah, I mean, because it is kind of the equivalent of foul hunting, borderline flopping. It's not actual flopping. It's not Tier Tart level flopping.
Hey man, Tier Tart, bro.
But it is kind of hunting the penalty there. So ethical or not, it's been working. Just saying.
Yeah, we'll see if it continues to work for the Texans. It's worked enough. They got the victory, 20-16 versus the Chargers. They're set. They have their tickets booked for the playoffs. Now all that's left to be determined is where they go, whether that's NRG Stadium or somewhere else in the league. In fact, coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including one of the games that maybe dictates possibly where they go. And also, man, the Rockets beat down the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll talk about that and more next.
Monday Night Football is
4.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on a victory reaction Monday. Texans get a victory versus the Los Angeles Chargers at SoFi Stadium, 20-16. Punch their ticket for the playoffs, third straight year. That is the first time in franchise history that they've managed to do that particular feat. And shout out to D'Amico Ryans for doing that. In fact, I don't know for certain that this is how it will go, but it's leaning more and more likely that the Texans are actually going to go in as a wild card, which would be the first time that they've done that as well. Make the playoffs in the National Football League by not winning their division. Of course, thanks for nothing, Indianapolis Colts. And now we have to see if Cam Ward quietly looking really good at football.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Cam Ward and co can maybe do our bidding next week. But
we're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation.
That is reckless speculation. Thank you for keeping me honest there, Colin. But regardless, Texans will be in the playoffs this year, officially now.
Yeah, they're going to be in the playoffs. And you tell me if you're anything like me, but I'm not as worried about the opponent as others are. It seems like people are starting to get up into the 5th seed. And the possibility of Baltimore beating Pittsburgh to end the season and winning the AFC North and then being that number 4 seed that you have to go visit. And I'm just not that worried about it based off of how they play. I feel like the method, for as maddening as it can be as a fan or as an observer to watch, I do feel like it's transferable, something that's going to travel both on the road and in the postseason. So I'm just not as worried about it. And I also want to go back to a text that you read earlier about why is it so difficult to enjoy a win. Y'all speak for yourselves. Y'all let me know if y'all feel the same way. I have not had really any difficulty, as much as we're breaking this down and picking it apart and critiquing parts that deserve critiquing. I have had no problem enjoying the fact that they won this game and feeling good about the fact that they've won 8 straight. Like, it does not feel like fool's gold. It does not feel like luck, even though I do feel like they were both lucky and good on Saturday. It feels like this is legitimate. I feel good.
Which, honestly, it's something that we don't talk about enough in sports, but I believe very strongly in. We downplay the value of luck way too much. Maybe it's because it's something that you cannot really control.
That's a great point.
I know what text is about to dominate the text line, which is luck is the combination of preparedness, and you can text it. Go ahead and do it.
Well, be all of that then.
But
be that combination and get lucky.
Luck when it comes to health, luck when it comes to the bouncing of an oblong-shaped ball in the game. Like, I think luck comes in a good manner. But yes, you're right. They were lucky in some way. I will not say I am worried, but I will break out to say I'm a little uneasy about the idea of Baltimore, even with the understanding that this Baltimore team has been stepping on their on their appendage all season long. And honestly, It's been a factor of this era of Baltimore Ravens football generally, especially when it comes to December and January. However, that's still Lamar Jackson over there, even if he ain't running as fast. That's still Derrick Henry, who, when they decide to use him, can put up his 7th 200-yard game in the National Football League.
4 touchdowns. He's still Derrick Henry, man.
And their defense has been playing better, if not great, of late. You're right. I think your recipe is built to be able to handle this. But I'd be wild if I didn't say that going into Baltimore against the full complement of Baltimore Ravens is not something to set me at a little bit of disease. Just a little bit.
To be fair, not to argue against myself, if I were ranking, just like forget seeding for a second and just think of all the teams that are going to be in the playoffs, okay, all of the AFC teams, the playoff-bound AFC teams, if I were ranking them from least want to face to most, the Ravens would come up pretty quickly. Like, I think it would start with the Patriots, and then after that, it would be somewhere between the Ravens and Jacksonville. Like, after that, like, I have no Denver, the top seed. I have, like, they don't scare me at all.
Okay.
I'm talking about not even like a little bit. We watched that. I mean, we were here for that. Like, that was just not, that's not an impressive football team to me. I know what they've done is impressive. It's hard to argue against them being good given what their record is. I am just not worried about them when it comes to the Texans. If I were ranking them, the Patriots would be top, but then it would be Jacksonville and Baltimore out of teams that I don't want to face, just to be fair about it.
A team that I would be interested in how teams want to face them next season is the Kinder's Texas Bowl champions. Your University of Houston Cougars. They got a win in a shootout of sorts, although I shouldn't use that language, but hey, it is what it is, and it's the Texas ball.
Metaphorically speaking, man, y'all understand what
38-35 victory for the University of Houston versus LSU. Shout out to Connor Wegman, who did look pretty good as a gunslinger of sorts in that game.
Connor Wegman, quiet as kept. The LSU killer. Like, he owns LSU. I mean, that was part of the talking about. I got a chance to do the pregame show with Chris Partee on Mix 96.5 Houston. I appreciate everybody who was able to kind of tune in and tap in with us. But a point that I was making and a point that we were making, and this was being talked about, dude was 2-0 against LSU from back in his Aggie days going into this game. And look, I made the point of, hey, this is not the same team. You know, it's totally different, but it is the same quarterback with a familiarity with basically a similar defense in LSU. And I'll be damned, man, the dude handled up. I mean, what did he have? 4 touchdowns. Really just did his thing, man. 4 touchdowns. They get the game-winning field goal in the fourth quarter. And shout out to the Cougs, man. This type of turnaround, 6-game turnaround, 10-win season capped off by a Kender's Texas Bowl victory.
Year 2, year one, you were still tearing down from what it was that Dana Holgorsen did here in Dana that leaves holes in the walls and the carpet dirty. Like, you know, he had a good time when he had this space. Willie Fritz is a program builder, so I was anticipating like a couple of years to kind of set up the foundation. Very quickly, he has gotten to that place. In fact, Tanner Koziol, the tight end, that was a transfer in and not very heralded, but after his career, very, very good. Probably their best pass catcher this year. Yeah. This was Tanner after the game talking about this team and Willie Fritz and what he's been able to build.
Football way too much, man. Just this year we created a family and we won like it. And with the portal, it's hard to create a family, and Coach Fritz knows how to do it, and we did it, and it was so much fun, man.
Yeah, man, look.
I don't think that should be taken for granted. Like, the idea of building a quote-unquote family, especially, as he mentioned, in a portal era where there's a lot of turnover, and in a Houston place where we know Houston as a city, but as a program, it's been tough for them to, especially stepping up into this, you know, Power 4 conference world. Building a foundation that quickly where it feels like you have a culture and an identity, well, you got to give Willie Fritz a tip of the cap, man.
It was actually funny, like a kind of a culture clash, because everything about LSU and what they represent right now with the Lane Kiffin hire feels very much, and what that entails, right? You're going to have kids coming in and out of the program now because you're changing head coaches, and kids are able to do that freely, and you know, and shout out to that fact. But it does feel very much like new age college football, what's going on with LSU, at least in the moment, and then juxtapose that to what's going on. It was very much like, you know, kind of that warm and fuzzy stuff that you really like about college sports. The idea that these guys go to school together and that there's a brotherhood and some kind of camaraderie, and everybody's just not some kind of free agent, even though there is some reality to that. Everybody's not just some kind of free agent. It's actually a team. I'll say this, the results that the Cougs got this year in year 2 under Willie Fritz are normally the kind of results that even the most ambitious and optimistic fan tends to expect in year 3 of a program rebuild, and they did it in year 2. They deserve a tremendous amount of credit for it.
Yeah, and shout out to Connor Wegman from the 832. Didn't the Cougars get like one of the nation's top 5-star quarterbacks for the next year's recruiting? That's right. Shout out to Connor Wegman, because after the game, after this, you know, fantastic performance, he was also seen chopping it up with his soon-to-be teammate, Keyshawn Henderson, who is that 5-star quarterback, #1 recruit in the nation. Shout out to my guy, Sean Bell, for recruiting him. Also, shout out to Sean Bell for now being named assistant head coach, I believe, up from, I think he's still doing quarterback coaching, but he's going to be the assistant head coach, and he brings in a huge recruit. I like this, if for no other reason then. Seems like they're cool, because come spring, they will be competing for a job.
They will be competing for a job. It'll be very interesting to see how that plays out. I'm glad that you mentioned Sean Bell, because that is a really cool full circle story. A lot of people might not realize this, but Fritz coach, well, Sean Bell, first of all, was a very successful high school coach in the area, and so he kind of brings that background.
Fun story.
But also
coached me at a point.
Sean Bell did.
Yes, he did.
Well, Fritz coached Sean Bell's brother, Brian Bell, back at Sam Houston State. And so that is kind of so basically the Fritzes and the Bells been mingling for a while now, right? So Fritz coached his brother, and now he's working with the older brother who, you know, like you mentioned, is a really good recruiter. It's really cool to see all of them.
And it's H-Town. That's
yeah,
the beauty of it.
Very much H-Town, and you love to see the glow up in this way.
All right, speaking of H-Town, shout out to the Rockets. Dog walked the Cavaliers on Saturday, third straight win versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. No Alperen Sengun with calf tightness, and shout out to Steven Adams. I think that we know what Steven Adams is for this team. I thought that he handled the minutes and the responsibility incredibly well, because you kind of have to not be just Steven Adams, with all due respect to what just Steven Adams is. In this instance where you don't have Alperen Sengun, he did that fantastically. And then Kevin Durant just scoring, getting buckets to a larger degree usage-wise than even recently he's had. And they got it done in 3 quarters and then let the bench mob handle this thing up.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was them just kind of rectifying the way this month has gone for them.
Yeah, a lot of nasty losses.
Ooh, the month of December has not been a kind month to them. It started, you and I were actually watching part of this game, just kind of hanging out, kicking back, but the month starts with them losing that back-to-back, the back end of that back-to-back to Utah.
Yeah.
And then leading up into that Lakers game, they were 4-6 on the month, okay? And they had lost whatever it was, 3 of the last 4, right? And so now, you handle business against the Lakers on Christmas Day pretty decidedly, I would say. And then the Cavs as well put you at 500 for the month. And to me, kind of, like, I guess at this point, with Alperen Sengun out, because you kind of peed away those games against teams you weren't supposed to lose to, the Kings and Pelicans and Clippers of the world, now you can't afford to lose these games to end the year between the Lakers, the Cavs, and now you get what should be a relatively easy win today against the Pacers. But this was just them taking care of business in a way that they should have been all along and had not been.
As you mentioned, the Pacers' worst record in the league, 6-26.
Oh, they won 6 games now.
They have.
Okay.
They have won 6.
They've won 4 the last time I looked.
They've lost 8 in a row.
Oh, wow.
Looking to make it 9 as they come into Toyota Center 7 p.m. tonight.
I just like how P. Scott's like, oh, really? 6 games?
They got some wins. Now, of course, that was weeks ago because they've lost 8 in a row.
Yeah.
But yeah, that team is such an evidence of how the NBA has changed, and this is like a longer conversation to be had at another time. But it is so little. It's still about who you got at the top of the roster, but it's also so much more about who you have 1 through 8, 1 through 7, 1 through 8. So much more than maybe even as recently as 5 years ago, when you could probably go 1 through 3 or 4 and still feel like that'll dictate you get into the playoffs. And then the remaining, figuring out of where you end up in the playoffs is more about that depth. Now, the difference between first, second, third, fourth in the East and dead last is you just don't have your team together.
Yeah, it's been fascinating watching them have to adjust to the Tyrese Halliburton injury versus how, let's say, the Celtics have adjusted to the Jason Tatum injury, right? They seem to be more equipped to still be competitive. Obviously, they got a frontline star in Jaylen Brown, who's having a renaissance season. He had a bit of a down year, wasn't as healthy last year. So he's leading them, and then you look over at the Pacers, and they just don't have it. They don't have
it. You guys already probably know this. Cold front rolling in.
Yeah, I noticed.
I do love, though, that the cold front rolling in is like it's colder winds and 50 degrees. I could take that.
Hey,
look, I got people all across Texas telling me it's like 40 degrees and stuff, and I'm like, y'all can keep that.
Yeah, it's not the temperature that's bothering me. It's the fact that once that wind blow, it knocked everything off of my back patio, man. I woke up this morning, everything, and I don't want to say what everything was, but everything that's on my patio was in my yard. Boy, I was so mad.
I bet you were.
Man,
bet you paid good money for everything on your back patio.
I did. Now I got to go get some more.
Yep. Before we say too much, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on a Victory Reaction Monday. In fact, with that victory, the Texans set for yet another playoff appearance. And when it comes to the playoffs, B. Scott's got a big question here. Can the Texans win in the playoffs playing like that? Let's have the conversation next.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their
details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop is Reggie Atatula.
Texans heavy up on the line. Stroud under center. Woody Marks in the backfield. 2nd and 8 from the Houston 3. Stroud looks it over. Handoff Marks. Finds a little hold. 5, 10. Woody Marks 15. Woody Marks 20 and down at the 23-yard line. Big run to get them out of the shadow of their goal post.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Victory Reaction Monday to you because the Texans got a 20-16 victory over the Los Angeles Chargers. Some fireworks early, but more importantly, this was the groundwork that was necessary, literally and figuratively. You hear Woody Marks with a solid run, and that's more of what this Texans team is. Like, the flash is there, and that is awesome, right? It was cool to have that, but we watch this team all the time. What makes this team actually work is the idea of Woody Marks or Jawar Jordan being able to run the ball for sometimes 4 yards, sometimes 7 or 9 yards to salt the game away, and sometimes when you need it in the shadow of your own end zone. A nice 19-yard run to open up some space and let you continue a drive in a normal fashion. That's what this offense has been. It's been enough. I've called the run game sufficient at times, not good, not great, and I mean that very literally. I don't think this is a good run game. I'll put my hand to God and say that. I'll stand in front of D'Amico Ryans, and I might wince just in case he might swing at me. But I tell him I don't think it's a good run game. I think it's a sufficient one.
I think empirical data would support you. Like, I don't know, other than if we want to point to some of those key moments. Like, if we want to just go with timely, like I mentioned this earlier, run pretty well early, and they ran it just well enough late to be able to ice the game. But
there was quite literally a drive where you go 9-yard run, 7-yard run, 9-yard run, something like that.
Yeah, so they have it in spurts. But overall, it is not a good rushing attack. Like, just by any stretch. I mean, going into the game, they were ranked 23rd rushing offense. So, like, I don't think you can put any lipstick on that pig and make it look pretty, right? Like, that is, not to anger Lopez from wherever he's at, but that kind of just is what it is.
No,
like,
do it. In fact, Colin, if you could do me a favor, clip that and send that to Lopez, so that we can annoy him.
Lopez
from remote.
Listen, Lopez, Texans rushing offense, ranked 23rd going into this game, and it is what it is. That offense, that rushing offense, not very good, but they've found something within it between the offensive line combination, which did not exist in this game because they were injured, but between the offensive line combination that they found midway through the season and leaning into Woody Marks as their lead back, the revelation that has been Jawar Jordan over the last few weeks.
36 yards, man. 4.5 a pop is kind of nice there.
They found something. They found some kind of pocket here. Got to give them credit. Now, the question, though, right, is can they win this way? Can they, maybe a better way to put it, can the Texans continue to win this way, the way that they have won over these last 8 games, what has brought them to 11 wins so far? Can they continue to win in ball control, shoddy rushing attack, sporadic passing attack, dominant defense? Can they win this way? All the questions that we have about the offense, the conservative play calling and the conservative sort of attack and approach that they have, especially once they get ahead. Is this a formula? Is this something that brings about confidence? Is this something that you actually can rely on with this Texans team as it gets a lot tougher, as the road gets tougher ahead in the playoffs? That's the question for them.
I'm of two minds. Like, my general gut reaction is one that is more negative, and then the other reaction is more positive in that they just keep doing it, right? Like, there's certain things in life that you go, I don't think that's the case, except evidence continues to prove contrary.
Yeah.
And at some point, the sample is large enough, and yes, I'm giving you all the nerd stat jargon of this, but the sample becomes large enough where I have to trust what I'm seeing. Like, I have to some degree, because as we've talked about, not a particularly good run team, although they mentioned on the text line, what's odd is that the rushing offense was 23rd last year too. Not that odd when you remember how bad the offensive line was.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon was out here fending for himself.
Yeah.
But then also, like, when they get to the fourth quarter, they're able to do what they need to do. The defense matters a good regard in this. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine in the national media, and before this game, I think it was actually literally, or no, it might have, yeah, it was before the game, where I was talking about some of the things that were concerns, for lack of a better term, for me. And the defense, right? Because the defense is the reason why this recipe works. And last week after that Raiders game, I was like, oof, are we seeing the thinning out that is going to dull the razor blade of this, you know, the buzzsaw that is this Texans defense, because the defensive tackle rotation that had been really good and allowed your edges to be what they were was getting thin. The linebackers didn't look as hot without Azeez. Does that mean anything? The secondary, especially as you're seeing Caleb Bullock have to try and be a box safety when he is not a box safety. And then you're seeing bumps and bruises, which we saw continue in this game from your star cornerback. Stingley leaves for a couple of plays. Kamari leaves for a couple of plays. Even Azeez leaves for a couple of plays in this game. And I'm going, is that attrition that happens in football going to take it to where your defense just is a little bit, goes from being otherworldly to very good? And very good sounds great, except when you need otherworldly to make the balance work. Except they do it again. They come back, and the defense looks pretty otherworldly. The offense is able to go and get some explosives early on to help balance what they're doing with this game. And so the answer for me still feels like it comes back to yes, they can win this way. And yet I still don't feel confident in the answer for one reason alone. Or maybe not one reason alone, but at least one reason. The playoffs are a different animal. The playoffs are you're weeding out the chaff in theory, and you're going against only the best teams, and also inherently the playoffs are a small sample. And so all it takes is one slip up for a thin margin of error to become no margin for error to become the reason why you lose a game. And ain't no we'll get him next week. And I will counter myself and then saying they've done it for 8 straight weeks.
That's what I'm going to say. Like, doesn't there have to be something said for when you break it down into a small sample, taking the larger sample as what you use as your evidence on what they can do in the smaller? Like, hey, we've got this larger piece of evidence that says, and I've been saying this for a while, it says that 23 is the number. The Texans score 23 points, and by and large, they win the game. And in the rare case that they don't, or in the rare cases that they haven't, they have been able to score more. The only time that 23 points wouldn't have won them a game in a game that they lost was the one against the Seattle Seahawks. They would be, what are they, 11-5?
They are 11-5 currently. Yes,
they
sir.
would be, okay, so they would be, what is it? Doing quick math here, 15-1 at this point if they just scored 23 points in every game.
Sure.
So
yeah,
like in literally in every game that including the ones that they lost, right? So the Jacksonville game, they needed more than that, but they got more than that, right? So like that is the data point. That is the formula. It's interesting because it feels like the answer to this question should be, yeah, they shouldn't be able to win like this. Like this shouldn't work. This should at some point bite them in the tail when they get in the postseason, when they get in the playoffs. And I will say this. If there is anything that will bite them in the tail, if there is anything that will hold them back from reaching their goals, the fact that their offense is not prolific enough that it can't keep up if it needs to, right? That would be the thing that would hold them back. However, it's not like I feel like we've done a bad job at times, either, not just media, but fans, when we talk about and evaluate the team, we want to silo the defense and silo the offense. Oh, the defense is great, but the offense isn't doing what it's supposed to do. They're not holding up their end of the bargain. And while that's true, we do also have to keep in mind that the offense gets to take the defense with them. It's not like we're just going to throw the offense into the playoffs and say, all right, defense, y'all go home now. That's no longer a factor into the game plan. No, this historically good defense is going to go with this sporadic offense into the playoffs, and this has been their formula. The 23-point formula to win a game. And it worked in this game, worked against the Raiders, even in the game that we're talking about where the defense did not look as good. So, yeah, I don't love it. It does not give me a lot of confidence. It doesn't make me feel good. It's certainly not the most watchable, enjoyable watch, right, when they're not scoring or they're not moving the ball for long stretches in the game. But can they win with it? I believe so, because they have.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's supposed to make you feel good. It's supposed to get the job done. I have a friend.
It's what was the dish that you mentioned?
Borscht.
It's borscht. It's all right. Sometimes you need a little bit of borscht in your life, man.
But there's also something to be said for they have mentally been playing playoff games for a number of weeks now. And that's the thing where there's versus the Chargers that helped me mitigate my skepticism that is just always ever present for me. I think you've known this in me, in knowing me, B. Scott, is that just skepticism just oozes out of all my pores.
I think it's healthy.
I don't feel like oozing is healthy in any facet or form.
Yeah, maybe the visual of skepticism actually oozing out of your pores, you might need to get that checked out. But metaphorically speaking,
fair enough.
I think it works.
The two things, one is mentality-wise, they've been playing playoff games. And so the idea of the stage changing the way that they play, I don't think is going to happen. I think that they mentally have been playing playoff football. The idea of the ball bouncing the wrong way, this was a game where the ball bounced the wrong way a few times. You have a couple of interceptions by C.J. Stroud. Both of them, I think C.J. bears some responsibility for, but not all the responsibility for. How much does that matter in the context of what we're talking about? Maybe not as much, but also the idea that sometimes people make great plays on the other side of you is there, and sometimes you will make mistakes. I think both of those happen in this game, and you're able to weather that. I think that all of that should be some level of comfort, and I'm taking it as a level of comfort. And the other thing that I'm trying to figure out how much comfort I should take, so maybe you can help me out here, B. Scott, these big plays that they're able to make on the first and second drive of the game are huge because for me, I know what the average is on this offense. That's been well established. But what's the high water mark? If you just need to put the pedal to the metal, put the thing in the highest gear that'll go, and just real quick see what you can do. The idea is they can get points real quick. How the Chargers not being prepared for you, and how much of that is we could create a big play when we need to, because this is a team that game script seems to matter a lot for, like how the game is going. If you get out early, it's like, oh, good luck catching up to us against this defense. I keep asking myself, what does this team look like when they get down and they need to go get it? And it's always been a fairly negative feeling for me. Those big plays, I go, how much can they dial that up? Because if that's the case, I feel a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, it is not a team, we mentioned this earlier, it is not a team that is built to play from behind. It does not feel that way. So you think back to the early game or the game earlier in the season on Monday Night Football, coming out of the bye week against the Seattle Seahawks. That was a game where they fall down early in that one, and they were clearly not equipped to rally back in that game. Now, I think that they have found more pieces within their offense since that game. Like the rookies have been more of a revelation. If you want to go from Woody Marks is now their lead back all the way up to Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, both contributing in the passing game, and especially in this game.
Did you notice that every receiver besides Woody Marks at least 3 targets?
That's been a case. That's been a thing for them, right? And especially in these in this little stretch here with particularly with C.J. Stroud, like the theme of the Davis Mills, short-lived Davis Mills era while C.J. Stroud was injured was, man, he's feeding it to Nico. He's finding Nico, to the point where people were asking if he's got more chemistry with Nico than C.J. Stroud, which was crazy. But then C.J., everybody else is getting fed, and it is a part of what they do. So I don't know if that was necessarily the same or was the case earlier on in the season, and so you've got to feel a lot better about that. But this is the thing for me. The fact that it seems like they're able to finish games, this was something that they weren't able to do at all early in the season. They could not finish a game to save their lives.
But it's been the mantra all the way through.
Yeah, and to me, more specifically, let's not beat ourselves. The Chargers game is not the best example, again, because C.J. Stroud threw 2 picks. I understand that. But as a whole, the mantra of we're not going to beat ourselves, but our defense is special enough, not just to get off the field, but they can disrupt the game enough for an offense for them to beat themselves, right? So like we're beating up on them on this end, and then on our end, we're just simply not going to beat ourselves. That, to me, is something that it's not something that I feel great about, but it is something that it feels like they have mastered.
And so when it comes down to it, like more and more so, especially after this Chargers game where in this run of games, with CJ returning at the very least is the starting point that I'll put. This was the game that I was circling as the final test, so to say, to give me some level of peace on what the answer would be here. And I feel like there's no other answer besides yes, they can win the playoffs like this. Now, can and will is a different thing. It's why you play the game, and games are not played on paper. But they have everything with go and win. It's not the most robust toolbox. They didn't get the Crayola pack with 96 colors in it, but they got enough colors to paint the picture.
Yeah, and to their credit, and somebody on the chat mentioned this on the YouTube, they did rally against the Jags from 19 down. That was a Davis Mills game. Like, that is something that I think is like a feather in the cap, but also felt like a one-off, right? When you take in what else they've done offensively around that, you're like, I don't know how much I can really rely on them to do that. But they did do that.
They did.
So you got to give them at least enough credit to say, hey, this we've seen enough from this offense to feel like it should be better than what it is.
Incredible. A 0-3, a 3-5 team has gotten to a place where a week out from the playoffs, they've punched their ticket. And you feel very confident that no matter who they come up against, which will matter with the way that this final week goes, the seeding, you feel good about it. You feel good about it in 1 week. You feel good about it in 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
How good do you feel about it for 4 or 5 weeks, B. Scott?
I feel good today.
Today. Okay, very good.
I'll take it now. Today is all I can handle. 3 or 5 weeks. I don't know. We have to come back to me.
We'll find out. You got us here on Sports Radio 610 to ride with you the entirety of the way as the Texans punch their ticket to the playoffs for the third straight year, first time in Texans history that they've done that. Third straight year in C.J. Stroud's history, third straight year in D'Amico Ryan's history as a Texan. What a great time to be a Houston Texan. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll do our lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic. Next.
Monday Night Football is on 22. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. I'm going to be honest. I always am. I'm never lying to you. Make that clear.
Is this going to be a confession within a confession?
Somewhat. No, not really.
The inception of confessions?
I have a take that sounds absurd, but the more that I've thought on it and the more I flesh it out, the more I believe it.
Okay.
So I believe that Christmas Day is the NFL's Vietnam.
Okay, you're gonna definitely have to flesh this out.
Can you expand on this, please?
Did I deliver on it being absurd on the front end? Is that
Christmas Day?
The Christmas Day of NFL slate playing football on Christmas is the NFL's Vietnam.
Okay, so like as Vietnam is to America, is what you mean?
Vietnam, like the Vietnam War. And
right,
again,
no, I understand.
I've made it clear that I've been watching a lot of Watchmen.
Yeah, sure.
So the nature of the Vietnam War being front of mind for me, very much so. But the reason why I think about this is the NFL not an empire that is just so much, at least in the media landscape, looking to expand and expand without really taking much thought and consideration for the landscape that it's going into. Like, the NFL feels very much like what America was at that point, where it's just like, I am undefeatable. It does not matter. Wherever I go, I'm going to win. And then they happen to walk into some booby-trapped territory where they ended up on Christmas Day, and we got some stinkers. And I understand that not every year are you going to get stinkers. However, I think that it's worth noting that the landscape of Christmas being later than Thanksgiving, you're probably going to be good for it. You've got some tradition, Lions and Cowboys, but then on top of that, you're earlier on in the season. I think there's something to be said for by week 16, there are some teams that could be out of the way. And with the nature of the NFL season year over year, you can't guarantee what those teams are that are going to be good. They thought they had a banger with the Chiefs on Christmas. Come Christmas Day, the Chiefs you were watching Chris Oladokun. Shout out to my Nigerian, but wasn't nobody trying to see that. It's so hard to be able to tell who's going to be good on Christmas. It's not really a flexible day. Like, this is territory that they didn't realize was as tough as it is. And so they done walked into this place where they thought they were just going to slaughter the NBA's landscape of Christmas, and they found that actually it's a lot more difficult than you give it credit for.
So I see what you're saying here, and I agree with part of the premise because, look, and this is the part I agree with. I watched all of the NBA games. I think I might have watched a total of 7 NFL snaps on Christmas Day.
Oh, wow.
I think I watched maybe 1 from the first game and maybe 5 to 6 from the that Vikings Lions game. But I was not tapped into the NFL on Christmas Day. I also wasn't one of those people that just was like, man, how dare the NFL try to infringe upon? Because to me, the benefit of having one program be all on network television and then the other ones all on the streaming is that we've got all of these options. Here's where I'm not sure that the comparison goes all the way through.
Okay.
I think that America was how successful it would be in the Vietnam War. No need to relitigate that, but let's just say it didn't work out the way that they thought. I think that the NFL is much more closer to being right because I don't think that there's an issue with them giving a slop on Christmas Day. I think the overall public has shown that they are willing to consume bad football no matter what.
Who are you telling?
So, like, to me, this is not an L. They did this because they can strong arm their way onto the Christmas Day scene, and people are. Look, I went to a relative's house, and mind you, I'm the person that's been watching basketball all day.
Certainly,
that's where I ended up finding the Vikings Lions game.
Sure,
because that was a football watching household.
Sure,
they're not going to be sitting around watching basketball. They're not into it like that. And they're also not really a streaming household, but somebody in that house had Netflix.
Sure.
And they figured out a way to get that game on. And so to me, that was cool for them. Cool for them. And you're going to have plenty of people that are going to choose football over basketball every time.
And I'll remind you, a lot of people view the Vietnam War as more of a stalemate than anything. But yes, I think you're right. There is something I'm not trying to say that, like, oh man, NFL lost this. That'd be absurd. Like, even with Christmas Day NBA putting on some good games, if we go starting to talk about this in the context of ratings, NFL still wins just because, as you mentioned, we will take football in any form.
Yeah.
Y'all was out here watching XFL.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And to that degree, it's foolproof. I think it is foolproof. That is the benefit for them, but also kind of the curse of it of like, man, hey, I'm tuning in to watch football, but they'll just whole idea of a Thursday night football game to begin with. I know we are now used to it, but it's silly on its face.
Sure.
That's why I had such objections last year, because I was like, oh, y'all already trained us to watch football on Thursday, but Christmas on a Wednesday, y'all going to take that over? Y'all going to play football on a Wednesday? Oh, word. Texans got to play 3 games in 11 days? Oh, word.
Yeah.
That's the greed part of it that I don't like. But I do understand where the NFL is coming from, and from the standpoint of, hey, y'all watch these London games early in the morning.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all watch on Thursday nights. Like, they know that people are going to watch.
Oh, yeah. The greed is going to continue to be there. But I did find it interesting this Christmas looking up and being like, oh, this terrain is actually a lot more thorny than you gave it credit for. And I found that to be deeply interesting.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have, for the last year, put it right at about a year, been a bad father.
Oh.
I didn't realize it until I became a good father again. But apparently for the last year, I've been a bad father. So on Christmas, for Christmas, I got my 2 youngest kids new bicycles, okay? They had gone a year without bicycles. And in that time, they didn't really go outside a lot.
Oh.
And I also, during this time, would criticize them for being these soft-ass kids who like to stay inside all the time. But what I didn't give enough credit for was, for a long stretch of that time, we lived in a house. We have since moved, but we lived in a house with no sidewalks and very few children in the neighborhood. It felt like a retirement community of sorts.
Okay.
And so there were no sidewalks. There were no children. Since then, so that was a year ago Christmas.
Yeah.
Fast forward to now, they live in a neighborhood with sidewalks. They got bikes. And there's children in the neighborhood.
And they be outside, don't they?
And they be outside. I can't get them from outside. I've had to set new ground rules. Hey, son, put a shirt on. Put your shoes on. Because, you know, they kind of country kids. I'm like, hey, man, you can't be out here riding your bike with no shoes and no shirt. They going to think that whoever your parents are don't love you.
They going to think he's negligent. You're going to get a call.
Put your clothes on.
You're going to get a visit for some people.
This was a couple days ago. My daughter goes out there. She's got on her pajamas. Sweetheart, you know how I feel about pajamas. Pajama day at school, I ain't with it. I ain't with you wearing your pajamas riding a bike around the neighborhood. Go put your clothes on. They are outside. And the only reason, the whole moral of the story is, you want your kids to go outside, make sure that they got bikes, they'll go outside.
That's a really good point.
It was my fault. It was me keeping the kids inside, not really thinking about it, but also criticizing them for being these soft-ass kids that don't like to touch grass.
I feel like there's more that can be learned from that, but I feel like that'd be a whole thing, like a whole message. I feel like I'd be on the pulpit at that point, trying to extrapolate the lesson.
Oh, man, look, there's a lot of lessons to be learned with raising this generation of kids. We are doomed. Our future, if it's in their
But
hands,
apparently not doomed that much, because all you got to do is, just like us, give them something to go outside for, and they'll be out there.
Listen, I'm around them enough, man. We are doomed. Doomed. I don't want to die young. However, I am worried about what it's going to look like when I get old. It is not a track.
All right.
These are my confessions.
So that I will leave us on a positive note. I think that the Pop-Tart Bowl, man, is giving us something to appreciate. Honestly, the bowl games in general.
Yeah.
I think I realized something that I very much want from the bowl games, because, you know, I'm big on the save the bowl games. The bowl games need to matter at least as much as they possibly can. And you know what I need from them? I need the media, particularly ESPN, because they're broadcasting most of these bowl games, is to treat them like the Olympics. Right? I don't have interest in all of these teams, especially when we talk about like Jacksonville State. Right, when we get to teams like that, I mean,
Colin and I do. We've had some run-ins with Jacksonville State and Sam Houston State guys, but we digress.
Yeah. Y'all don't have to have interest in them, but like, I don't have interest in them. However, what I need is give me the human interest. Like, you can always look at the Olympics. The Olympics is treated like sports for people that don't watch sports.
Yeah.
And so in order to get those people invested, what they do is like, here is the story of this person, and this is why you should care about them. And you may not care about like what this team does and what they do, but you gonna hey, I like that dude, and I want to see him win. Give me that in the bowl game so I can be tapped in. Because the games are actually pretty fun.
But that requires journalism. I don't know. Do they still do that there?
I'm
not even saying it as a criticism. It's just not a thing that people do.
Accusing the worldwide leader of sports.
That's right.
Of not doing any journalism.
He wouldn't be the first.
Yes, I am.
Or at least significantly less than they had at one point.
And look, to be fair, if journalism is not profitable in the name of the game these days in this buck. And so what do you want? What do you want to do? You want to be this? You want to play ethical ball? Or you want to make this money?
Listen,
I get it.
It requires effort, though, B. Scott, and,
Come on now. Can AI run that report that you looking for? I don't know how much they use AI. I'm just taking shots now.
I'm sure they do use AI.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they probably use AI to hey, look this over. Is there any grammatical errors or whatever?
I've got enough media jobs to know that everyone is using AI. Take it from me.
You talk about the future being
for sure.
Yeah, I was
talking about the future being.
Hey, but I mean all of it, man. These kids are using AI to write their report, like their book reports and stuff like that, for like structure.
Here I was trying to be positive, and we didn't.
Man, it is
hell in a handbasket. Damn it!
It is real life, bro.
But you know what? You know what'll cheer you up again? The Texans going to the playoffs, baby. Victory reaction Monday.
Indeed.
Texans get a 20-16 victory over the Los Angeles Chargers. If you ever needed just a shot of adrenaline, oh, damn, the Texans did win, didn't they? On a Saturday, too. Enjoy your Sunday watching good football. What a time. Texans won, Rockets won, Cougs won, and the Kinders Texas Bowl. All is well in the world. In fact, speaking of winners, because Houston is a bunch of winners. If anybody tells you different, punch them in the face. Don't do that, though. Coming up next in Loop, let's talk about it. Who are some winners and losers of the weekend? Who do you feel like had a good weekend? Because I can tell you one Texan had a great weekend just by having bars. 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans shut down the Chargers. 22. It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Victory Reaction Monday. Reginald Atatula in with B. Scott, who's sitting there for the OG John Lopez. We got Colin Neal on the ones and twos in for Figgy Fig. Loses the weekend, B. Scott, and listener 713-572-4610. Because I thought that this was a very fun weekend for sports in general. And if you feel like there's some non-sports winners and losers, go ahead and throw those in as well. I would like to start Texans-wise here, winners and losers. If you don't mind. And I might be unfair to start off the field. Actually, let me start on the field here. And Colin, I'm asking for an audible here. So if you can give me a cut on the fly, I would appreciate it. I would very much like highlight number 25. When you can get to it, go ahead and give me the signal, and I will get there here in a second. But before I get there, can I salute the Stafford boy himself?
All right, let's do it.
Jalen Petrie.
I'm down for that. I spent 7th through 9th grade at Stafford. So,
okay.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go Stafford Spartans, baby.
Jalen Petrie. In this game, obviously, is the general Jalen Petrie, like being that good nickel back. After the game, shout out to Jordan Rodriguez. She works for The Athletic, does great job writing NFL stuff. In fact, she just wrote a piece about the Texans, which is part of why I imagine she was at this game.
Yeah, it's a good read.
Apparently, Jalen Petrie, in the locker room postgame, said, God is the greatest. The Texans defense is probably second.
That's a great line.
What?
It's a great line.
That is tough.
That quote.
What?
I'll go further and say this. I feel like that quote can replace the nickname exercise that we used to do.
Yeah.
Like what is the nickname for this defense? Settle on whatever you like. We can all have a different one. If there are 1 million Texans fans, let's just give it a random number, then there can be 1 million different answers to that question. But let's all unite or quote this whole quote as a theme for this Texans defense. God is the greatest. The Texans defense is second.
That is so. He said probably, so I appreciate him leaving a little bit of room for some other stuff in there. But that quote, you know what I immediately saw when I heard that quote? When, or if, to allow some wiggle room, because I'm big on wiggle room. If the Texans ultimately do the thing that it feels more and more likely that they have a possibility of doing, right? I don't have to say it out loud, just in case y'all come around calling me some kind of jinx.
Y'all know what he's talking about.
Somebody's going to inevitably write a definitive book about this time period, right? I don't even know who would be that would write the book, but somebody going to write that book. And when they write that book,
I'll do it if y'all paying.
That
I
quote.
was say I want B Scott. I want B Scott to write it.
I want to put that out there.
That quote is going to be somewhere on the cover, whether it's the front cover, back cover, is going to be it's going to be a pull quote on reviews. That quote right there is going to be something of note when it comes to this season, because that quote is incredible.
Yeah, it's really good. It almost makes you wonder, like, because I've talked to Jalen Petrie quite a bit, and he's a affable guy, but we've never gotten anything close to that. So, like, shout out to Jordan Rodriguez or whoever it is that got that quote out of him. That is really, really good. Almost to the point to where it was surprising. It had,
and he's wild humble, as well. And I know that he along with so many of these Texans, super God fearing. So like the idea of blasphemy or saying the Lord's name in vain is one of those things that they take seriously. That quote is not to be taken lightly from Jalen Petrie. He means something by that.
Well, but it also feels like it could have been the cuff or done in conversation. Like these media scrums, especially the ones that happen more so in the locker room, can become more conversational. And, you know, the players, especially if they're comfortable with you, will let their guard down a little bit. And they'll kind of just throw out little quotes out there as an aside, if you will. And this is one that stands out for sure. It stands out. I like it. I'm with it.
I need us to pump this up more. I need this to be like on NFL Network. Yeah, y'all got to talk about this. That's tough. That is an incredible quote.
I want that on a T-shirt.
Yeah. He should put it over his locker room or over his locker in the locker room.
That would be tough. How about this for a winner on the weekend? Can you give me highlight number 25 from this Chargers or this victory over the Chargers?
Herbert under center, one back. Everybody bunched in fairly tight here. Herbert to pass. Herbert stepping up. Herbert in trouble again. He drops the football, and Herbert covers it up back at the 19-yard line. It's a sack on the play, and the Chargers call timeout with 25 seconds to go.
Shout out to the defensive line, baby.
Man, it was so good. So good from Set Go. And, of course, Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson get the sacks to end the first 2 drives that the Chargers go on. But let's not ignore what the interior guys were doing on some of those plays, like it's the Will Anderson sack where it's actually Sheldon Rankins that gets there first. And Sheldon Rankins gets there first because
Danico Autry earholed the center.
Exactly,
oh, my God.
Which he is just a specialist at. So you got to give Will Anderson credit for one. You got to give Danico Autry his credit for doing his part. You got to give Sheldon Rankins credit for getting home. Obviously, Danielle Hunter on the previous drive. We saw some Derek Barnett in this game. We saw a number of guys step up along this defensive line. If we were to do earlier when we did the question of the game, who was the most impressive?
Mm-hmm.
If I had gone position group if we had gone position group instead of player, it would have easily been the Texans' defensive line.
5 sacks. 5 sacks.
So good.
And it felt like there was probably an opportunity to have more because Justin Herbert was running for his life and making plays by scrambling. So, yeah. Shout out to them. Some other winners and losers. How about Derek bleeping Henry?
Yeah,
El Tractocito himself. We shouldn't make these in real life. 1 week after inexplicably not being on the field during with the game on the line.
They said, we got something for that.
They were like, oh, my bad. Let me fix that. 216 yards, 4 touchdowns. 7th career 200-yard rushing game.
It confuses me. I'm not going to pretend to have watched every moment of the game where he was on the sideline, so 2 games ago, but it confuses me on how a team could have Derrick Henry, and even is like especially the Ravens, and like forget they have Derrick Henry. Like, what is it that you have going on, especially with Lamar Jackson injured and not playing the same as he has up to his MVP level? What do y'all got going on to where y'all can afford to forget that Derrick Henry is on your team? Like, there's got to be more of a there or something going on with that. But definitely rectified that with the 4 touchdowns in this game.
Yeah, this is part of the reason why this loser is a loser on the weekend, and that is Mike Tomlin and the Steelers' offense. Where quote from our guy, our fellow Texan, Myles Garrett, who plays for the Cleveland Browns, he was on his way, and I guess he is a somewhat loser in this, but I feel weird calling him a loser because that feels like that'd be a thing that would reflect poorly on me, especially if I was ever in the presence of one Myles Garrett.
Yeah,
but
and he is Myles Garrett.
22 sacks on the season. Yeah. He is a full sack away from breaking the record that is tied between Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt.
Yeah.
And he was going up against a Steelers offense that one could think maybe it could happen against. They were getting the ball out so quick, as Aaron Rodgers has been this season, but they did so seemingly to their detriment. At least that's what Myles Garrett has to say about this one. Did you have this audio, Colin? No, you didn't? Well, Myles Garrett said after the game that he felt like they were trying so hard to not allow him to get a sack that they kind of hurt their offense. And I would agree. Like, they just look. Now, this offense hasn't been incredible, don't get me wrong, but Arthur Smith had gotten it rolling a little bit better. They look like they absolutely tanked their possibilities. And they lost to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Leaving open the possibility that if they lose again, actually, they play the Ravens next week, and if they lose to the Ravens are in the playoffs at the 4 seed.
And it feels much more likely to lose to the Ravens. Like, if you just kind of step back, go before this game and say, hey, which one of those 2 games do you feel like they're going to lose? It's the Ravens one. And, like, which one do you think they're going to win? Which one do you think they're going to lose? You would have given them that Browns game. Like, oh, they'll handle business against the Browns, surely.
And that would have ended the Ravens for the season.
And they couldn't do it.
We would continue the Lamar Jackson. Have you seen the Lamar Jackson conversation that's happening with the Conor Moore having poor eating choices?
And now people wondering if they're better off with Snoop out there.
Well, clearly they weren't.
But that's how
they were better off getting the ball to Derrick Henry. I don't know about with Snoop out there.
But I think more so to the point of just like souring on a guy quickly, or when a season goes south, coming up with all of these ridiculous things to say, right? And kind of, just ignoring who this guy is. So, but yeah, the formula is to get the ball to Derrick Henry for them, for sure.
Yeah, but because Derrick Henry, when they remember to do this, is still doing this at his big age, at least running back wise, because Lamar Jackson, when he's been healthy, is still looking a little bit more like Lamar Jackson, a little bit less hurt every chance that he gets. I don't like the opportunity that the Steelers have given for him to be in the playoffs, especially as the Texans, courtesy of the Buffalo Bills not going for it on 2, are currently sitting as the 5 seed and have an opportunity to remain as the 5 seed. Going to Baltimore, it does not scare me, but it does create a little bit of dis-ease within me.
Yeah, I am not scared of Baltimore. That being said, I will be rooting very, 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 very passionately for the Pittsburgh Steelers this weekend in this game. Like, I think that goes – if it doesn't go without saying, let me say it now to be clear. I will be rooting for the Steelers. I'd much rather play the team that lost to the Browns than the Ravens.
I will be with you in that regard. A couple other winners here, if you don't mind. This is statistics-wise. Shout out to Breece Hall, who is a winner question mark. And you'll understand why the question mark is here. He got to 1,000 yards here this weekend. This is the first time that a Jets player has done that since 2015.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
That's crazy.
It's been a decade since they've had a 1,000-yard rusher. Not 2,000. We're not talking about CJ. 1,000.
And they beat the Texans 2 years in a row.
All right, so that was not my intention.
I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm going to be a hater, I got to also acknowledge, like.
You're not wrong.
They did still lose to Zach Wilson and then Aaron Rodgers.
But
that did happen.
Also salute to Trey McBride, who broke the record for catches by a tight end. He's just been fantastic as a tight end this year.
So a loser that you did not have in here that I thought should have been an honorable mention loser of the weekend. Got to be Cameron Dicker. Dicker the kicker.
Yeah.
I mean, coming up short 4 points in a 4-point game that you lose, and you're the most accurate by percentage kicker in the history of the game, yeah, you're a loser of the weekend. A winner overall. Excellent kicker. First Pro Bowl season from what I understand. Not necessarily this weekend.
Missed a fairly easy field goal. No, it was a pretty long field goal, but then also an extra point.
Missed an extra point. The field goal basically negated a turnover. You know, the missed field goal.
It did.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it negates a turnover. Like, and then again, that's before you know what the final score is going to be. Final score ends up being the exact points that you left on the table. Yikes.
How did Phillip Rivers get 2 Phillip Rivers situations in 1 week? Because the Chargers did the thing on this side, and then they had you got one play and one opportunity to win, down by 1 score. Phillip Rivers, man, he is an institution. He is magical.
Yeah.
How much do you think the missed field goals are Danico Autry over there scaring kickers now?
Oh, I'd be scared. I don't blame him.
You just be putting that big old paw up.
Man, he's a scary dude. You watch him ear hole a guy that's way bigger than you. You're like, man, if he did that to him, what he gonna do to me?
Well, thankfully, it's just the football. He's not actually hitting the kickers. That's a penalty.
That's true.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, look, penalty be damned. I don't want him touching me. If I'm my size, a kicker size.
Also, he did get a penalty in this game.
We're not doing that.
We will talk about the Danico Autry penalty and others as coming up next. No OG in, but we got B. Scott in. I would like to get B. Scott's passing thoughts from this game. We'll do that next.
D'Amico and CJ have done it again.
Stroud takes a knee, and it's
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
At the 14-yard line, 1st and 10 Chargers. Herbert, shotgun. Empty backfield. Takes the snap. Herbert firing over the middle. Tipped and intercepted at the 1-yard line. The Texans have his second pick of the year at a huge time to turn back the Chargers.
The momentum was starting to
ruling
shift.
on the field is an interception by Houston at the 1-yard line.
In the favor of the Chargers. Big play by Quentin Johnson. And I think Herbert just put too many revolutions on this one for Rondé Gadsden to hang on to it.
That's real nice of the quarterback to defend his quarterback. Shout out to Andre Ware. What a blessing it is to have that man on the broadcast. But he ain't had to do all that. Gadsden just dropped that thing, man. Don't blame that on Herbert.
Yeah.
Gadsden just dropped that thing.
What a rough day for him.
Boy. But he's a rookie, ain't he? He's young. But shout out to our very own Azeez Al-Shaair, the green dot, the captain of the defense, he is very much shaking that idea that he can't catch the football. He was like, 2 of the AFC West teams, I'm picking them off. I'm getting an interception.
Yes.
That was very necessary for the Texans to get their victory 20-16 versus the Los Angeles Chargers and officially punch their ticket into the playoffs. That, I imagine, we might talk about, but I don't know exactly where we're going, but I want to go. The OG is not here, but I would like to get B. Scott's passing thoughts.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Now tell me you're not going into the locker room and doing whatever he said there.
No, I'm not doing none of that. You can rest assured. But let's build off the thought here from the highlight of Azeez Al-Shaair and his interception and him, like you said, dispelling the notion that he doesn't have hands. You can even hear him talk about it at times of like, even questioning himself, like, man, can I catch all these interceptions that hit my hands last year that I didn't get? Azeez Al-Shaair continues to have an amazing season. That stood out to me, him having this interception on the highlight that we just played, but also like the noticeable difference with him not being out there last week as opposed to being out there this week. You can tell the value of having him out there. First Pro Bowl season, Azeez Al-Shaair continues to have an amazing season. That stood out to me in this game, man.
Third most takeaways as a team, this Houston Texans team this year, and it is fourth most interceptions. It's crazy because early on in the season it didn't feel like it, so we have not talked about it as much as we did last year. This is a year-over-year takeaway defense, and do you know how absurd that is?
Yeah.
Like in the statistic nerdy circles, that's the thing is like turnovers aren't sticky. Yep. The idea is that year-over-year you are not supposed to be able to depend on turnovers being there again. A lot of other defensive things, being able to cover, being able to rush the passer, those are things year-over-year you can expect to have, which this team has done. They're also like, we're going to take the football away too.
Yeah.
We're going to do that as well.
Yeah. So that leads me into another thought, though, because this is also related. The Andre Gadsden, tight end rookie that we mentioned. My goodness, man. What an awful, awful day. He ended up making some plays later on in the game that helped him out, but he had no less than 2 drops, one of them that led to that interception that we just played from Azeez Al-Shaair. And there was another, this was a little bit of a nondescript play because it was a run play, I believe, but he's supposed to be blocking Jalen Petrie in space and completely whiffs on the guy, completely whiffs, and ends up being what kind of just basically blew up that play, was allowing Jalen Petrie to kind of get through the gap there. So I noticed that, man. This guy had an awful day, which brings me to a prevailing thought from this game. All right? The Chargers lost this game just as much as the Texans won it. I don't feel like you got to do an either-or type of thing. I don't feel like you got to discredit the Texans for the plays that they made. I started this thing shouting out Azeez Al-Shaair. I mentioned earlier in the show how Derek Stingley Jr., and that's going to come up again in passing thoughts, but how I was impressed with what Derek Stingley Jr. did. Of course, we know how the game started with the 2 deep shots to go up 14-0, just like that. But, dude, the Chargers, the drop that I mentioned from Andre Gasson, the rookie tight end, and then again, the field goals. They lost by 4 points, couldn't capitalize on turnovers, could not convert for the quarterback, could not protect the quarterback at times, allowed him to be sacked 5 times, and the difference being 4 points, and you had the most accurate kicker of all time out there, missing a field goal and an extra point. I thought lost this game just as much as the Texans won it.
I mean, that feels very much the case. And have we come too far to do the Chargers are going to Charger thing? Because there's a point in time in history where that was the prevailing narrative, is that the Chargers are going to Charger, and feels like
they did Charger.
There you go.
It's literally what they did.
We got some of that right back. Can I say though, within them chargering, I think some of this is I am so happy, and I forgot how infrequently this has happened recently compared to how much it happened for me more in the past. I kind of enjoy not having to watch a Greg Roman offense all the time. That's what's happening over there for the Chargers. Like,
yeah.
Now, the offensive line clearly was an issue, but Greg Roman is such an interesting figure in NFL football in that for the first couple years, it's going to be great.
It's got an expiration date on it, it feels like.
Every time, man.
Best sell by.
Colin Kaepernick in that time period, it worked for a little bit and then got stale. Remember he was a Cam Newton?
Yeah.
He coached Cam Newton for a while, worked for a little bit, didn't.
Lamar Jackson.
Yep. Worked for a little bit, didn't. We're back in that place where it feels like it's not quite doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, but at the same time, it also just felt like they didn't have I think I underestimated or underplayed going into the game how much Justin Herbert was really carrying that operation.
Oof.
Like I did not realize it, maybe didn't give it enough thought. I definitely didn't give enough thought to how injured their offensive line was. But just overall, the fact that they had to rely on a rookie tight end to the degree that they did, that they are that they got a rookie running back in Amarian Hampton that they're relying on as much as they are.
Highly drafted one, so that one makes sense.
Yeah,
to me, though.
but fair enough. But it's just like, okay, and the Texans are kind of in a similar situation where they're relying on rookies. But I just didn't realize how important the rookies were for them. And how much it was that, and I'm a Justin Herbert guy. I'm part of the Justin Herbert problem, the propaganda problem that exists. But
you can see some of it in this game.
Yeah,
though.
Saturday was a day where I felt vindicated, and a reason why I'm never selling my Justin Herbert stock, no matter what y'all say.
It's also worth noting, and I will add on to the propaganda. They're gonna be mad at me. It'd be like that. 713-572-4610 if you're mad at me. He's doing this with one hand.
Yes.
Like I don't think that should be ignored. He in here basically using like I don't know what it was a mitt. And it's not like just a regular mitt. It's like a big old rigid mitt on his non-throwing hand.
And it looked like his hand was dangling either on that first sack or the second one early in the game, right? Either the Hunter or the Anderson sack, one of those two. His hand looked like it didn't look functional. And then there he is out there still trucking people by the end of the game. So yeah, they definitely, to me, Chargers lost this game just as much as the Texans won it. Another passing thought, and this is very much relevant to the conversation around the game. And I might make some people mad about this. But I didn't disagree with the tone of the TV broadcast. I agree with everybody else who says the quality was bad. I just thought that Kurt Warner and specifically Rich Eisen as a combination were not good. And Rich is not nearly as good as a talk show host or as a Sports Center anchor or whatever. However, we originally know Rich Eisen. Play-by-play ain't it. But I didn't disagree with the tone of the broadcast. It kind of seemed like it favored the Chargers a little bit more than the Texans. I thought that was appropriate because of the fact that the Chargers were the one that were peeing down their leg.
Oh, so you thought of it in the way of their goal as a broadcasters. Yes, it's to guide you through the game, but it's also to keep you here.
Yeah.
Make you not change.
This is literally what is happening in the game. Now, they messed up one of those illegal contact calls where they thought it was on the wrong defensive
looking at
back.
the entirely wrong.
Just look at this, and so that was bad. That was bad quality. But the idea, that a penalty, if they were right, that a penalty like that would be a horrible way to decide a game or whatever. I get that, and especially on the heels of the Chargers peeing down their leg throughout the whole game. So to me, like, it was noticeable to me as somebody that was rooting for the Texans how badly the Chargers were giving the game away. The kicks, not taking advantage of the turnovers, Justin Herbert getting sacked, all those things that I just mentioned before. The tone of the broadcast, I thought, should have reflected the fact that the Chargers were melting, collapsing. I agreed with that part for as bad of a quality as I thought the broadcast was.
Yeah, the quality of the broadcast, because I'm usually someone who does not lean too heavily into the broadcast itself. I've often said that I'm here for the football. The broadcast, it just kind of is here.
Right.
More than I would even realize, it popped out to me. And I was like, is bad at play-by-play?
He's not good.
Because I feel I've watched these NFL Network games late in the season before when Rich Eisen has to jump in and do play-by-play. And I feel like it has not been this noticeable to me in the past. And maybe it's just because, cover this team, talk about it a lot. It popped out. You know what it felt like to me? It felt like they only went to the production meeting for the Chargers. Because so many of the things were like, oh, well, Jim Harbaugh likes talking about this with the Chargers. Like, I don't even remember what the specific cultural reference, pop culture reference was that he kept using. Oh, Mission Impossible. He kept talking about it being Mission Impossible.
Well, they made a nice little cute graphic for what all the things that they thought Justin Herbert is.
And that's cute. And that's cool. I'm not upset with it. Why is this the thing that you keep coming back to and hitting over the head with? Like, I feel like we could move this around. D'Amico ain't say nothing cute in his. No, you didn't do that?
Normally not. Like if I had.
That is fair. If we're talking about quaint, folksy stuff, it's going to be Jim Harbaugh and not D'Amico Ryans. I get that. But, that was the thing that was most annoying is that they were luxuriating in look at all the quaint, folksy stuff that was said by the Chargers stuff. And I was like, hey, it's not really appropriate here. Does not matter here.
Man, there was a point where they were referencing their pre-production meeting with D'Amico Ryans and something that he said about their defense, because obviously it's the best defense in the league. And he gave them a line that sounded very familiar. Starts up front.
But it does, though.
It does.
It do be starting up front.
But what they supposed to do with that after they say it the first time? Can they come back to that?
What you supposed to do with Mission Impossible when you say it every damn time?
Look,
I remember at least 3 times vividly and not in quick succession.
They might just be Mission Impossible.
I'm cruel by the time the game was over.
Fair enough. But no, I did not disagree with the tone of it because I did think that it was most noteworthy that the Chargers were losing the game. Now, with that in mind, a couple of guys that I want to acknowledge here as we go through these passing thoughts. Dalton Schultz.
Hey.
The penalty that he got. Wasn't mad at him.
Agree. Strong agree.
Wasn't mad at all.
That man deserved what he did to Dalton Schultz.
No, don't say that, man. Say his name. Tier Tart.
Tier Tart.
You're better than that, dog.
Hey,
I didn't remember, to be honest with you.
If this is what it's got to be, Tier Tart, a former Texan, by the way.
That's right.
If this is what it's got to be.
Hey, there's an argument to be made. I mean, he made his own wealth. I don't want to do that. But there's an argument to be made that he earned his flower, like he bloomed his flower here.
Yeah, no, 100%. He definitely used this as a launching point for his career. But to that point, like, man, take them yards back. You can have this down in distance. We can go home. But you're not supposed to kick me in the back of the head and slap me and just think that I'm not going to say nothing.
Kick is nice.
Kick
is a nice way of describing what he did.
Yo, what are we doing here?
I don't know if the babies are in the car. I understand it's the holiday season. I'm pretty sure he put his manhood on the back of that man's helmet.
Come on now. And I heard the morning guys talking about this. If there was one thing that Rich Eisen and I thought the broadcast team got right was like, how is it that we have cameras everywhere? We can replay what feels like everything. I know you can't actually replay everything, but you got booth assistants, replay assistants. You got other people that are watching the game that are not necessarily on the field. Somebody should have been able to say, hey, he didn't just push that man, this 300-something pound man to the ground who flopped, by the way.
Big flop.
For no reason. He didn't just do that because he got an attitude problem. This manhood on the back of his head and slapped him. He slapped him. So man parts on my head and you slap me? Come on now. You deserve at least a push, if not us a one-on-one. So I wasn't mad at him. Another one, as we end these passing thoughts. The Nico Autry. This is maybe a little bit more controversial. Wasn't mad at him either.
For the tripping?
Listen, I don't think, and this is a rules thing, I think it was properly called based on what the rule actually is. This is just me speaking out against the rule a little bit. I don't think you should be able to just flat out trip a guy. Like, that's dirty. But once you grab somebody and get them in your grasp, I feel like you should be able to do anything short of kicking them in the nuts or spitting on them to get them down to the ground. So no nut punching, no spitting, none of that. But if you
what about 2 good fingers to the eyes?
Nah, I don't do that.
Just a little poke.
But look,
that's a little brutal.
I got some pocket sand.
I got you in my grasp, and you kind of trying to slip away here. I feel like I should be able to trip you at that point. So I wasn't mad at him at that for that either. They call him a junkyard dog. He got that dog in him, and I think that was just more of the doggedness in him as opposed to trying to, create some kind of illegal play, which again I think should be legal once you touch a guy.
Okay, all right. I think that's interesting. How did you feel about the officiating in general in this game?
Yeah, I never like it, and it's also the reason why I hate to complain about it. Sometimes it's egregious enough for us to have to talk about. But no, I'm never really a fan these days of officiating overall. I just don't want to be the guy that harps on it, especially after a win.
I'm glad, because I was going to make this a confession. I'm tired of talking about refs, but I understand that it did not impact this game in the large scale, so I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah,
that's where I am. It felt like they were incompetent enough both ways. I was like, it's fine.
Yeah,
it's ultimately that's the thing that I won't abide though. If you've seen the few Chargers fans that there are. Getting mad about they lost the game because of this, and I'm like, wasn't the previous drive extended a number of times because
the Jalen Petrie penalty is the one that I think sticks out the most if we're talking about one, especially from a Texan standpoint. But they ended up winning the game.
They did win the game, and with winning the game, they continue to extend out their second longest win streak in the history of the franchise. For the third time in the third straight year, they booked their ticket to the playoffs.
Yes.
And they're looking to maybe put up a 12-win season.
Yeah, just waiting on an opponent. Show me, Lil Wayne style, show me my opponent. That's where I'm at now.
Okay.
Show me my opponent.
I like it. Colts, you're being overlooked. How's that sound? All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, no Figgy Fig in on the day, but we still going to get you the mixtape where I'm interested in a little bit of Hot Mic. We'll do a little bit of that because where did Booger McFarland spend his money? And also, what are the most ridiculous reasons that people have called 911? We'll do all that next.
Monday Night Football is on. Pendergast, In the Loop, and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, it is the mixtape right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I am not Figgy Fig. Figgy Fig got the week off. He'll be back soon enough, enjoying the holidays. But I am Reginald Attitude Love In the Loop. We got B. Scott in for the OG John Lopez.
Yes, sir.
And shout out to Colin Neal on the ones and twos filling in for one Fig. It didn't work as well as I thought it would in my head. You know, sometimes you say something, it's in your head, and you're like, I'm just going to let that one ride. And
He combined the man's nickname with his government name, which is Edward, and made him Figward.
You better hope he ain't listening right now.
What he called me? Figgy is so chill, too. He be like,
I was about to say.
All right, man.
I look, me and Figgy, we good.
Yeah.
But if we weren't, what he going to do about it? You know what I mean? Like, if we being real.
Okay, but PC filling in on the loop sometime last year, called him Doctor of Figonomics.
The doctor? That's kind of nice. That sounds like a nickname from the ABA. Like back when nickname. You know, why did we lose the talent of giving people good nicknames? Yeah. I feel like we done lost that in society.
We are not as good with nicknames. I noticed this one. I know we were trying to come up with. I mean, maybe we're just not as decisive either when we're trying to come up with the defensive nickname. It's like, man, we had some good ones, we had some stinkers, but boy, we couldn't make up our mind worth of.
Come on, man. I'm still sticking with mine. The Swarmanon.
The Swarm. I feel like Swarmageddon hits different though.
I like both of those.
I think the Swarmageddon. I've been waiting.
I'm part of the problem.
I think Swarmageddon. Yes, but also you know what it is. We have in our society just generally. We have made things more open. We have added more people to processes.
God.
You know what the nickname was? You know what the nickname would have been back in 1985? Whatever the sports editor decided was best.
Yes.
It would have just been like, hey, what'd you say over there? All right, that's the one that we're printing. Send it to print, and that'll be the nickname. It's going to show up on the front page, and everybody's going to answer that.
I mean, literally how we became Clutch City.
Without question.
Like, I forget if it was the Chronicle or the Post, but one of them newspapers back in the day came up with Clutch City, and we've been Clutch City ever since.
That's just how it is.
Or they started with Choke City.
Yes, Choke City was the nickname. And then when they answered the call.
Right. But it's born from that.
That's right. I realized that I am somehow minutes into the segment, and I have not done any of the segments.
Oh, I thought that was it. Was that not? What was the top? I thought that was the top.
No, that was just me BSing.
Hang on. Reset.
Thank you, Colin. You are indeed on the mixtape Sports Radio 610. Let's do a little bit of hot mic. I love hot mic. Right. Different broadcasting scenarios and situations. Sunday Night Football, which we have not talked about to this point. We don't have to do the reel of it. It was a real up and down affair. Defense, it was optional in that game. And San Francisco outlasted the Chicago Bears 42-38. Chicago had a pick six on the first play. Trent Williams left on the first play, and you knew this game is going to be bananas, and it delivered. What delivered in a different way was one, Chris Collinsworth. It may not be what you want, but it is very consistent. I appreciate that. Brock Purdy was having a game, and I got to give him his love because the whole seventh-round pick, whole thing. Like
Mr. Irrelevant.
I had my qualms for a long time. He is.
He's nice, man. Got to give credit where it's due. Kid is nice.
He is, and while he was doing that, Chris Collinsworth got into the flow of it, and he did Chris Collinsworth things.
And Brock Purdy doing some extra special stuff on that last play.
Brock Purdy was drafted when they were cleaning up the joint, but here he goes. He's cleaning up the Bears so far tonight. I mean, if this were Patrick Mahomes, we'd be screaming, oh, Patrick Mahomes stuff. I know I would be screaming. But that's the way it works because he has made those kinds of plays all night long and just been carrying the 49ers. And I don't know what all this is.
It's the Dougie.
That's the Dougie?
Yeah, the dance coming in, the Dougie, the whole deal. Yeah.
That is the Collinsworth experience
Is that the Dougie?
I did look. Did you see that play that he was alluding to?
Yes.
Brock Purdy doing like a slide to the side.
Steps to the side, to the back, and then to the front, and then delivers a strike. thought he was about to run.
He was over there doing the electric slide and then throwing the football.
Boy, it's nice.
Oh, come on now. That's Patrick Mahomes out there.
This is a guy. Yeah, and of course, he has to give you the Patrick Mahomes. In fact, to that end,
it was a Mahomesian type of play.
It really was. Yes, he wasn't wrong in that. But shout out to the voice of the people, the Italian stallion himself, Mike Tirico, for pulling Chris Collinsworth's card.
I got to say, though, honestly, what I love about you is you still have your speed.
What?
Because you beat the internet to beat you up.
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned Mahomes.
Yeah. I like memes.
He just jumped right there and go to it.
Yeah, I do. I see a lot of that.
Turn it over a new leaf for 2026.
Don't bet on it.
He had to get his Mahomes references, and I appreciate Tirico being like, you do that all the time.
Yeah, but
you just had to. You couldn't stop yourself. He's not in this game. He's not even playing football right now.
But to be fair, I understood exactly what he meant. Like I was, for the most part, like it was a little glazing going on there.
A little.
But I understood where he was coming from. And I'm trying to imagine calling that game live and being responsible for giving the live reaction that the whole world is listening to and watching. I mean, that was a hell of a play. I cannot knock him, even though he can be a little bit obnoxious and corny.
Yeah, but one thing I will say, and I maybe this is a hot take, I don't know. I really like the way this partnership is coming along.
Is that the Dougie?
Like
Collinsworth. Is that what that Dougie looks like? That there?
Collinsworth knows his role. He is here to tell the corny jokes. But the one thing I will never knock Collinsworth for, because you can knock him for the jokes, you can knock him for the glazing of one Patrick Mahomes. The thing that I say that I want from my broadcasters, first and foremost, sound like you enjoy watching football. And he never sounds like he does not enjoy. He is having a blast watching football. And that's what I want, because I want to have fun. So how am I supposed to have fun if you don't sound like you're having fun?
Yeah, he's having fun. Obviously, he's the leader of Pro Football Focus. So he comes in there and he brings numbers, but he doesn't just recite numbers. You can tell, like, he does a good job of explaining it, and you can tell the passion behind it, how much he loves the game. I will give him that much. I don't think you can take that away from him.
No, you can't. And then, of course, Tirico, go ahead and play in. If you're going to be the straight man, that's fine. But give me a little bit of jab at the man a little bit. So that was really fun. I enjoyed that. And salute to Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers getting a win over the Chicago Bears. One actual sports thing I'll put here. Holy crap, is it weird to be in the year of our Lord 2025, even though we are 40 years away from the 85 Bears, a team in the Bears, or a franchise that is kind of, you think of them and you think of defense, they don't have a lick of it.
Dude.
If they're not creating a turnover, it's not there.
But also on the other end, you what you don't think about when you think about the Bears is offense, or specifically quarterback play, because they haven't had a good one, like almost literally ever. Like Jay Cutler, you could argue, has been the best quarterback that they've had of our lifetime. Like they are that, or maybe the one-off year that they had of Mitch Trubisky when he went to the Pro Bowl. Maybe that was their rookie year, their second year. Like,
the Rex Grossman disrespect.
Yeah, exactly.
He said yes.
That's exactly the quarterback, the one guy that took him to a Super Bowl. Nobody even thinks he's, one of their better guys that they've had. So now they got offense. Now they've got a quarterback that can make plays for them. Now it's a little maddening that he misses on so many like layups. He makes Steph Curry threes.
Yes,
but does not make the Shaq dunks. You know what I'm saying? Like he's got a Shaq dunk right here and he clanks it. So that's a little bit maddening. But man, I watched both of these teams and thought, yo, give me more of that in the postseason. I don't know how far they can go. I don't know if they're going to the Super Bowl, but give me that. I'll watch them in the playoffs in an NFC championship game or in a Super Bowl if it comes down to it. That was entertaining.
I love the NFC. One, because it's the NFC, and I don't have to think about it in a academic way. I can just watch the ball, and the ball is fantastic in the NFC right now. I've got to admit.
Yeah.
We continue in the mixtape right here on Sports Radio 610. One more of the hot mic. I will take you to the Pop-Tarts Bowl between two teams and two programs that, let's be honest, are the antithesis of the feeling of the Pop-Tart Bowl in Georgia Tech and BYU. Although, shout out to Kalani Sitake, who very much embraced the Pop-Tart Bowl. Did you see him?
I did.
After the game. So what they do with the Pop-Tart Bowl is you have actual edible mascots, quote unquote, and the mascots are unhinged. They're doing all sorts of things. And at the end of the game, they willingly sacrifice themselves to the toaster, and then you have big old Pop-Tarts that, the teams are supposed to eat. Kalani Sitake, who is the head coach of BYU, the winning team in this game, and a man who was very close to Penn State, who stayed there. He jumped in and just got a face full of Pop-Tart. He looked like a squirrel when they just fill in their face.
Yeah, and better him than me. I love that he was like in the spirit and kind of leaned in. I would hate to, and we kind of got one of these jobs where it's public and you go out and you play into the crowd a little bit. This is one I would not have wanted to do. So shout out to him, because better him than me. I wouldn't have wanted to put my face nowhere near none of them human Pop-Tarts.
Hey, it's the People's National Championship, the Pop-Tarts.
That's right. You talk about bowl games. They have created an identity that actually resonates. But outside of that, during the halftime, they go to the ESPN goes to the studio for the halftime show.
Yeah.
At one point in one of those, like real quick before the bumper, Booger McFarland, who is, notable ESPN employee for a little bit. He was on Monday Night Football or whatever. This is him when he was asked about his most memorable bowl game appearance and what his biggest memory was.
Yellow Jacket marching band right now on the field. Bull, your favorite memory playing in a bowl game?
Yeah, my first experience in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. First time getting per diem, $987. Went to one nice establishment and I gave it all away. They have some good wings though.
Lemon pepper wings.
Lemon pepper
right?
wings.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, me and Lou Williams have something in common.
Yes, Lou's a big fan of lemon pepper wings.
You want to talk about keeping it 100. Shout out to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers.
That's right.
Yo, this was Bug keeping it all the way a buck.
He didn't even come.
Look, you want to.
He didn't have the back pocket. This is the political correct answer. He was like, nah, I was at the shake joint.
But he delivered it in a family-friendly and politically correct way, which what was understood did not necessarily need to be explained.
Correct.
All adults knew what he was talking about.
And to that point, I gave away the game and called it the shake joint, which I actually wonder how many people actually know that parlance. But what percentage of people watching the Pop-Tart Bowl live do you think knew that Booger McFarland was talking about taking his Pop-Tart Bowl, or not Pop-Tart, his bowl game earnings or what have you, and taking them to Magic City, a strip joint in Atlanta, and blessing the women working there.
That's the beauty of it. For some people, they knew exactly what he meant. Other people had to go Google Lou Williams and lemon pepper wings, and then somebody else just let it fly.
They thought he went and just did donations. He was, oh, look at this. He's such a sweet young man.
Probably went completely over their heads.
He just went and donated his wings. By the way, I have not been physically to Magic City. Apparently there is and funny enough, because of the time of the year, I think a few years back, maybe 4 or 5 years back, a friend of mine had a New Year's Eve party where they ordered Magic City wings.
So the wings are it's not just a Lou Williams thing. It's something that people are DoorDashing.
Oh, do people? It's not even DoorDash. They had to order them to get sent, and then you heat them up. And I was like, I don't know what the effect is on these, but they were good sent that way. So I was like, I can only imagine what it's like there. I don't think people actually realize the phenomenon that is Magic in Atlanta. Like
wings sold separately,
or not even just Magic City wings. Any strip club there. Apologies for those who don't want to get into this area, but it is just a restaurant to a lot of people's mind. It's still a booty club, but there are people that will be like, "What I'm trying to eat. I am going to Magic City. I am going to the strip club to get the food." It is that phenomenon there.
Imagine you like wings. Imagine you like naked women. Imagine combining good wings and naked women. Right?
And imagine that the wings are so good that you're like, I'm not going for the naked women.
Right. Or just you could just be chowing down on a wing primarily and just look up and be like, oh
wow, yeah, that's
cool.
nice.
That's cool.
This is some great philosophical conversation.
Because it's actually, I view it as a philosophically interesting thing. Atlanta is such a culture, and it's similar to Houston, but Houston does not have to this level where you just go to Onyx just to get something to eat. And, oh, yeah, that's right. They do be having people up here taking their clothes off. It's not that. That's such a wild Atlanta thing.
Some people eat their wings and they want to know how many TVs they got. Other people eat their wings and want to know something else. How many something else they got. It's all relative.
What are you counting in this instance?
Well.
Oh, I feel like you shouldn't answer that. Don't answer that.
I was going to say there are sets.
Got you. All right.
Am I multiplying by 2?
Isn't it interesting that on the top half, we count those as sets, but on the bottom half, that's 1?
Yeah, it is.
Anyways, that is the mixtape.
Is that boy math?
That is the mixtape. I didn't even get to the wild reasons why people call 911. I'll save that for that's what we call the tease in the business. The mixtape every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Still hit at the Figgy Fig if you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy. He'd appreciate that. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive and the birthday boy Clint Stoerner. But before we get there, let's talk a little bit more about this Texans victory. We'll do that next.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their Weekday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's been a very fun Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Let me run that back. It's been a very fun Victory Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 after the Texans got a 20-16 victory over the Los Angeles Chargers, go to 11-5. Yes, that is in fact the record. Solidify their spot in the playoffs, and thanks to the Buffalo Bills losing yesterday to the Philadelphia Eagles, currently sit as the 5 seed in the National Football League.
However you feel about it.
I mean, look, 5 is better than 7, just inherently in that way. I like anything that gives me a possibility of being at a playoff game at NRG Stadium. Now, of course, the circumstance would have to be really weird for you to end up in a place where, as the 5 seed, you end up hosting a game after that first week. But with the AFC the way that it is this year, only God knows, like, who loses in some circumstance. Like, I don't think that I'm that sold that any of the teams that are going to be 1 through 4 are absolutely well, 1 obviously wouldn't matter in that instance, but those teams are absolutely going to get wins in the wild card round.
Yeah, and even to the point of 1, and I know it doesn't matter, but all of the teams, I think there's a combination of things, and we've been hitting on this quite a bit on the station for a while now, but it's both the landscape and, to be fair to the Texans, the brand, frustrated by the offense. We want them to do more. We want them to be more consistent. We want to feel like it's actually a threatening offense and not just an offense that feels like it's playing defense or feels like it's playing keep away. Like, we want more. But to their credit, the brand of football that they've been playing, kind of being a defensive-focused, defensive-first team, feels like something that both travels in the playoffs, on the road, and then specifically against an AFC landscape that does not scare you in the ways that it did in the past when, let's say, the Chiefs were at the height of their powers, or it felt like the Bills and the Ravens and the Bengals that for a small stretch there were better than they are today. So these things combined make you feel good about both the landscape and how you fit into it.
For sure. Against my better judgment, I would like to turn to the phone line. And honestly, I already went against my better judgment, as I do most days, with the mixtape and shouting out Booger McFarland and how he spent his bowl money back in the day. That led us to a conversation about certain establishments.
Yeah, quite the primer here.
And I am certain that one Larry and Stafford has something to say about that. So we turn to the phone line. Larry, what's happening, man?
How you living, Larry?
You know I'm living good, B. Scott Reggie. Hey, man, happy Merry Christmas to y'all, and hope y'all have a new year coming up, man. But if you're going to talk strippers, man, you might as well let your boy get in here and give you some game. Look here. Them Texans, that off better than it can be, man. We know that they got the whole wide receivers are the strongest part of the squad along with the quarterback. If Nick Haley just let them boys cook and eat, we'll be fine. So I'm in the adage in the corner of I'd replace his ass going into the playoffs if you don't want to call plays like he did in that first quarter against the Chargers, because that first quarter had everybody where I was at hype, man, because it looked like finally the offense was clicking and our quarterback was clicking. And then what does he do? He go back and shut it down. So we know what the deal is. The defense is going to keep us in every game if they give us 21 to 24 points. It's just a matter of if Nick Haley can pull his head out his ass and let them boys cut loose like they supposed to. Because Noel and Higgins and Nico, them boys are going to get us the points that we need if Nick Haley just get out the way. I just wanted to get that in. Now, let's talk strippers and strip clubs.
Let's.
Look here, man, if y'all don't understand how you go into a strip club and some of the best food is in the strip clubs, and I'm talking if you want a buffet of steak and wings and fries and fish and everything else, or if you want a buffet of ass, you just go into the strip club. Because here's the thing. In Houston, there's a strip club called the Men's Club. So me, Charles Barkley, Kevin Willis, we was all in there, and they had a buffet along the lines of steak. They had strawberries covered in chocolate. They had champagne. They had wings at the Men's Club. And we used to go there, I think it was on Tuesdays. We used to go there almost every Tuesday. Along with they had this stripper in there, man, and she was fine as she could be, named Peanut Butter. And let me tell y'all a little bit about Peanut Butter.
Oh my goodness.
Peanut Butter had a combination of baby oil and baby powder that made her ass smell like heaven.
All right.
So cowboys really need to get out there and really understand what the strip clubs are like. Call your boy. I'll come get you, and I'll bring a caravan of dudes that'll let y'all know what's going on, especially at that Onyx in our hall.
You didn't disappoint, Larry. You really didn't. The only thing in your cell that I would advise you to shift, don't tell me you're bringing a caravan of dudes. That's the only thing that I didn't need. But everything else sounded very hospitable, and I appreciate that.
The baby oil and baby powder is what got me.
That said, I like that Larry's out here like called a touchdown play, right? Like,
yes,
I do. This is something I've been. You can attest to this. I've been kind of wrestling with all day. Is all right. That's in there, right? Those two plays that you get early on in the game, that's in there. But what does it take for that to be there? Because I don't think that I don't think that you just call the touchdown play. I think that some of that was your tendencies working for you in that instance because the Chargers defense sits. But I do feel, Larry, on the sentiment of can we get more of that? And I feel like the reason why you get that is not Nick Caley. I think it's DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's DeMeco Ryans, and it's why I go back to the overall strategy and not just the play calling. This is why I'm a little bit lighter on Nick Caley and into account and understanding the criticism and the frustration because I'm right there. I'm watching the game. We're all watching the same thing. And we all know football at this point. Like, this is not either aesthetically pleasing, nor does it feel like it's maximizing. And this is probably more important than just the aesthetic part of it, right? The viewing, watching quality of it all, which does matter.
To me, it does.
But matters less than the actual, like, notion of, hey, are we leaving money on the table? Are we maximizing what we have here? You got a quarterback that wants to rip and run or wants to, like, grip it and rip it, so to speak, wants to take shots. And here you are kind of neutering them to a degree. It's like, you don't buy a Lamborghini to drive it in the school zone, so to speak, right? And that's what it feels like they're doing. Like they've bought the sports car, but they're doing minivan, soccer mom minivan type of driving.
Ooh, it should be really bad because you can't fit no soccer balls or backpacks in that joint at all.
Exactly. Imagine that you trying to fit your. I got 3 kids. I'm trying to fit all of their shenanigans.
Do they play any instruments? You got to fit a trumpet in there somewhere.
Yeah, man,
it's crazy.
They on the violin. They on the keys. I just went to their recital the other week, man. They on the violin. They on the keys. They doing tap. I'm trying to put.
They got smelly equipment in there.
I'm trying to put all of this stuff in the car, and I don't have no space. It's like, come on now. Let's not do the square peg round hole thing. And this is like the opposite. The square peg round hole is like you're not gonna get anything out of it because it's so miscast. This is just leaving a lot on the way too much meat on the bone. It's like you give an 8-year-old a chicken wing or a chicken leg, and they don't know how to eat the meat off the bone.
You know that kill, especially I'm African. We be getting to the cartilage.
It's like, hey man, you ain't finished with that.
Yeah,
you're not finished with that
right.
yet. It's kind of, their offense is kind of like that. It is the 8-year-old's piece of chicken left on the plate, knowing damn well that there's still more meat on the bone that should have been ate. Feeling like you're wasting food.
Yeah, that's always been something that is nagged at me. But they get another win. They continue to win with this being the formula of the way that they go about business. And so, at least on a Victory Reaction Monday, I am inclined to rock with it. I legitimately, this was a conversation I was having within myself all of Saturday long after that game was just, I think I just got to release this pent-up desire for more, I guess, or whatever. Or I don't even know if that's the right way of terming it, but whatever I was looking at, I was just like, you just got to let that go and just ride with what they are doing. They are finishing games. They are doing what they need to do. So ultimately, I think that that's going to be sufficient. How much, however, do you look at a game in which you go, they've been bad in the red zone, so I guess they just decided to not go?
Yeah.
Like, what did that do for you yesterday? Because I was sitting there and I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, they got the big plays out of this. They did not enter the red zone as an offense once. They passed right through it a couple of times, and then they just were like, we will not go there. That is not a land for us.
This is also, reluctantly I say, this is also who they are, right? Like there was a stretch, like they've been bad in the red zone by and large, and they've been better as of late. But there was a stretch there where they were both bad and infrequent when it came to making red zone trips. They didn't when they wasn't doing nothing with it, and so this was kind of a retro game in that aspect, and from that sense of not even having those opportunities outside of obviously the two big plays, which were not, as we mentioned, not red zone plays. They were bombs. So this is also just a part of who they are. They struggle to get to the red zone, and they struggle to operate once they get there. It's part of who they are, and that does raise the question of how sustainable is this once it is nut-cutting time in the playoffs.
Okay.
I will say this, though. The thing that I struggle with, I struggle acknowledging how great the defense is and then being mad about them playing into that. Like, I don't like the offense. Yeah. I want them to do more. But if I'm going to acknowledge this as a truth, that the defense is exactly what we think it is or what they've shown themselves to be over the course of the season, then I cannot knock them for playing a strategy or their strategy playing into that, as much as I don't necessarily like it. And I know Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley are going to break this thing down for
but that's like you being Clint Stoerner and looking all that strong and then being like, I'm going to carry all this weight all the time. You know what I mean? I feel like, I'm going to let these muscles relax every once in a while,
I don't like it, but it's hard to acknowledge. It's hard not to acknowledge that it's been working.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, here's the thing: is you're not wrong. I mean, you're spot on. I mean, but it is the quandary you're in is it becomes an indictment on your quarterback that you're fixing to have to pay market set money.
That's
right.
That's fair.
It doesn't matter how good your defense is if you're fixing to pay a guy and you believe you've got a championship caliber quarterback in the face of an organization, and at some point, it's got to be, hey, we trust our guy. We trust our guy on the offensive side of the football to be aggressive at the end of the first half all the time and at least have a plan and know what the hell we're doing. And now I'm not saying that it's them. He's got to earn that too. But that's the quandary you're in here in Houston are you going to literally depend on a couple of touchdowns, 20 or maybe even 17 to 20, 23 points a game? And if you're going to do that, is it really smart to pay a quarterback $60 million a year in order to do that, right? So it becomes that quandary of you're not trusting your quarterback if that's the brand of ball you're going to play.
Well, and it goes back to my whole Lamborghini in the school zone thing, right? Like you don't buy a Lamborghini if you don't plan to drive fast at any point, right? If all you're going to be doing is driving through the neighborhood, taking the back streets, you don't get on the freeway, you don't take the tolls or nothing like that, go and get you your Corolla.
I did it. I had me a Vet. You know what I did? First time I got on that highway, I bounced it off the damn wall. I ain't had a sports car since. Hey, but you're right. That's well said. That's right.
I mean, that's what it feels like.
Shout out to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to cross talk with the fellas of the drive. We got our guy Ron Hughley out here looking like a model of sorts. Look like you in a Gap ad or something.
Scarf equipped
with the scarf on there, and then we got the birthday boy himself, Clint Stoerner. Yeah, what a show on a Victory Reaction Monday.
Yeah, he came in dressed up for my birthday, didn't he?
He said he had to look nice for you, didn't he?
Yeah, he looking good.
That's a good co-host.
How many scarves?
Look at that!
Hey, Tyler. To the hell with these Texans. Shout out to them. It's a Victory Monday. We'll get there. I'm not going to let you open it. The last time you did, you almost put a hole in my...
For listeners, by the way, he just brought out the champagne. There is champagne in here.
I didn't. I got a good... I got a good sheetrock guy, baby.
Hey, here, I'll open up the champagne for you.
They're already, don't even worry about it. They're already doing construction up here. They can fix a hole in the wall.
There it is.
Hey, that's a good pop, too.
We can all celebrate.
That was a quick draw right there, man.
That was a quick draw, baby.
I did one on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and it took me forever to get that thing out.
I just remember the one you did at my house.
Hey, yo. I didn't even know that about you,
right in the ceiling. That's what he did. I'm going to pour one for you, Tyler. I know you say you can't drink it, but whatever.
It's a thought that counts, baby. It's a thought that counts.
Very good, very good.
Sitting here waiting for you,
you boys know what? You know what's crazy here? Thank you, man. I appreciate this more than you know, man. More than you know.
D'Amico is going to come in here and ruin this at any second. We'll go right to it. But happy 40. What is it?
48.
Yeah, 48 birthday.
Get out of here.
48 birthday.
I was about to say it's your Christian Harris year, but I need to do that to you.
Keep that bottle open. We'll finish her off.
No, it's all yours, baby. There you go.
Hey, you know what, boys?
Take it to the champagne.
This is honest to God truth.
I like a good champagne.
I don't know how I
couldn't find no flute glasses.
I guarantee you, Boss Lady got a couple of them back there under
Certainly,
the desk somewhere.
without question.
I couldn't find them.
Boys, y'all ain't going to believe this, but for about a month now, I've thought I was turning 49.
What?
Hey, I can see that.
I thought I was turning 49.
Where you kind of start to lose track a little bit?
Well, you lose track and you really don't care to count. You really don't count to recount.
Right.
You ain't losing that kind of track.
No.
Something.
Hey, the wife said, happy 48. I
It's
said,
a 3 on there somewhere.
Wait, 48? She said, yeah. I said, oh, hell yeah, let's go, baby.
You are living a hell of a life. Because I would imagine getting that close to 50, I think I will know. I will know exactly how far away of 50 I am.
I thought for sure it was. I was like, damn, it is 48. I bought myself a year somehow,
time, baby.
Come on, man.
Man, I do this with my age, my kids' age. I'm close. Somewhere around about.
How old are you, Skeezy?
36.
See?
36.
He lives his raps because he did not know.
Yeah, 36.
You're a year older than my old lady.
Yeah, they're about 36.
I got 2 months. I got
turned 36.
I got about a month and a half where I'm only 12 years older than my old lady. So that 6-week span right there, 12 years. 12 years sounds a little better than 13. You get them teens, and you're like, ooh.
Yeah.
Well, you really robbed the cradle there.
Yeah, kind of dancing along that line, huh?
Yeah, when we start talking, about the year I beat Texas in the Cotton Bowl in 2000, and I was like, baby, how old were you? She said 12. I said, oh my God.
Nope. Yep.
Oh, I was graduating college, and she was 12. So it's
At least we remember 2000. We are reaching that point where, like, how seasoned you are does depend on how well you remember the year 2000. Like, because we got people who just don't have no familiarity with it.
They don't remember. What was it
I can tell you where I was at and what I was doing.
Y2K? Is that what you're thinking?
Y2K. I remember exactly what I did.
We were playing Texas in the Cotton Bowl the next morning, and I was in a Renaissance hotel, that oval-shaped hotel right there when you're going to Dallas. And I remember looking out my old curtain, the old curtain in the hotel room. I don't remember, was way up top on the floor. Watch it. All the lights stayed on. Remember the city was so dark.
I remember.
Them lights stayed on. I said, all right, we can go to bed and play a little ball tomorrow.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
That was the old senior year. Whoop Texas ass for all my Longhorn. Larry, all my Longhorn fans. Hey, Skeezy, all my Longhorn fans out there. Wifey, I got bragging rights.
And you got bragging rights on the day. The Texans got a victory, so it's a Victory Reaction Monday, and it's Old Dirty Red's birthday. So you were in for a fantastic Monday edition of the greatest damn sports show in all of Houston, The Drive. B. Scott, been a pleasure. I'll catch you for the next couple of days as well, won't we?
We'll do.
So we'll do it again tomorrow. But before then, right now you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a birthday edition for Clint Stoerner as he turns, as you heard there, 48, and he thought he was 49. We will head right to NRG as soon as D'Amico Ryans hops on, as he will have a Zoom meeting with the media. Every Monday we carry that live for you, so we'll go right there to it and get ready, as he is for the third straight year the head coach of a playoff team, as the Texans get it done in L.A. They beat the Chargers. They get in. Almost had some big help from Phillip Rivers and company until Phillip didn't in the game against the Jags. But the division is still up there for grabs. Just got to have Tennessee beat the Jags in Jacksonville, which is a tough one. But
Cam Ward, baby.
Cam Ward, come on, because they are still competing for a high draft pick, but a lot to get to today. Remember, we are out at 5 o'clock because D'Amico Ryans, who you'll hear here in just a second, will also have the Coaches Show with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, so stay tuned for that. A lot to get to today. And like I said, we'll head out to NRG as soon as we get from D'Amico Ryans. But they get the dub.
Where'd you get these little cups, Chief?
That's
You're watching on YouTube.
That's the only thing I could find right there.
It looked like little ice cream.
I did. I found those around.
You found them in the kitchen.
I did. I tried to go to the two places. I went to two places where I got the champagne, didn't have the plastic flutes, and then I slid over to HEB, and they said they didn't have it at that location. Little disappointed, but that's all right. These look like party cups.
Oh, they do the trick. They do the
these
trick.
Look like
we're cut from the same cloth. It don't. I mean, if it's shaped as a cup, we'll drink out of it.
These looks like a fun time to be had. All right. Coming off of this one against the Chargers, I know you did post-game. A lot of people, maybe some people weren't able to catch that, but your thoughts coming out of that game as they get to the playoffs, but that game with the Chargers as we await D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, look, I mean, one, the Texans win and they're in, and then so you clinched a playoff, a playoff berth that they're starting 0-3. You win 8 in a row right now. They're not only in, but they're hot. They're peaking at the right moment. The defense has a large size, sample size of how good they are, so there's no reason to believe that that's not what we're getting. And, you get this. Yeah, I think the moral of the story here, once again in this game, is we're finding out the way this team is built, with the defense obviously being the headliner, we're finding out how little support this defense needs to not only win, but to win against playoff caliber teams. Right? I don't want to get too carried away with the Chargers. I think they're a good football team, but clearly they are decimated with injuries on the offensive line. And so I don't know how comparable that is to your top, like literal top teams in the AFC on the offensive side of the football. However, when you look at the formula for the Texans to win, this defense is strong enough to where all you need is a hot flash from the offense. I mean, literally can be one quarter of good football where you score 7 or 10 points, and then you cobble together a couple field goals along the way with a field goal kicker that is good from 55 and in. And even beyond that, but 55 and in, you feel really good about it. And then you got an offense that somehow, some way, Ron, this offense, in moments where you have to run the clock out and not give the opponent, the Justin Herberts of the world, the Josh Allens of the world, another chance. They've been good at that.
Let's head to NRG, D'Amico Ryan.
Jonathan and then Kim.
When you look at your safety position, what did you think about how Kevon Wallace played? And understand that Jalen Reed's making progress. Is there a chance of him being back in practice this week or in the week to follow? Thank you.
Yeah, Kayvon did a nice job with the reps that he was given. Thought he stepped in, communicated well all week. He's been practicing pretty well for the past couple of weeks. So, he earned it by how he practiced, how he showed up, how he communicated. So, stepped up in the game, made some nice tackles for us, made some nice plays. So, proud of what he was able to do for us.
And just the second part about Jalen Reed, is he making some progress? Is there a chance that he might be returning to practice soon? Thank you.
Yeah, whenever guys are able to return, I'll let you guys know.
Sarge, go ahead.
Coach, with you all moving up to the fifth seed in the AFC, how much will that play a factor in whether you play players or rest starters this week?
Yeah, we're playing a game right now as it sits. We still have an opportunity to win our division, and that's always the goal each and every year, to win your division. So we know we need help from the Titans to be able to do that. So we're going and we're playing our guys.
D'Amico, you've had for 3 years, and it just seems like he has gotten better every year. At what point did you realize like he had superstar qualities as a wide receiver?
Yeah, for me, I've always watching Nico from afar, even before I got here. You can see, the plays that Nico, you can see superstar qualities in him. And being around Nico and seeing as a person and what he represents, there's not a guy I probably pull for more than Nico, just because he's such a great guy off the field. Nobody deserves it more than him. And he does it the right way. Every single day, he works extremely hard at his craft, and he continues to show up in those clutch moments when you're expecting to get the ball to your best player. Everybody understands that. They try to take him away, but he's still capable of making big plays and finishing games for us. He's an unbelievable player, and I'm so thankful and happy that we have him here.
Hey, D'Amico, can you talk about the job that Blake Fisher did yesterday, stepping into that role at tackle?
Yeah, I thought Blake stepped in and played really well. One of his best outings he's had for us. Just played physical. I like the way he finished. He handled the edge of the line of scrimmage really well. So it's just credit to Blake. He's been working a lot in the background, but for him to step up at that moment when we had to step out at left tackle. He did a really nice job. And I think just overall, entire offensive line did a good job of playing well together. Patterson stepped in, Titus bumped over the right tackle. Just a lot of shuffling, a lot of moving pieces. And those guys played really well together. Didn't give up a sack throughout that game for the second week in a row. So just goes to show like what, Coach Popovich is doing with those guys, is having them all prepared, no matter who it is, no matter what position you have to go play. All those guys are prepared and they're ready when the opportunity comes. So really proud of Coach Pop for what he's doing, and proud of the guys for handling the mix and matching of the of the personnels and the different positions. They're handling really well.
Next, we'll go to Sam, Cody, and then Greg Bailey.
Hey, Coach. Both you and CJ talked about after the game having a little bit more pride, having a little bit more gratitude for making the playoffs this year because of what all the adversity you've gone through this season. Just kind of in your opinion, how does overcoming those challenges make things more rewarding?
For me, this year is just seeing how we started. Like it wasn't the start that you wanted, right? And so it's when you can overcome something. I think we one of a few teams in history to do what we've done. So anytime you do that, I think that's a pretty special feat for our entire team, and all the guys should receive the praise for what they. Which doesn't happen a lot in the history of our game. A lot of people try to cast you off, from having a poor start. But I just like it for the lesson, for what it teaches everyone. Just it doesn't matter, again, how you start. It's all about how you finish. It's all about how you continue to believe in what you're doing, and good things will happen. You just have to continue to believe, continue to work the right way, and you finish the right way. And it doesn't matter what the history says or what has it been in the past. It's just about you and believing in yourself and going and do the things necessary, right, to win games.
Miko, the drive after Azeez had the interception that started on your own one right before halftime, what went into the decision-making on, I would characterize it as aggression. I don't want to speak for you on how you would characterize it. What went into the decision-making on the play calling and the operation out of your own end zone there on that drive?
I'm not understanding your question.
At the end of the drive before the end of the first half, CJ ended up throwing the interception. You guys started on your own one, and then it felt like you got some yards with Woody on the ground. Then you decided to go to the air. What went into the decision to kind of go to the air there versus maybe keep it on the ground and maybe keep the Chargers away from getting the opportunity to have the ball?
Yeah, we're throwing the football there. I mean, that's our plan. We're going to execute our game, like no matter what. We make a bad decision, I mean, I think you're asking interception. If we don't throw the interception, then do we have the question? Like, no, we're running our offense. We had a bad play that happened. That happens. We had an opportunity to go down and try to get points at the end of the half. That's what we're going to try to do. So didn't go our way. That happens. That's football.
Greg, go ahead.
Hey, D'Amico, what are some of the things that Henry To'oTo'o has done to raise his level of play to the point that he can have a game? I think he had 12 tackles on Sunday against the Chargers.
Yeah, what Henry did against the Chargers was he just came out, he tackled really well. And that goes to just his technique improved. He really leaned into putting his body on body, contact and wrapping guys up. So he had a lot of secure tackles, which he needed to improve upon, and he did that. Thought he played really well in the passing game as well, playing sticky in coverage, playing very disciplined in coverage. And I know Henry didn't have the game he would like to have had, versus the Raiders. So I think that was a little more added motivation for him to come out and prove the type of player that he is. And he did that. And I'm happy for him getting over 12 tackles, a lot of big plays. Really some of the things go, unnoticed, but him on third down specifically, like being exactly where he needed to be in coverage, taking away some of their underneath throws. He did a really outstanding job, had a really great game.
You're listening to D'Amico Ryan
Next, we'll go to
live
Randy,
here on
Sarge,
Sports
and then
Radio
Aaron.
610.
Hey, to look at the progress that Noel and Higgins have made, when do you feel like during the course of the season that they turn the corner with their confidence in the offense, making the big plays, and kind of where they are now?
I think both guys, Higgins and Noel, they both are really confident guys. They had really good college careers and made a lot of successful plays, and they're confident guys. I think for us, they're still gaining that confidence. They're still learning. They still have room to grow. They're still young players, but I'm excited that they were able to make two big plays for us to put us in position to win the football game. But those young players, I'm excited by the way they work. Really great work ethic by both guys. Great attitudes. Show up the right way every single day, and I think they have. Sky's the limit for what they are capable of doing. For us here in Houston. So excited to have those guys.
Coach, 2 years ago, you all decided to hold training camp practice in Ohio. This last year, you all went to Greenbrier. How did those two trips help to solidify the bond between the teammates and solidify the bond and the brotherhood for them to be able to overcome some of that adversity that they went through earlier this year, sticking together as a team?
Yeah, when it comes to the training camp and going away for a little time, I think it's true value in that where you can truly lock in and not focus on side factors. It's just you, your teammates, and it's just ball, right? And I think that helps us. It helps our teams to really grow closer to each other for when those tough times come. Like, you're gonna lean back on the relationship piece and why are you doing what you're doing? Like, are you really a team player, or is it really about you? So when difficult moments come, if it's about you, you're gonna waver. You may start to point fingers and blame others, but when you have those connections, the deep connections that we were able to build throughout training camp, now it's not about you. It's about your teammates. It's about the team, and you're willing to do and sacrifice and play as best as you can possibly play for your teammate, no matter how it looks, no matter what game you lose, knowing that, man, we're still in this thing because I'm here for my teammates. And I think, as far as that's what those moments have built for us throughout training camp, and I would like to have hope that it's worked and it's still sticking, and our guys are a really, really close team. And you can see it. You hear our guys talk about each other. You hear how they love to see the success that other guys have on the team. So, that's what football is all about to me. It's about the relationships that you build, about having a tight-knit group, a tight locker room. And when you have a tight locker room, you can accomplish many things.
Aaron, go ahead.
Miko, there have been a lot of great defenses in the past couple of decades of football that people talk about, whether it's the Seahawks, the 85 Bears, and you guys have put your own stamp on defense, the way you guys play. I'm not asking you to rank your defense with those, but what do you feel like sets this defense apart and puts you guys in those kind of conversations, and what are you particularly proud of about the defense? Thank you.
Yeah, the thing I'm most proud about in defensive football is getting in the end zone. You got to limit points. And once our offense gives us 7 points, it should be a mentality that's enough for us to go win the football game. Now, we still have things I feel like we can clean up and play even better, to not have some of the miscues, to allow some of the touchdowns to happen. And, we continue to play with that edge and play with the mindset. If you have an edge, you have all those great defenses that you mentioned, right? There was an edge. It was a mindset with all those defenses, physicality, right? There's a pride level to those defenses that, you weren't going to get a yard on us. And that's the mentality that you have to play great defense.
We've got time for a couple more. We'll go to Jonathan, Kim, and then Greg Bailey.
Domingo, earlier you mentioned wanting to play for the AFC South. What is the biggest difference that you felt in when you're the home team playing in a playoff game versus not playing in a home, playing on the road in the playoffs?
anytime any sport, like you want home field advantage. You want to be in front of your home fans. You want to have that crowd noise. It's better playing at home. That's why they call it home field advantage. So not saying that you can't get it done on the road, but it's always, for me, I would love for our fans to be able to experience another home playoff game.
Hey, D'Amico, I know the goal is always to win, and that's what you always kind of come back to. When you guys started out the way you did offensively with those big explosive plays early, is that, how do I phrase it? Is the reason that we didn't see a lot of that later because of San Diego's changes they made, or did you guys do something different?
Yeah, that's a great question, Kim. I mean, defenses, they adjust. So Mentor, definitely, they adjusted some things. I know it's easy to say continue to throw the ball deep and make those plays. We haven't hit many of those this year. So we were able to capitalize on some of the things that we saw that they were able to give us. And, again, they turned up the heat. They started pressuring us a lot more where we didn't hit some of the passes there versus the pressure. So it's just a game. It's about adjusting, right? Yeah, and we want to win the game, of course, but you also have to take what the defense gives you. And you just take what the defense gives you, execute the proper way, and hit the guys that are open. If we're running, can we block it better? Can we run it better as well? So it's made not just throwing the football. There can be big plays had in the running game as well. So it just all goes back to executing. We would love to hit those big plays all the time, but that's unrealistic. That doesn't happen a lot.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll close with Sarge.
Oh, I was good. I didn't have any more. I just forgot to lower my hand.
All right.
Come on, Sarge.
I mean, I could ask you one, Coach.
I know you got more. I'll see you on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Get it, Coach.
All right. That was D'Amico Ryans meeting with the media here today. Let's take a break here and maybe respond to a little bit of what he had to say there as well. Also, it is Monday. It is a Victory Monday. It is a Reaction Monday. Let's take a look at Players of the Game. Man I Institute Players of the Game. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, when you're selling a home, the worst case scenario is that home sits on the market for 95 long days, stressful days.
281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the Texans on a Victory Monday, a Reaction Monday, a third straight year to the playoffs Monday for DeMeco Ryans. And maybe we can pull up a little bit as you just heard from the coach. Listen, it's no matter how they have arrived here, to understand where they were when Cal McNair and Hannah McNair and Nick Caserio had to come together and figure out what they were going to do after that run of bad football they were in, and to come back and this thing immediately get to where it is now, from the first 2 years making it to the playoffs, to starting out 0-3, to starting out 3-5, to losing your quarterback for a little bit, losing tackles, injuries, and they've won more games than they've won the past 2 years, and are in the playoffs. So, in an impressive run that DeMeco Ryans has led. Just heard from DeMeco again. 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in. We're going to get to our Man Eye Institute players of the game coming up. You can send yours in, but your response to just hearing from the head coach now.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy that's won 8 straight and clinched a playoff spot and has improved on last year and made the comeback, he sounds like he's borderline pissed off, don't he?
Still focused.
Boy, I tell you, still dialed in, maybe tired from holidays and getting prepared for this week. I don't know, but there's a little edge to DeMeco. No, look, I think the biggest question is to come out of this game is the offense, right? The explosive plays early. The appearing to have pulled your foot off the gas and been fine with the lead and just, maybe not being super aggressive in the second half and allowing this to be a one-score game kind of deal. I think that's where the reaction to DeMeco Ryans has to start. He did make, allude to the fact that the defense, the Chargers defense adjusted. They turned up the heat. They pressured them more. They had to ultimately take what the defense gave them, which means getting the ball out early or throwing the ball away multiple times. And I think it's clear from the head coach's words, right? From his mouth, clearly pressure is what caused the offense to struggle. If it weren't the pressure, it was just the simple adjustments that they made to giving up big plays early on, and the Texans offense wasn't able to adjust and make plays moving forward. And so interesting there, DeMeco's response to that question. I think that's going to be the biggest talking point moving forward. I mean, the defense played so damn good. The special teams were really good. I think there were individual players that were either big in moments or had big games. And so there's a lot of positive to talk about. But the one thing that I think that is the biggest talking point moving forward for the Texans is an offense that's inconsistent, an offense that has no answers for pressure. And is that version of this offense going to be enough in playoff scenarios for the Texans to win 4 straight games? So I think rightfully so, that question, that topic is going to be asked and discussed more so than anything else.
But what makes him feel better is, what does he say, with this defense, if they give us 10 points or 7, we score 7 points, man, we feel like that should be enough. Yeah, that should be enough. So, it was good to hear from DeMeco. You hear from him later on at 5 o'clock.
No resting starters?
No resting starters.
They're going to go.
Forward the division is still on the line.
They beat the Titans. They beat the Colts, and the Titans beat the Jaguars. They can still win the division, get a playoff game. And so they're not going to rest starters. They're going to play guys and let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, and I think also even within what's their record compared to they even if they lose, right, and the Bills and the Chargers win, like, they would jump them because of they're all tied at 11-5, and if the Texans were to lose, I don't think they're going to lose to the Colts. That's another reason why you got to play. I don't think they're going to. Right now, they're sitting in that spot of they're going to play either Pittsburgh or Baltimore. Right? If they lose, I'm saying they fear the others, but if they were to lose and those other teams were to win, they would drop out of the 5 spot. So their seeding can move, and I think that's why there's a big level of importance. All right, let's go to our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Tyler Milner, kick us off. Who's your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Well, the Chargers were so damn worried about Will Anderson Jr., they let big Derek Barnett get back-to-back sacks in the second half. 2 very big sacks.
Good one, T.
And I'm going with Derek Barnett. It sounded like this.
Herbert set to throw. Herbert, pocket collapsing, try to escape, and he's knocked down and sacked. Another one by this Houston Texans defense. Big play, Barnett getting in there. Second down and 15 for the Chargers from their 25. Herbert, shotgun, Hampton to his left, 2 receivers right. Here's the snap. Herbert with a little time. He's sacked again. Barnett, back-to-back sacks.
So Derek Barnett is my choice for this week's player of the game.
Yeah, he sit 66 to firing his helmet multiple times at the sideline. That was his first start at left tackle, and I don't know how many years, but Derek, as you said, were so keyed in on those other two. Those other two got sacks too. So Hunter got a sack, Will got a sack. So yeah, man, Derek Barnett was really, really good. For you, Clint, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
I'm going to go with Blake Fisher. As you heard D'Amico Ryans say in the last segment, the offensive line, although there were several pressures and the quarterback threw the ball away smartly, for the second week in a row, there was no pressures. And I think it's really impressive this week because you had Titus Howard at right tackle, you had Jarrett Patterson at left guard, and you had Blake Fisher at left tackle. And Blake Fisher, he played left tackle on Saturday, was charged with 0 quarterback pressures. And that is a big step. I mean, there were times when he's left on an island. And for him to be able to bump out to left tackle after the struggles in training camp, after really being relegated to being the 6th offensive lineman in obvious run situations, and being, I think he would even admit it, being a disappointment in the 2025 season, to bounce out there at left tackle and play as well as he did, man, I think was big time. We needed the quarterback to get protected, really for his own health, but overall just to be able to score enough points to help this defense out. And both of the big plays in the first quarter required extra time for the quarterback to sit back there, extra time for the wide receiver to get over the top of a deep safety on both of those touchdown throws. And so when you look at this game, the only way you win is if your offense can make those plays. And I think the O-line did a hell of a job on those 2 big players is one of those guys. So I'm going to ride with Blake Fisher.
I'm going to go with Henry To'oTo'o. 12 tackles. You heard D'Amico speak about Henry. This is a team that has a bunch of defensive stars. Nobody jumped off the page more than Henry To'oTo'o. He was everywhere and arriving physically and violent. I thought he was the best player on the defense in the game. A sure tackler in open field a couple of times with Hampton and just took him down, read everything. He had a spectacular game. Henry To'oTo'o is not the one that you think of, and not the linebacker that you think of, but he was something else in the game on Saturday. So I'll go Henry To'oTo'o. Those are our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Man Eye Institute. See life better. Henry To'oTo'o, Derek Barnett, and Blake Fisher. Coming up, Clint got into it a little bit off of what D'Amico had to say, but let's look into it. Man, they were off to the races the first drive, the first 2 drives. Big plays, big touchdowns. You're like, oh, here we go. And then it kind of stalled, and then they kind of got back into that period where they go long stretches without really doing much of anything and need help to score. And J.K. Scott arrived for the Chargers as their punter to help them. What happened after the first 2 drives? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, y'all. It's football.
flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Motion by Kirk to the right. Stroud puts the leg down. Here's the snap. CJ looking. CJ throwing deep downfield and has Higgins at the 30, the 20, the 10, 5. Rock and roll. Jaden Higgins to the end zone. 75 yards. Welcome to L.A.
Back in on a Victory Monday as, hey, man, it looked like the Texans were going to run away with this thing. I mean, you could tell this was clearly coaching, right? This was a situation where it was like they have schemed up touchdowns, multiple touchdowns, and it was looking easy. I sent out a tweet like they look like they're doing, as you would say, routes on air. I mean, it just like no resistance anywhere in any space. So they looked really good early, but then after that, Clint, it looked like a completely different group, but not really. It looked like several games we've seen this year. Under 85 yards in the second half total. Needed some help to get into scoring position from the Chargers punter, which helped them big time to get some of the actually both the field goals they got set up in really good field position. What happened? What happened after that second drive? And I do want to say one of the drives got kind of screwed over because the officials got taken advantage of by Tier Tart, who that was they got screwed over on that play with Dalton Schultz, and they were moving there, and that kind of threw out that drive. But outside of that one, boy, they just didn't even look like the same group from the first two drives.
Yeah, Ron, I think we've got an interesting dynamic in Houston, and I think all of it lands in a place where you err on the side of caution, right? I mean, going on in Houston. And I'm not in the building over there, so I don't know who's to blame for what, right? But here's the reality of what we're dealing with. You've got an elite, all-time great defense that can damn near single-handedly win a Super Bowl, right? And you've got a defensive-minded head coach, all right? That combination – and we've heard D'Amico say it. Hell, he just said it in the first segment of this show. He just said, we feel like if our offense scores 7 points, that should be enough, right? That D'Amico, by nature, is going to lean heavily towards the conservative side of football, all right? I mean, if he, like he said, if you can score 20 points, then we should be able to win the game. I mean, hell, he's dropped it to 7 somehow. The defensive-minded head coach is by nature going to lean that direction. All right.
Did you feel like it was conservative? Like after that?
I absolutely.
And that's why I can't wait till you come back with the tape tomorrow.
I got a piece of audio. I'm going to play in the football at 4 in Dirty's Daily. I'm sorry, I went back old school, didn't I? I'm going to play in Dirty's Daily that's going to shed a little light on that. But here's the three. This is a three-headed monster that results in what we're seeing with the Texans offense. It's that defensive-minded head coach that has the defense in place to win games damn near single-handedly. So you're going to lean towards a conservative way of playing football, all right? And then you've got an offensive coordinator that's young in the tooth, right, that really, whether you like him or not, just doesn't have a ton of experience, doesn't have size of how he's going to handle situations, how he's going to call plays, how he's going to plan, how he's going to scheme, how he's going to adjust. Like, there's a big unknown with Nick Caley. So, again, I think there's some hesitancy there to go to hell with it. We're going to let them hang. We're going to be aggressive because we can in critical moments, right? We're in a critical moment in the season. That's the offensive coordinator situation you have here. You have a guy that knows the defensive coordinator, the defensive-minded head coach, quit his job to oversee what the hell you're doing offensively. So you've got an offensive coordinator that I think's got a thumb on his shoulder, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? And then you've got a quarterback that the last 2 years, including this season, has not been ideal. You've got a quarterback that doesn't appear to have total control of this offense. You've got
with Clint here.
You've got a quarterback that we're still talking about getting out of the huddle on time and communication and things of that nature. And so you've got a quarterback that hasn't necessarily, over any stretch of the season, earned the trust to go, okay, it's yours. You decide if you're going to be aggressive. You decide when you're going to be conservative. We know you can overcome these mistakes or those mistakes, Ron. So I think big picture with the Texans, you got three reasons. You got three things that lean heavily towards the best approach to winning football for the Texans is to be uber conservative on offense. And we saw it. We saw it. You come out script-wise, you got a great plan, bang, bang, you're up 14-0, and then what happened before halftime? Quarterback turns the football over. You can't handle pressure, right? I mean, like I just believe you got three forces that are working against this football team being not even aggressive, but just being, let's say it called playing loose. Like, I think you've got three very, very good reasons to lean heavy conservative football versus playing loose, free, and exciting offensive football. I think that's the issue. You can't blame it on one because we've seen every one of those things be the problem. And I'd argue that this week we saw every single one of those things be the problem in one game.
Just got two text messages in, Clinton Tyler, that one I can absolutely handle and deal with. Unless, we can hash this one out. We are forgetting that we played against the top 5 defense in the league, so I'm okay with our offense just in this game. Okay, I can deal with that. I would also say that maybe I don't know if that is going to be a thing that consistently works, although it has worked for about 8 straight. I don't know if that is going to be something that consistently works in the postseason on the road when you play better teams. And then another one where it sends me to go away mode. Jesus, you guys can't even enjoy a solid win. Had to lead the entire game. Here we go, making it sound like a solid win against a playoff team on the road.
That'd be a case of you-know-what.
We believe this team has a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Weak ass fan.
And it's time for you to grow up. It's time for you to grow up. If you want to go get your damn pom-poms, I'm certain you can go find some place to listen. But we're going to talk about everything with the game. I'll be good God dog. We have talked about everything positive up to this damn point. And we're going to sprinkle in a little bit of what happened in the game to where the emergency brake just got slammed on in the offense another time. Because I'm going to tell you what your ass would be saying if the punter didn't go and lose his mind for 2 awful punts that set you up for points. If Gaston didn't just throw the ball up into the air to Aziz for an interception right at the doorstop. That penalty maybe at the end that was iffy. If some of those things didn't go your way, you'd be screaming, saying other things. So, we're going to talk about a few things. Because right there, I don't know what's happening with the Texans. They pull this stuff off every week right now. But right now, you're not really looking at that thinking, God, dog, are we going to be able to pull that off 3 times, 3 straight times, potentially on the road? Come on. All right. In that game, we're not just going to sit here and talk about yes, we talked about it. The defense was amazing. Derek Barnett, fantastic. Will, all of them. They rolled early in the game. And then they took off the game for a quarter and a half. And had no answers again.
An 8th straight win is awesome. Playoff berth, lovely.
I don't know what your expectation is. Can't enjoy a solid win. No, you can. But we're enjoying the win. We're also talking about, hey, flashing lights. And I know you're an Astros fan.
Demand more of your squad, man.
Sometimes you win. The Astros have won series in one game. You're like, that ain't. I know what it's going to take. That's not going to be it. It's the same thing over here. Different conversation, guys. Not just trying to win one game to get to the divisional round. This team has a chance to win a Super Bowl, or at least to get to one. and we're going to deal with them from that point. If you need to go somewhere else and listen to pom-poms or something, I'm certain you can find them. I am certain they are there. This ain't it. Happy birthday, Clint. Coming up, as we continue, we'll hear from you. You got some words you want to jump in here? 713-572-4610. The phone lines will be open. All right? The Texans are wearing the mantra right now of nobody wants to see them, and it's fair. Who is it that you don't want the Texans to run into? Who's the one team, as we see the AFC playoffs are set, who's the one team that concerns you for the Texans? We'll discuss that. Woo, coming up next. Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
D'Amico and CJ have done it again.
Progressive.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Tyler's shirt.
What's it say, Ron?
It's a Victory Monday as well. Go ahead, T-Mill.
Let's go!
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Victory Monday. No shirt from Tyler. And he's decided to go Aggies. I mean, God, dog, man. Of all things to select right now.
Had to retire the armpits.
I mean, but you
don't know how to handle an 8-game win streak, T.
Damn right.
This is twice.
It's a good way to frame
This is twice you've done this, damn it.
But welcome in. It is a Victory Monday, a reaction Monday, as the Texans Saturday night punched their ticket in L.A. to get to the postseason for the third straight time. Phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. Grab a line. Tyler will set you up. You all here in just a bit, but I want this to be the theory and the thought. Now listen up. We've been having a lot of fun on Mondays. Don't you come around here and start hijacking this thing and start turning this into a high school football conversation because you want to go there. This is where we are. All right? We've been doing a great job this year for the most part. Okay? This is where I want you to be thinking. Who is the team in the AFC? Right now, the Texans have been getting the mantra of that's the team that nobody wants to see in the AFC. Granted, I don't think the Texans should be afraid or scared of any team in the field in the AFC. Okay? You should feel pretty good about any of the matchups. But honestly, all fans or people, when you look at it, will look at it and be like, that is the one team that gives me the most concern. Who is that team? 713-572-4610. I see some people tweeting in. Who is that team? We'll bring you on. We want to hear your thoughts, why, your concerns. But who is that team that you're most concerned? We know the 7 teams that are going to be in the postseason. All right, we have that. That is wrapped up, tied up, and it is taken care of. Denver, New England, Jacksonville, either Pittsburgh or Baltimore, Chargers, and the Bills. Which one of those teams concern you the most? We'll hear from you coming up in just a bit. Clint, who is it for you? When you look at this team and you watch this team, you've watched every one of the games, on all post games. We've seen this team since preseason all the way up into them clinching a playoff berth against the Chargers. When you look at them, hell, they played a lot of these teams to begin with, Clint. Who is it that concerns you the most for the Texans?
I'm going to go Denver. I think the story of not having the top quarterbacks in the league in the playoffs in the AFC is a real one. So once you get through having that one, that they're not going to be there, the story quickly turns to the defenses that are going to be in the AFC playoffs, particularly ones that the Texans are going to have to go visit because they're not getting a home game. Those defenses, for the most part, are for real. And so if
they play Denver, they got to play them in Denver.
Yeah, man. But look, it's Denver, right? New England. I mean, you look at Jacksonville. Jacksonville's defense has been. They started out hot. They got a little bit of a lull midseason, and then all of a sudden, I mean, they're one of the better defenses in football of late. And so,
come together, yeah.
I mean, they are. You're going to have to go beat a.
It seems like you're looking at the defense.
That's what I'm doing. The story of the AFC playoffs is about. This is the story. Forget the talking point of, boy, we're no quarterbacks. It's a path of least resistance. No. What offense in the AFC can complement a great defense the best, and that team's going to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. That's what this thing's all about. What young quarterback, what inexperienced quarterback, what offense.
And Josh. We'll see what
then you got Josh, right? So that's just like that. I'm gonna go Denver, man. You go 2 Mile High. It's a tough ass place to play. The weather's going to be an issue. The noise is going to be an issue. The fact that you don't play in that altitude is going to be an issue.
That's a good point.
I think Sean Payton and Bo Nix haven't already played the defense and seen the defense, although they didn't have a ton of
both
success.
ways, though. That goes for the Texans, too.
Yep. I just trust Sean Payton to adjust a little bit more than I do Kaylee. And so that is, for me, and Denver's defense is for real, and they have been for real all year long. And just like the Texans, the Denver's defense has been real all year long.
And do you think Denver's offense is good enough? Because I'm just basic of what concerns me. You think Denver's offense, if we've watched them, they put up 18 here, is good enough to complement what their defense could do to the Texans?
Yeah, I do. I trust their offense more than I trust the other offenses that we could potentially go to, which would be
because they had some shots in the first game. They missed some. I think I feel like they went 1 for 7 or something with shot plays down there, and they got one touchdown. I know Bullock got him a pick. But, I tend to agree with you on that. The Patriots they have a good combination of the two as well.
Yep.
And that would be
hot.
So we know unless Jacksonville loses to Tennessee, but we know Jacksonville, Denver, and the Patriots would all be road games. The way that it is set up right now would all be road games. Yeah, I do. I think those – to me, see, I look at it offenses. Because I think most defenses can get a handle on the Texans by what we've seen to where they just don't get away from it. But how many offenses can at least make the Texans pay some, right? Like we just watched this game Saturday. The Chargers looked like they were – just stymied the whole way. The Texans did a number on them. But then you can look in that game and see things that you're like, that could have been more than 16 points.
Yeah, easy.
Right? Like it could have been more than 16. There's a play at the goal line that happens. Their kicker lost his mind. Like it could have been. So, you look at that to me, but I would go with Denver. Those pass rushers and that defense. And now you'd be seeing them with Surtain back there in the back end as well. So, yeah, I would say Denver. Let's kick it off here to the people, 713-572-4610. T, jump in, lead us off, man. Who is the team that concerns you the most right now that the Texans could face in the playoff?
Hey, good afternoon, Ron and Clint. Yeah, man, I'm looking at it, man, and I agree with everything that you're saying about, Denver and New England and Jacksonville. But I'm looking at the immediate threat, man, and the matchup problem that we're going to have. I don't want to see Baltimore in the first round, and I'm going to tell you why. Texas struggled this year. I mean, our Achilles, our defense, number one, but the Achilles' defense is a mobile quarterback. And with Henry running that rock like a madman, their strength is our weakness. We're great at rushing the passer, sacking the quarterback and all that, but we haven't really faced a downhill punishing run game yet. And that's something that they're kind of like a team nobody wants to see, and like the Texans are, right? They got a good defense and a strong running game. They can control the clock, and that's why I think we're going to need to kind of attack these teams early like we did Sunday, man, and try to get on top of teams early in the game, because we can't just rely on the ball to bounce our way every time, especially facing a team like Baltimore. So I'm rooting for Pittsburgh Sunday. I'll sit back and listen.
All right, appreciate the call, T. And Clint, that is Baltimore's coming up a lot. Like Baltimore, if it's Lamar, I'm scared to death. It's not. I'm with you. The Baltimore thing is, see, their defense to me is the defense that I feel the Texans can take advantage of the most of almost any team that they would play. Maybe Pittsburgh, too, which is a good thing for them, especially if there's going to be no T.J. Watt in that thing. So I get the feel, one, Lamar is not going to be 100% right. And when you talk about
he's not going to be 100% white.
And we talk about a black. And when you talk about a back injury.
That would be Lamar.
When you talk about a back injury, he's damn sure ain't going to be right. So I understand.
He's going to be closer to white with a back injury. I promise you.
He will be. He'll be closer to Cooper Rush.
It'll be the closest Lamar ever been to it, G.
To what?
Bad
Boy,
back.
man, that was tough right there. I need some of this. I need some of this champagne, damn it.
More of that champagne, G.
But no, I get the concern with Baltimore because it does. You also potentially can win 12 games and have to go play at Baltimore or at Pittsburgh in the weather too. So I get that. I get that, but they don't concern me as much as I would say Denver or the Patriots.
Well, my deal, my view of it is not going to change. I love the point, though. I love the point, the history with the Ravens, obviously the Lamar factor, the Derrick Henry factor. I love the thought. But for me, like the scariest thing for the Texans is if they go play a defense that could very easily hold this offense to nothing but field goals.
Yeah.
Could hold this offense to 10 or 15 points, right? And that's what's going to make this defense vulnerable, right? If and so the better the defense, then the more scary that team is to me. And Denver's got similar pieces to Houston when it comes to edge guys that can go, corners that can play, a great defensive mind that's one of the better schemers in the game. So Denver still is my answer, but I do. Let's be honest, man.
There will be a bit because I do think Baltimore still has a mental thing on the Texans because that they played the Silver Springs Ravens. Yeah. And that
you make point, and the caller made the point though. I mean, it's one of those where, I mean, boy, if you're C.J. Stroud, you want to see the Ravens 10 out of 10 times because you just went up there and pieced them to 44. I mean, that's
well. I mean, and even if they're healthy, they don't rush the passer well.
Right.
Like that's the big thing. And if CJ has time, you feel pretty good about it. All right, Corey, jump in. What's the team? Who's the team that concerns you the most in the postseason for the Texans to face?
Man, first of all, I know that all of these Stoerners think alike, and I hate to say it, man, I do not want to go to Baltimore in the playoffs, bro, because of what Lamar Jackson did to us last time. We have a bad track record against us ever since T.J. Watt threw the interception to Ed Reed, and every time we go to Baltimore in the playoffs, we cannot beat them. It's something about the cold weather, and it's something about us going up there, so I'm just hoping and praying that Pittsburgh beats them because maybe it is mental or something like that. I'd rather play Pittsburgh than play Baltimore. I'd rather play New England than play Baltimore. I'd rather play Denver than play Baltimore. There's something about Baltimore in the playoff time that we can't get through with them. I mean, everybody, I know you say you're getting a lot of it on the text messages and a lot of callers. It's just something about Baltimore we have to prove, not with no depleted defense, not without Lamar Jackson. We have to go up there and prove that we can beat them with Lamar Jackson and with Derrick Henry running the way he runs. And until we do it, I'm just scared to death as Baltimore. Thanks.
Appreciate the call, Corey. Baltimore, we're hearing that a lot. I would say, I'd say Jonathan Taylor and the Colts are downhill running team they've faced and they shut down. The Chargers have been that this year, right? They've been that, and they shut in the game. Jack, where you at? Who's the team that you're concerned with in the playoffs for the Texans the most?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Great win yesterday.
Yep.
I don't. It's Buffalo. It's Buffalo.
Really?
Even though we've had success recently against Buffalo, with James Cook and with Josh Allen being willing to run their tight ends, I do not want to play Buffalo on the road. That's no good. Hey, can I ask a quick question, Ron, please? All right. Clint and Ron, I need to understand what do you think the problem is with us being able to make adjustments from a play calling standpoint to the pressure that you talked about, Clint, and in that red zone? That is definitely play calling, and I'm surprised that we haven't been able to consult people, bring in people, talk to other people, design different plays, but to not be able to crack a code where everybody knows that if you put pressure, we can respond. I find that very, very unusual that we can't call plays to adjust to blitzes that we see are coming left and right. Why can't we make that adjustment?
Appreciate the call, Jack. Call back. I like that call, Jack. Clint, I want to give you that on the other side. I want you to think about that a little bit on the other side. Let's finish this thing out. South side, Al, who's the team that concerns you the most with the Texans?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Go Texas. This is the only thing, and I was thinking about that what Clint said, Ron. Denver, just because Denver has a lot what we got, their defense can flip a win on its head if Bo Nix throws interceptions or whatever. At the end of the day, I just want our team to stay out our own way. That's going to be the biggest task. Take care of the ball, and I need Nick Cater. Clint, you asked the question with the collective people, who's this offense at fault? My thing is this. It's Nick Cayley with the playbook. Andre Well called a good game. Chad Ochocinco backed it up. When that pressure's coming, even though he didn't get sacked, you got to have a hot read underneath. He's sending everybody down the field, and if CJ can throw a ball down the field 30 yards without getting sacked, that means you need something underneath to get a good ball and a good throw to something underneath, opposed to throwing against pressure, underneath what they call hot reads. He needs to put that in his playbook, and you run. You will see a better, trust me, offensive drive. Like I said last week, I need to see Noel in the offense, and he listened to me. Noel was in the slot. Great adjustment, Nick Cayley. Now put some hot reads in there. Quit going for the long ball. They take too long to develop when the pressure coming. Put the hot read in the offense, and you got a good offense. Go Texas.
Appreciate it, Al. We'll get to that because I think that's even to what Jack was talking about. I got a funny feeling that Jesse Minter may have had something to do with those hot routes not being available there. But we'll get your thoughts on that, Clint. Your thoughts on adjustments. Why aren't we seeing why aren't we seeing adjustments being made to when teams start to pressure this Texans team? And we'll look at C.J. Stroud's grade, 713-572-4610. You can text in the grade for C.J. Stroud. That continues to come up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, listen up. I'm going to do you a big solid here, man. Start the year moving and not hurting. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain, if you're dealing with
action starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, happy birthday, Clint. Angie, a clear first lady, the clear first lady of The Drive.
Right.
Number one female listener, Angie. Shout out to Angie, who says happy birthday to Clint.
Boy,
Melissa gonna whoop your ass.
You're trying to piss Mel off, but Angie, I'll take it. Appreciate
What are you talking about? Angie, shout out to Angie, number one first lady of Sports Radio 610 and The Drive, sending him happy birthday. All right, we had a couple of guys. Southside Al kind of said it at the end about the hot routes, that being missing, not seeing that under pressure. Jack brought it up at first, talking about what are the adjustments? Why are we consistently not seeing adjustments? And maybe you don't agree with that. Maybe you're not. But what are
I agree.
what's going on there? It seems like when teams decide to take up the pressure, whether it's Blake Fisher, whether it's Titus at right tackle or guard or Brown or Ursery, they seem to kind of stymie the offense.
Well, look, I think number one, I don't think C.J. Stroud has full command of this offense. Let's start there. It's all going down.
When you say full command, do you mean like the understanding of the offense or
Both.
the ability to
all of it.
make decisions?
All of the above. All of the above. I think when C.J. Stroud goes to the line of scrimmage, C.J. Stroud does not have the ability to go, I'm hot, let me change a route, and let me get me an answer right now, okay? Now, I don't think this offense has built-in, quote-unquote, hot routes that everybody's talking about, adjustments, right? This offense, if we go back to what we've been told they were watching film of, this offense was with Brady. And we heard it with Bill O'Brien, which was trying to run the same offense with Deshaun Watson. Remember, guys, think back. This is the same issue. I remember having conversations about why do we have a guy like Deshaun Watson standing at the line of scrimmage, pointing things out, trying to figure out who's blitzing and who's not blitzing instead of being aggressive, which is how he made his money in college, right? It's the same thing, right? It's the same concept. When teams overload the line of scrimmage, in this offense, they ask the quarterback to figure it all out. Figure it out, protect yourself, hold the ball, and throw it downfield. If there's something available underneath, sure, you can take it. But if not, there's not a bunch of hot routes. The routes and the concepts aren't designed, for the most part, the routes and concepts aren't designed to have right now answers, to be right now answers for your quarterback. The offense is designed for your quarterback to stand up there and get it right as often as they possibly can and figure it out and keep the plays on outside. There's not a ton of adjustments within this offense. I don't want to say there's none because I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there's little to no adjustments in this offense, generally speaking. So you got two things working against you. You got a quarterback that doesn't have complete command of the offense and a complete open playbook with all the different audibles and changes and the ability to do anything he wants to and the experience to know when and how to do what the hell he wants to do versus no pressure. And you got a system that asks the quarterback to stand up there and direct traffic and try to figure out who's coming and who's not coming every single play, and they're just not very good at it.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen pressure be a problem too many times to believe that they don't feel like what they're doing is right. It's just an execution problem. Like if it were me, I would go a heavy dose when the first time they got me on one of those pressure looks, I would immediately as a play caller go into, especially if you're playing with a great defense and you've already got a lead and everything points towards, hey man, just don't get your quarterback hit, don't take sacks, don't get turnover. I would immediately go into an exotic quicks package with picks and different kind of quick double move routes. Mesh routes. Yeah, well, mesh routes, I don't want the long crossing. I would do everything at a bunch. Boom, right now, one guy in the flat, one guy crossing, one guy sitting down, right? So I got three quick options all right. They can't cover it all, right? They just, if it's man, the flat's there right now because he's got to sift through all this traffic. If it's any kind of zone routes is wide open. But these guys get paid millions of dollars. It would be more than just that. But I'm just saying the bunch or the stack concepts with quick answers right now to both sides of the field is what when I got a 14-point lead with our defense, I would go immediately into that. Right? Like that's just where I would go. Not all of it, but a heavy dose I would go. And I would damn sure do it now after playing all season long and realizing like kind of my Achilles heel is that pressure look, and we just ain't getting it figured out, and it's killing our drives. So what do you do? So I would by plan, by design, at practice, at work, every day, go, this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to these quick routes. We're going to go to an exotic quick package. You can get Woody Marks involved, right? Dalton Schultz is tremendous in making himself available. Obviously, it would require moving Nico Collins so your best player gets touches right now, and you're not throwing press man slants to Xavier Hutchinson versus a number one corner in the league. Instead, you're doing that to Nico Collins. So I say all that to say I don't believe – I'm trying to explain why I'm arriving where I'm at with my answer is I believe at this point if what I just said was a big part of what Nick Caley wants to do, I believe they would have gotten there by now. Yeah. Right? They're just not a screen team. They're not a quicks team. They're not a motion team. They're not. They're none of that. They are a stagnant line of scrimmage, let the quarterback try to sift this thing out and play with great technique and great execution, and we'll win. That's who they are offensively. They're not a – and then on top of that, the quarterback doesn't have, and it's not about the ability necessarily. We don't know that yet, but he doesn't have the experience in this system. Now here's what I got to go to. Bang, 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 bang. I got to go to it right now. Let's get this thing out. So they're just in a rough spot. So I mean I know that's a muddy answer, but I think it's the right answer. It just. They're very reluctant to adjust to any screen game, any quick game. Like I said in the postgame, Ron, to me, and I know a lot of people don't like the screen. A lot of people don't like throwing the ball short of the sticks. But on 3rd and 8, if I know in the second half they're heating me up, I'm okay throwing the ball underneath the sticks. Give me five eligible receivers and give me 5 routes 6 yards or shorter, and give me options. Get out of my quarterback's hands. Now I'm 4th and 2, and I got a plan. I got a decision to make. Right? Instead, my quarterback running backwards and throwing it out of bounds or throwing it up over the middle of the field like we saw 4 or 5 times this year, and pressure just killed 4 or 5 drives. Like that's just it's you got to believe because they haven't resorted to some kind of heavy screen game or heavy quick game or something else that they're gonna wear it.
Yep. All right, let's hit CJ's grade coming up and weekend's best, weekend's worst. We'll do that as we continue right here live on a Victory Monday, on a Reaction Monday right here live on The Drive.
All right, I've told y'all many a time.
with AmericanEagle.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, back in on a Victory Monday, a Reaction Monday, as the Texans punch their ticket to the playoffs for the third straight season. 11 wins. They get a 1 win over last year's number, and it looks like they're headed to 12 wins as they will take on the Colts. And if you heard D'Amico Ryans earlier, they're playing their starters. They take on the Colts coming up on Sunday to finish out the regular season, and then we'll understand where the Texans will be headed. They could be at home at NRG, but most likely with the Jags having to beat the Titans at home, they'll be on the road to either Baltimore or Pittsburgh. That's the most likely scenario for the Texans. Before we get into weekend's best, weekend's worst, Clint, I've seen some people text in their thoughts on C.J. Stroud. What was C.J. Stroud's grade? We do it every Monday. What was his grade? He was 16 of 244 yards. About 140 plus of that came on the first 2 drives of the game. But he had 2 touchdown passes, both big plays, 2 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 80.14 rushing yards. Your grade for C.J. Stroud?
Ooh, man, I tell you, I'm gonna go with a C minus, and I think I'm being too nice. It should probably be a D. I'm gonna go with C minus.
Hey, we're thinking in the same range. I'm at C minus D too.
Look, and
it was disappointing. That was a disappointing effort.
Well, I mean, here's the deal: is you look at the 2 touchdowns, and the 2 touchdowns were scripted plays that they had seen in obviously something in film that you go out to the game and it's like, all right, they're doing exactly what we thought they were going to do. We got him exactly where we want them, and bang, we're going to bang one over the top. I think the first play they got him confused. The second one was one that they took advantage of a safety that was horny, right? So I think both of those plays were schemed up plays. Once they got off script and things that they had repped in practice over and over again, it got ugly really quickly. And so the only reason I'm not going D is because the 2 touchdowns were ultimately enough to win this game. In the long run, but man, the turnovers, one of them being just before the half, boy, that is a turnover that I think is going to hurt this team much more than just a turnover in a game that you won. I think that was a time where it looked like the head coach and the offensive coordinator had said, "All right, it's right now, boys, to hell with it," and CJ threw a pick. And so I think that's one that sticks in the craw of the head coach, and the head coach next time says, let's put a knee in it and take it in, or let's be real conservative and run the football, or take our time like we've seen them do it in the past. This team is a mess at the end of halves. Whether it's CJ throwing a pick or the clock management or the play calling, they're a mess at the end of first halves. And so, the interceptions just can't happen. As I've said before, the not having answers for pressure, yes, I believe it's the system. Yes, I believe it's the offensive coordinator. But I also can't just eliminate the quarterback from any blame. I think the inability to either get to the huddle quick enough, to communicate it, to get it figured out in the moment, that's all a quarterback problem as well. Whether it's him directly or just a product of the system, it's a quarterback problem. So I gotta go with a C minus, man. The 2 early touchdowns saved his ass.
Yeah, text line coming in. Nick goes vest mode from YouTube and Twitch says, first 6 minutes, CJ A+, final 54 D-. Someone said B+, someone said B. Can't hold it against him. He's working with the best that he can around him. Clint, I tend to be with you. I was pretty disappointed in his performance in this game. I'll go C-. The reason why I'm going C- is not the touchdowns. I thought he had as much to do with them not getting any sacks as Blake Howard in the line. I think he avoided, there are a couple of times they heated him up and a sack would have taken him out of field goal range in the second half, and he got the ball off. So I'll give him that. But I think for me, I still think this is silly and not even a conversation. But for those of you who want to get into the Davis Mills space, there was nothing that CJ did in this game that Davis Mills couldn't do.
Agreed.
Right.
God bless, brother.
And I don't think that's been the case. I think against the Chiefs, I think he made throws plays Davis couldn't make. I think against the Cardinals, he made some plays. I think he made plays against the Colts. I think he made some plays. This was not one of those games. I think they would expect Graham Mertz to hit Jaden Higgins on that touchdown, and Noel on his touchdown. And in this game, those interceptions were just absolutely, even the first one that got tipped, that looked like it was going to be picked off if it didn't get tipped, and he was able to throw it to where he was trying to throw it because somebody was coming up. So disappointing. Doesn't mean he needs to go to the bench. Doesn't mean he's dumb. He had a bad game, and got a little iffy. And those games can happen. They cannot happen in place because you cannot expect all the other stuff that occurred in that game to go in your favor in games on the road. It happened in this game, and it has happened before, but you just can't go with that. So I'm going to go with a C- and only not being a D because I thought he had as much to do not having any sacks. All right.
It's just right. Like a big part of the plan like at this point, again, they're not going to change. So it's not like they're going, hey, CJ, we want to stay aggressive offensively and we're going to put you in better positions, right? I mean, the message to him is clearly don't make mistakes.
Yep.
Right? And as you mentioned, one ball was tipped, but it was going to get picked anyway. There was a defender standing there.
It looked like it was.
Yeah. I mean, and the other one was just, I mean, it just, again, you can't.
As Kurt Warner says, I don't know how he didn't see him right there.
Right. Well, he didn't. That's the deal, is he didn't. It was a blind throw, which happens in football, and you just got to eat it. But at the end of the day, it's still a part of the grade for the quarterback.
Yeah. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. Clint, let's kick it off with you. What was your weekend's best in this game?
Well, the weekend's
this
best,
weekend,
Ron, it's easy, man. I mean, y'all know, I love this. I love this this bowl game.
Do you like the bowl game, or do you like everything that surrounds it?
I just think that, like here, with the Texas Bowl, U of H, big shout out to U of H for beating LSU, by the way. I mean, they clearly run a first-class operation and are doing some things right. In a day and age when bowl games are frowned upon and suck and nobody wants to be a part of, nobody wants, I think the tide's turning. They're frowned upon. There's a handful of them, like the Texas Bowl, that do a really good job. The Pop-Tart Bowl is one of them. And I don't know, weekend's best, right? BYU, they wanted to put Notre Dame in this game, but Notre Dame was too good to play in this bowl game. And I'll be honest with you, I thought BYU was going to get by Georgia Tech, but they didn't. They ended up winning the game. And I don't know if you guys saw.
Thank goodness they did.
I don't know if you guys saw the BYU head coach, Kalani Sitake. I don't know if y'all saw him after the game, but the trophy that I so dearly love is the football that's a toaster that's got the Pop-Tarts hanging out of it, right, was there. And they're on the podium. And he reaches up and grabs one of the Pop-Tart out of there, which clearly is a real Pop-Tart. And when I say this guy inhales an entire Pop-Tart in almost cartoon fashion, and there's not one crumb, there's not one piece of evidence on his mouth when he pulls his hand away from it. It is unbelievable. Weekend's best, Pop-Tart Bowl once again. Frosty with sprinkles, strawberry Pop-Tart, no doubt about it. So they picked the best Pop-Tart. And
Widthwise was able to get it all the way
the whole thing in there. Just literally shoved the whole thing in his mouth and left no residue on the outside. Yeah. Absolutely tremendous effort by BYU head coach Kalani Sitake.
I thought he was going to be the guy known for just turning down Penn State to stay in Provo, Utah, but no. It's because he has a talent.
An unbelievable and clearly an appreciation for pop.
I mean, he's got an adult film industry talent. All right, weekend's best for me, Derrick Henry. He was. I mean, this dude. He is far surpassed the hits and the age that you think running backs would start to slow down. And he goes for 36 carries, 216 yards, and had a career high, matched a career high 4 touchdowns in the cold against the Packers. Clint, he now moves to 10th all-time in rushing yards and now 4th all-time in rushing touchdowns with 122. he was fantastic in the game on Saturday night.
Well, the crazy thing is, like you said, he's at an age and has taken a beating the way that you would think, like, hey, man, even a guy that's built like that is at some point should be slowing down. And he appears to be getting better.
I mean, he slowed down a little, but, his slowdown is still –
hey, man, I'd take him tomorrow.
1,200 yards.
I'd take him tomorrow.
Yeah, that just –
I would take his ass tomorrow. He's a guy that, he's doing it without Lamar.
Yeah.
He's running like he's still got 5 years left in the tank.
No, he does. He looks that.
Does he have a chance to catch Emmett? Got to, right?
So. No, I don't think so. He just moved to 10th all the time. I don't think he's got a chance to get in. No, Emmett will come out of retirement. What's your he will? What's your
I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard because you ain't. I guarantee I guarantee he's sitting at home right now. I guarantee he's going. Phillip Rivers.
That guy.
If he can do it,
that guy I saw last year at the Super Bowl. What's your weekend's worst?
Weekend's worst is was the officiating. The officiating, man, in the officiating in the Texans game. And this isn't a Texans fan thing, by the way. It was bad both ways. But the worst thing in football is when you got refs that are way too involved in a game, and it's because of ticky-tack penalties, right? If you got physical and they're playing rough and they're doing things that need to be flagged, okay, cool. But when every time we turn around, we've got a DB that just happens to run into or slip and fall and touch the leg of a defensive back, and you're calling illegal touching, and a quarterback that clearly gets sacked, and there's no penalty whatsoever. The defender did everything he could, and there's flags. It literally takes away from the entertainment that I receive from watching football. So the weekend's worst for me was the officiating in the Texans-Chargers game. And it was both ways, to be clear. It was just a poorly officiated game in a ticky-tack manner that I can't stand.
It's league-wide. It's every week. Yeah. It's every week. All right, as we continue, man, what you got coming up at the
All right, the two explosive touchdowns early in this game were enough to win it, baby. Texans fans, I'm going to break these two touchdowns down for you, baby. You're going to love this. How it all went down. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Strathouse.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Matt Stafford and the Rams head.
auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is, and it's a Reaction Monday. And Dirty's Daily is powered by... I'm going to go NFL Plus, guys. I'm going to go NFL Plus today simply because NFL Plus, guess what they did, boys?
What did they do?
Guess what they did? They got the film out a little early. They got the all 22 out a little early, and I'm not gonna spill all the beans for Tape Drop Tuesday. We do that tomorrow, but NFL Plus, big shout out for getting that tape out early so I can get a little peek at what's going on here. And here's what I want to do for the people today, Ron. What I want to do for the people today. It's a Reaction Monday, baby, and we got a lot of cussing and discussing to do. No doubt about it. About this football team. More discussing than cussing, but when the cussing happens, it's usually on the offensive side of the ball. But I do want to take a moment, and I want to tip my cap to one Nick Caley. I want to tip my cap to one C.J. Stroud, and I want to tip my cap to whoever the offensive minds are in the building that are part of this collaborative effort that Nick Caley speaks of, because the 2 touchdowns, Ron, the 2 touchdowns, Houston, you're going to love this, by the way. The 2 touchdowns were clearly scripted plays in this game. It was clearly something that somebody in the building over there saw on film. Jalen Knowles said as much when he joined Sean Pendergast and I on the official Texans postgame show. And they called it. They executed it. It got us 14 points. And with our defense, more times than not, if you can get 14 first-quarter points, it's going to be enough to get the W. And, Houston, you're going to love this for many reasons. Beyond it was exciting to watch. Beyond our team won a game and we clinched a playoff spot. But, Houston, you're going to love this because every fan I know is concerned about this offense when you get down. The majority of fans I've talked to have wondered why this hasn't happened or this doesn't happen or why does this, why that. I've talked about a million different things on this radio. And I'm going to tell you, Houston, them 2 touchdown plays, those 2 explosives, they consisted of things that we've discussed right here on this station. I'm going to start with the big throw over the top to Jaden Higgins. All right. The formation was tremendous. Ron, it was a trio bunch, which when trio and trips, the difference is trio is a 3-receiver bunch with a tight end opposite. So you got all 3 receivers to the left of the quarterback in a bunch formation, cut split. You got, I think it was Dalton Schultz to the right of the quarterback. All right. So by formation, you've got Nico Collins in a little bit of a bastard look, a little bit of an unorthodox look. He's the tip of the trio formation to the left of the quarterback, right? So by formation, you force the defense to get out of sorts because I believe it's because they're trying to identify what's the strength of the formation, where the hell is Nico Collins? We got to figure this thing out, right? So they're running around trying to figure things out because the formation was a little bit unorthodox, okay? Creative, exotic, if you will, right? And then, while they're trying to figure things out, I've been asking for more motion and like more true motion out of this, right? Before they could figure out the alignment because of that formation, all of a sudden Christian Kirk goes in fast motion to the right. And this wasn't one of those jog over there, slow through the backfield, reset your feet like we typically see. This was a burst motion right now, fast, get across the line of scrimmage, and they snapped the football when he was full speed, right? So what happens is you got the defense already trying to figure things out formationally so they can get aligned and assigned to what the hell is going to go on. Then all of a sudden you get this motion that is not allowing for a lot of communication. Now you got the whole defensive secondary out of sorts of what the hell they're going to do. All right? So you used formation, moving Nico Collins, and you used fast motion. I feel like I beat that dead horse to death. All right? So Kirk goes in that fast motion, creates that extra panic. CJ snaps the ball with him in motion. All right? They're still scrambling in the secondary. And Nico Collins, because he's inside, he draws the inside safety down on him. The outside corner, I don't know if he looked like he expected help because he threw his hands up. But Higgins runs
Yeah, 26,
right by
he started looking behind him.
Yeah, walks in the end zone. The entire play is made because the formation and the motion. It was schemed. The scheme itself created confusion in the secondary, just like we've talked about a million times, and it created an explosive opportunity. I'm going to post that play on Twitter, and if anybody asks, Clint, what do you want to see? I'd love to support to be a long touchdown like that and a busted coverage like that every time.
Yeah.
But I want you to look at the chaos that it creates before the ball was ever snapped, right? It was absolutely beautiful. It is a tried and true example of why formations and motions and scheme before the ball's ever snapped mattered.
But they clearly did their work.
Who?
To the Texans and their offensive staff, as you said. They
no question.
Clearly did that work to see that could be a look.
No question.
3rd and 1 was the perfect timing to get that done, too. I think that played a role in it. But they clearly did their homework and watched it.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful, and it created an explosive. But the play was won. The points were scored. The touchdown was made because of the formation and because of the motion, the way it was executed. Now, I want to add this right here. You watch this play. There's another thing that I've been asking for, Ron. What did I recommend? See if you can get this. What did I recommend after the first week? We talked about training camp too. What did I recommend that the running backs work on every day over there? And if you can't execute it, you're going to get kicked out of practice during training camp.
Oh, yeah. Been able to protect the quarterback.
Chips, right? I want them breaking ribs. Well, guess what Woody Marks does? Woody Marks is to the left of the quarterback. He steps to the left. Blake Fisher gets kind of chases that they do a little that little end first, and the tackle's going to scream around that big tart, number 90. Big tart screaming around the end right there. And Woody Marks lowers his shoulder and tries to break Tart's ribs. You watch Tart play. He clips down, and then he turns, and as he's watching the football get caught and run for a touchdown, he's holding his rib cage, right? That's what the hell I'm talking about. Whether it's formations, motions, or the running backs and the tight ends chipping like grown-ass men, that's what we've been talking about, and the result is an explosive that ultimately is one of the reasons that you end up winning the game. Now, the second explosive touchdown, right? Now, this is damn sure one that you saw on film and you knew what you were going to get. By the way, I take a little pride in in real time. Now, Noel couldn't see the whole field. He didn't see the play on TV. But I told Noel in the postgame presser that I believe that was a quarter halves look more so than a quarters look to his. Definitely wasn't a quarters look to his side. So your boy QB was right once again. But nonetheless,
once again,
come out in a 2-by-2 formation, right? You got Xavier Hutchinson and Nico Collins to your left. You got a tight end, and I believe. It was Noel to your right. All right, so you got a little 2-by-2 formation working. Kind of some cut splits. Imagine that. You always get that, right? What they do is they motion X into the backfield. So Xavier Hutchinson into the backfield, snap the football, and they max protect. We're not going to let them pressure us. Now, the fact that we're max protecting against a true quarters or a quarter halves look is maybe a little bit suspect, but it was a game plan, scripted play. You knew what you were going to get. Clearly, you look up before the ball snapped. You know, okay, we're getting the look. Leave this thing on, and let's hunt. They snapped the football. They got it, so you know protection's going to be good. Nico Collins runs a one-man route to the left. That safety gets horny, and Jalen Noel runs the post over the top. That cover 2 safety that was outside of him and high over the top of him never had a shot. It was plain as day, throw in the ocean for the quarterback. It's what the part of this play right here that we've been asking for more of is simple. 1-4. It's simple.
Jalen Noel.
Everybody I've ran into, Ron, everybody, I think collectively in the Texans fan base at one point or another this year has been like, hey, man, can we get Jalen Noel on the field? Can we get Noel on the field? Noel's on the field. The defense jumps down on Nico, and they bang the post over the top for another throw in the ocean touchdown. So whether it's the player and Jalen Noel that we've been asking for, you got it in that touchdown, or it were the scheme things that we've all been asking for, you got that in the first touchdown to Jaden Higgins. Now, beyond that, right, why do those types of plays and that type of aggression, why does it fall by the wayside as we move forward? As I said, I think there's many a reason. I think there's many a reason why that happens. And I'm not gonna guess. I think you got a defensive-minded head coach. I think you got an inexperienced play caller, and I think you got a quarterback that doesn't have complete control of the offense. I think those three things together equal. We're going to play defense, and we're going to be conservative on offense when everybody else thinks we should be all gas and no breaks, even 2 explosives in the first quarter. I want you to listen to C.J. Stroud here. At the very end of this audio, I think he tells us at least what the approach was in this particular game. I don't think he says why, but I think he tells us what the approach is. Here's C.J. Stroud after Saturday's win versus the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, they play really a solid, shell defense, and kind of like the way the league is going on defense is like they're playing too high shell. They're trying to, take away your best guy. So we kind of knew that and, came up with some good plays and designed some good plays just to pick on that. And, got to just keep that going. It can't just be in the first quarter. It got to be throughout the whole game. So, something we can learn from is, is just keeping the gas on and making sure, we're still calling it. I'm taking care of the ball and, we're moving forward.
Keep the gas on. Make sure we're still calling it, and make sure I'm taking care of the ball. Like I said, I don't know which party it is. I would imagine that it's all three of them of why.
This has got to be killing him.
Who, CJ? Yeah. Oh, no question. No question. But I don't know why. I can't point fingers at one individual. I can't figure it out I'm not privy to the information. But whether it's D'Amico Ryan, say, all right, enough's enough. We can't trust you, CJ. You're turning the damn ball over. We got to be conservative. Or it's Nick Caley just doesn't have the experience and the ability to design and call those kind of plays in the moment without him being on a script, right? He doesn't have the know-how and the ability to do that. Or C.J. Stroud just doesn't, for whatever reason, is not consistent enough in being able to protect the football and be aggressive. I've said this a million times, Ron, like C.J. Stroud, no matter who it is, right? Unless you're an Aaron Rodgers or a Pat Mahomes or somebody like that that's won a bunch of Super Bowls, won a bunch of MVPs, and seen every blitz and every pressure. Like, unless you're one of those guys, like when you get married up to a new offensive coordinator, like you've got to earn the quarterback I'm talking about. The quarterback has to earn the right to be aggressive at the end of the first half. The quarterback has to earn the right of the head coach to say, I know we got a great defense, but damn it, let me play. Like, you got to earn the right to be able to do those things. You got to earn the right to be that caliber of quarterback and for an organization to have that kind of belief and trust in you. And what we watched at the end of the first half, really all year long, but what we watched at the end of the first half with the interception and then the interceptions all while you have a lead, make of it what you will, but those are the types of moments that don't earn trust. Fair or foul, right? Whether you love it or hate it, a defensive-minded coach looks at that and you go, okay, we're going to be aggressive right here. Let's go get points.
Because he probably sits there and says the only thing that almost put us in jeopardy of
turnovers
was turnovers, even though the turnovers really didn't hurt them as much on the scoreboard. Right. But in his mind, that is, and you could see the potential, and I think we may have seen it in the second half, of if we are going to drop back, more safe throws, like Bam, Nico right now on slants or something like that. And you could see they tend to, at least they appear to doubt back.
Right.
And we've seen it multiple times this year.
Well, anyway, I'll tell this quick story real quick, Ron. There was one time, we were a pro-style offense in college, right? And this is my senior year, and we're going to play Kentucky. And Kentucky was notorious for playing all man. All they did was play man coverage for the most part, all right? And they didn't have the dudes to keep up. We were really deep at wide receiver. I had one really good one, but I was really deep at wide receiver. So we talked Houston Nutt into, hey, man, let's go 5 wideouts early in this game. and just blow the lid off of it. We got the dudes, man. And he finally, for one time, this had him for 2 years. Finally, he's like, you know what? All right, let's do it. I go out there, Ron. I throw a touchdown to one of my top receivers. I throw like a 60-yard touchdown, and against the man, exactly what we thought we was going to get. It gets called back for holding or pass interference or offensive pass or something. I can't remember what it was. It's called back. Right? I throw a pick the next play. The next drive, we go out there. We sputter around a couple of drives. About the fourth drive of the game, I end up getting benched. Right? Oh. We never go 5 wideouts again. We had our opportunity, right? We had a conservative-minded head coach. He was an offensive-minded head coach, but he was super conservative. We had our opportunity. We had the horses, and I screwed it up. I didn't prove. We didn't perform and execute to show our coach, see, man, we're a good 5-wide team. We gave him a reason to go, damn it, should have stayed in that run first. Conservative, play defense, run first. I knew I should have stayed. Should have never trusted these guys. That's how it happens, right? For once, D'Amico said, hey, man, let's throw this thing right out the gate. Let's go. CJ, let's go. Well, this ain't no, we're going to run a couple plays, try to get a completion. Now, what happened? Turn the football over. Now, luckily, like you said, it didn't hurt him, but it's one of them moments where I guarantee you D'Amico's like, shouldn't have done it. Should have just ran that thing a couple times, took that thing to half, kept my lead. You know, that's you got to earn it, man. You got to earn it. And he had an opportunity. He and Nick Caley had an opportunity this week and didn't get it done.
All right, coming up as we continue, something else that happened this weekend, and I wonder if this will continue to happen at this time of the year every year, the way we've been used to watching it. We'll discuss and let you in one that is coming up next.
All right, used to.
Shop us John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. And Clint, over the weekend, we looked at the Texans, reacted to the Texans and everything that happened there in the NFL. But college football was rolling, and I guess rolling. And I look at it, I see everything we saw this weekend, and My question are the bowl games dead? Are the bowl games dead in college football right now? Maybe I'm in the minority. Maybe many people were into it. I didn't give a rip in these bowl games, Clint. And I know you said you think maybe it's turning around, but most of these games, teams aren't playing in it. That the same teams that we saw all season, because anybody with any kind of draft status step out. Most coaches, hell, on some of these teams aren't even playing in the game. But it just looks like the Gator Bowl used to be a big bowl. I didn't even know what happened. The people do the good job, as you said earlier, with the Texas Bowl. But, I mean, they had the NFL on Saturday at the same time of these games, Friday and everything. It just feels like, boy, these bowl games are taking a hit, man. And the only thing that's really remembered is the guy stuffing the Pop-Tart in his mouth and not as much as the game. It looks rough when we're not talking about those big 7 bowl games.
Well, I think, Ron, I think at the end of the day, I believe that the days of when we were coming up, I think those days are over. I think the truth of the matter is the college football landscape has changed. And I think a big chunk of it'll actually get back and get better overall, just college football overall. I think they'll get some guardrails put on NIL. I think they'll get some guardrails put on this transfer portal. I think they'll get the college football playoff thing figured out. But bowl games will never be what they once were. Unfortunately, bowl games will never be what they once were. But I do believe the shock value, the sticker shock of, getting hurt in a game or potentially getting hurt in a game, I think that's starting to wear off a little bit. I mean, the popular thing to do for these players, even if you're not a first-round pick, is to sit out. I think that is coming a little bit less of a trend in college football. I think it's more acceptable for I think college coaches are kind of finding their footing around NIL and transfer portal and this right here, this bowl game stuff of getting players to play. I think college coaches are more comfortable, at least talking about, hey man, my players are all going to play because we're together, because we're accountable, because what we've developed all year long is this elite level of accountability and brotherhood and all that, and they don't want to not play in any game, even a bowl game that doesn't mean anything. They don't want to play in those games. So I think that the fact that coaches and people in general, right? I mean, when this all first started, like any coach that said, no, I want my players to play, they were pitted against mom and dad and the player's future and potentially getting hurt in an NFL contract. And nowadays I just think it's a little bit more, I think, accepted's not the right word, embraced. I think a conversation about a coach that has his team and everybody wants to play, you can now have a conversation about it without feeling like you're disrespecting anybody that doesn't play. Days are over. So I think we're going to come back with bowl games, like I said, with NIL, like the transfer portal. I think we're going to all come back to a middle ground, and It's never going to be like it once was, but I think it'll all come together, and I believe that it'll all be acceptable. Now, it's never going to be acceptable for the get-off-my-lawn guy that wants college players to not be paid and wants coaches not to be able to leave and all of that kind of stuff. Like, it's never going to be good for that guy or back to satisfactory for that guy. But I think they're going to find a middle ground on all of this stuff, and I think bowl games survive. I think kids get the right to transfer, and I think players can make money just like the coaches and the athletic directors and everybody else involved in college football do as well. I think bowl games will follow that trend.
Yeah, I just wonder, just like it just seems clearly now with the playoff that's jumped in, the more you've added teams, that now all those other games matter. Because when it was 4, those other ones still matter. But like Texas and Michigan are going to play in the Citrus Bowl. Like, I wonder how many people are like, I gotta get to that. Like, I gotta watch that.
Have you seen? And this is a serious question because I haven't watched this. This is probably, good for the conversation, or not great for my point, but good for the conversation. I haven't watched a ton of it. Have we seen? Like, I remember the last, say, 4 years. Like, I remember it being the headline story of, hey man, half the damn team ain't playing.
Yeah. No,
like, is that still, is Michigan going to deal with that?
I don't know if they are. We'll see. But LSU had a lot of guys out. Any of the like Iowa State, some of these teams just didn't even play.
Right.
Like Notre Dame just said to hell with it. Iowa State didn't play. Now it was done because of the coach transition, but it just seems like more and more they don't.
Well, I'm going to tell you, Ron, and I know,
and it is.
Well, this is why, Ron, I bring the NIL and transfer portal into it, right? I do believe as the NIL and the transfer portal kind of, they get some guardrails on it, and we get into the where it's going to end up living. And I don't know when or how, but I think it does get back there. When it does, Ron, I think we are going to be back closer to, not the way it used to, but we're going to be back closer to the coaches that can recruit and develop high school players, I think are going to have a real advantage. And that's why I go back to, bowl games are fun and all. That's great. But what makes bowl games special is your 6-win teams or 5-win teams this year that qualify for a bowl game, you now get 13, 12, however many practices it is. I don't know. It used to be 12. I don't know what it is now. But you get those practices, 2 weeks extra of practice, really, to get your young guys the development that they need, man. And
that seems to have gone by the wayside too, though. There's some teams.
Yeah.
There's some teams
choosing not to do it.
That choose not to do it and had a chance. 5-win teams. Hell, Kansas, the team, they decided to not accept it.
Yeah,
to not get that practice time.
I can understand the coach change. I can understand the injuries. Anything beyond that, like if you still have your head coach mid-year, and now you've had an interim to now, and you could play this thing out, I don't understand not doing it. I mean, the joy of the game, the experience for the kids, the development of the young guys. I don't know but a handful of organizations that don't need that. They don't need that desperately.
This to me, it's got to be feeling like more of a waste of money than it is. Like for these different sites, these different bowl games, and how many people are watching these games. Like I think the Music City Bowl is tonight. I'm not going for that. It's up against Monday Night Football too. Yeah. I'm not going for that. All right, coming up as we continue. Remember, we're out early as the Coaches Show follows us. T Mills Best Bets. We'll get that going as Monday Night Football. I'm sure we'll show a lot there, and we'll continue to look at this Texans team. They got a big W on the road and clinched its spot in the playoffs. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
D'Amico and CJ have done it again.
advisor.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday and a Victory Monday. And obviously, as you know, on a Monday during the football season, we are out early, and we turn things over to D'Amico Ryans as the Coaches Show comes up right after we get done. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will be along for the ride as well. But the Coaches Show with D'Amico Ryans coming up in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Coming up behind them, 7 o'clock, Monday Night Football. I believe this is the final Monday Night Football of the season. The Rams and the Falcons. The Rams still, I believe, have a chance, potentially a chance to get the number one seed as they want to keep winning. But they'll be in Atlanta tonight to take on the Rams. That is going to be heard live right here on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. So stay tuned for that. T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here momentarily, as I'm sure night fall going to that game. Somebody text in U of H, and LSU was a full house this weekend, and it was a blast. Yes, Clint said earlier, some of these, the Texas Bowl does a really good job, and they especially are able to do a really good job when they get the right teams kind of in the same space, right? It's been A&M, which is a good place for Houston. It's been U of H, LSU. I think Oklahoma State, A&M played one year. It's a good spot, but like some of these are not teams that travel and I think the give a rip is going to frankly be less of fans, right?
Well, but you think about it, like I think that, like I said,
but they do a great job over there. Well, some of the bowls do.
They've embraced it. They do a tremendous job. It's in a great city. People want to come here, and like you said, they've done a great job. I mean, it's all schools right here that have great travel, fan bases that travel. Arkansas played Texas one year. Oklahoma State played Baylor one year. I'm sorry, no, who was that? I saw A&M play Oklahoma State, I believe, and Baylor played. It was Vanderbilt before Vanderbilt was doing what they're doing right now. But the point is one, if not both schools have, from a proximity standpoint, are going to sell a boatload of tickets, right? And so they do a really good job of. I mean, like you guys,
and they've done a great job of avoiding the West Virginia-Missouri matchup,
right?
Where we're always somebody that's
well, you're just. I think what you're going to see with bowls is the better bowls are going to be bowls that, yes, they have good teams, but it's good teams that at least their state touches the state you're in. You know what I mean? And so it's just, I think it's just going to change. Like the thought of like, for instance, like a what everybody believes is a subpar Michigan team. Where are they playing that game? The Citrus Bowl?
It's in Orlando.
In Orlando, right? I mean, which Michigan may travel, but you get my point. You got a Michigan team and a Texas team playing in Orlando. Now, both of those teams may travel. I don't know what it's going to look like, but like that would be a much better game if it were the Alamo Bowl and then in San Antonio. Obviously, yeah. I mean, so you'd sell a boatload of tickets to Texas fans that just want to go watch their team play in San Antonio, kind of deal, right? Close proximity, easy to get to. Most people can drive. So I think the landscape will change, but I think the top bowls that actually still try will be fine.
Yeah, like this Sun Bowl, baby, Arizona State, Duke, and El Paso. Oh boy,
we just got done with
Arizona
the Birmingham
State
Bowl.
Can get there, man. How about?
I know they can get there.
Will they?
They can. They got. Let me say this. They got an easier shot to get there than the people from Durham, but I'm not sure. Not sure. I don't know how hopped up these USC fans are to go to San Antonio for the Alamo Bowl, but we'll see. All right, real quick before we get to T-Mill's Best Bets, Clint, anything that you learned from this Texans team as they win another road game against the Chargers?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some things that we learned. I mean, the Wallace kid is good depth at safety. I mean, he did. I'm not going to go overboard and talk about how great he played. I think he did some good things and showed the ability to obviously gain the trust of the coach and get the run at safety. So you got another safety, there in the mix. I think offensively, I think the biggest thing here is offensively what we've seen be a disaster in the past was not a disaster this time. What I mean by that was when you didn't have Titus Howard on the inside and or Trent Brown and Ariante Ursary on the outside, anything other than those three things being truce on the offensive line, it's been ugly. It's been a disaster, right? And so the fact that now you can go both tackles out, so Titus Howard has to move to tackle, Blake Fisher in, Jarrett Patterson in at left guard, and you give up no sacks. And really they played a pretty good game other than, obviously, the pressures, and I don't know if that's OC, quarterback, O-line, I don't know what the hell that is. But, the O-line depth that you gained this week, to me, was huge. I mean, Blake Fisher playing well and not giving up any sacks and being the highest graded offensive lineman in a game at left tackle is huge for him, man. He has had as rough a year as anybody out there. I know he's been this little sixth offensive lineman package thing, and he's gotten a lot of attention because he checks in with the ref every damn play. But the reality of it is he does. He had as bad a spring a bad training camp as anybody out there. And so Blake Fisher being able to legitimately play left tackle defense and hold up was big time. Titus Howard being able to move back to right tackle, going from not only to guard but to tackle, not only left but to right, and play well was big time. Jarrett Patterson, once again, the interior offensive line, I think with Jarrett Patterson, golly, what's going on with Juice Scruggs, but Jarrett Patterson being a depth guard, I'm pretty confident in this offensive line with him in there. So, I think the O-line that has been really good since Trent Brown entered the fold about 6 weeks ago, 7 weeks ago, however long ago it was, to now, I was confident in 5 guys. I mean, now you've inserted really Titus Howard again, but you've inserted 8 guys now that you feel like it give you a pretty good chance.
All right, we'll talk more about that the rest of the week as they prepare to play the Colts and get ready for the postseason. Let's get to T-Mill's Best Bets. Monday Night Football action tonight. Remember, if you need to look at these again before placing those bets, head to @T-Mill Real Deal. What you got tonight, Tyler?
Yes, sir. Monday Night Football, as Ron said, last one of the year. Rams, Falcons, here are your 4 best bets for Monday night. Very quickly here, under in this game. 2 of them, actually. Under 49.5 is the total I got, and I'm on that. I'm also on the under for the first quarter alone, which is set at 9.5 points. I'm on under 9.5 in the first quarter. And then 2 player props for you, both play for the Atlanta Falcons. First, Kirk Cousins, quarterback for Atlanta, over 222.5 passing yards. Think he's going to have to be throwing a lot. Think he's going to be playing from behind a lot tonight against the Ram #1 lead. And then Bijan Robinson, the running back for the Falcons. This is absolutely Ron, my favorite one of the night.
Easy money.
Last game, I think he had 7 or 8 receptions, but over 4.5 receptions for Bijan tonight and the Atlanta Falcons. Those are your 4 best bets.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah, Bijan Robinson, that's clear with Kirk Cousins. We'll see. He's probably going to have a lot of attempts. I feel like Kirk's going to be on his ass a lot tonight as well.
You like that?
With that Rams defense.
Do the Rams still have a shot at the #1 seed?
Yes.
I think they do, yeah.
Boy, they're playing for it, boys. I believe they need.
Now, the Niners and Seahawks control their own destiny because they play each other next week.
Well, so one of those teams has to win, so if they win, they get the 1 seed. Were the Rams eliminated with last night's game?
I'll have to check on it.
I mean, all their starters are going.
No, I think if the Rams are tied with this, no, I don't. Yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, but where I was going with that is the Rams are still playing for something. Boy, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, Puka Nacua and what's my man's name? Looking at number 9 right there. Quarterback for the Rams.
Matt Stafford.
Well, I don't know how the hell that one slipped. I'm looking at him dead in the face right here.
Yeah, girl.
They're gonna be on one tonight, boy.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, they got a big shot.
Talking to you, Kelly.
All right. Back up. She stepped in. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. D'Amico Ryan's the Coach's Show coming up behind us. I am Ron. The show, as always, Houston. Happy birthday, Clint.
Yeah, man.
We love you, baby. I get the feel, one, Lamar is not going to be 100% right. And when you talk about
he's not going to be 100% white.
And we talk about a black. And when you talk about a back injury,
that would be Lamar. Closer to
But
White
he's
with a
gonna be
back
closer
injury,
to
I promise you
White
that.
than he will be. He'll be closer to Cooper Rush.
It'll be the closest Lamar ever been to it, G.
To White.
Tyler, I love you too, man. You so H-Town.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. Matt Stafford and the Rams head to Atlanta to face off with the Falcons. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-call Lee. This is brought to you by Cal. She trade on anything. Pretty decent rush hour. Basically, not a whole lot going on. State Highway 288, managed lane southbound at Orem Drive. Had a 3-vehicle wreck. It looks like that left lane is blocked, so you may see a smidge of a delay there. Mostly cloudy. Right now, 49 degrees. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Make money predicting sports, politics, culture, and more legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Odyssey Sports Minute.
Slow and steady is about to win the race. The 49ers were an afterthought for a majority of this season. Brock Turf injury. George Kittle went on IR for a hamstring. Nick Bosa out for the year by week 3. Fred Warner seemingly out for the year by week 6. And multiple other pass rushers and receivers have been banged up all season. And yet here they are, playing for the #1 seed in the NFC on Saturday night. This is Kyle Shanahan's finest work yet. I'm Pat Ford.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments faster. Through the world's largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients when they need it most. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Make a splash. Live the dream. It all happens at the Houston Automotive Show at NRG Center. Check out classic autos to today's cars and trucks. Experience off-road adventures with Polaris, Ram, and Camp Jeep. Explore 5 acres of the newest sport boats, fishing boats, and much more. It's all here, from the open road to the open water. If it thrills you, you'll find fun for the whole family. Get your tickets now. The Houston Automotive Show. Making waves and fueling adventure. Online at automotiveshow.com.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Glenn Stoerner and Ron Hughley are headed to Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney for Thirsty Thursdays with our friends from Bud Light. Join them Thursday from 2 to 6 p.m. for delicious wings, cold beer, and the best sports talk in H-Town. SportsRadio610.com.
This is Lincoln Stahl, managing partner at Easy Honda. Happy Honda Days are back. You won't believe our deals. Lease a new 2026 Honda CR-V LX two-wheel drive for just $99 a month. You want a holiday gift? That's a gift. Don't wait, though, because when they're gone, they're gone. Plus, I'm not going to argue over your trade value. I'm going to give you the max for yours. At Easy Honda on the Katy Freeway between Gessner and Bellway 8. Easy Honda, making it easy. See dealer for complete details. Offer ends 12/31/25.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. Wait. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million for Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan. During halftime or overtime, from spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The D'Amico Ryan Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amegy Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the D'Amico Ryan Show as we celebrate a bit and get ready for Sunday's game against the Colts and get ready for the, as you know, the Texans are in. Clinched their berth with a victory over the Chargers on Saturday and getting to 11 wins with an 8-game winning streak in progress. Let's get right to the conversation with the head coach, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Here's our talk with D'Amico Ryans. In studio with us right now, head coach D'Amico Ryans for your playoff-bound Houston Texans. Coach, great to see you. Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Great to see you guys, too. Playoff-bound. That sounds really nice.
Yeah, it sounds nice indeed, and it's been a long run, and it continues here. This is in progress, but it was great to get that achieved on Saturday, right?
Yeah, it was a huge win for us. I really proud of the way our guys worked throughout the entire week, knowing how big that game was for us. Like, we controlled it. We go out, we handle business the right way. We win the game, we're in. Like, and that's what you play for. That's what you suit up for. You want to play. So you play the game so you can have an opportunity to get into the playoffs. You want to get in the playoffs, and then, hey, once you get in, it's a new season. Everything starts over there. But and there was a lot of work there to get to the playoffs. It took a lot for our guys, and the way we battled, the way we worked, even at the beginning of our season when it didn't look great and everybody casted us off, just the belief, the work ethic that everybody continued to show, that's the cool part about this season, of being able to get in, how we got in, and in the fashion we got in, and now being on the streak that we're on, just continue to find different ways to win games no matter what it looks like, no matter when the game. So happy to be in.
To that end, Coach, the fact that you have so many different guys that have contributed in big moments throughout the year, and that came up on Saturday too. Lucky Fotu playing his first game. You know, Jamarcus down in that ball inside the one on the punt. Guys stepping up that in some cases had never played for us, stepping up and making big plays. It feels like, yeah, everybody knows about CJ and Nico and, you know, the rookies even, but it's guys that have stepped on the field the last couple of weeks that weren't even here when we were 0-3 that are coming up and making plays.
Yeah, that goes, you know, I would give credit to our coaches for how they have the new guys who come in and how quickly they get the guys caught up to speed, not only on the ball, but how we do things and the style of play at which we play. So for our DB coaches, working with Jamarcus, getting him ready to go, our special teams coaches, like, man, he's instant. He goes out there, he's a gunner, he's making impact plays for us. Folks comes in and he's big guy playing stout at the line of scrimmage, which is what we needed. We needed his presence at the D tackle spot. He stepped in there and did that for us. Also, Kayvon Wallace, and he did a really nice job of taking those safety reps, did a really good job of communicating, did a great job of tackling. So it's just, you know, when guys come in and they get it from our coaches, and then they're ingrained with our players, and our players show them like the culture and what we're about here. You know, there's a certain style of play you have to play, so you're not sticking out like a sore thumb the other way. So those guys done a great job of fitting in and making impact play for all those guys.
What about developing that culture, though, Coach? Because some of the new guys who came in during the offseason said, oh, there's something special here. And then the new guys who come in during the season, they really see it, but it doesn't happen overnight. It's taken you some time. The first year was a success, but I got to imagine it takes time to really develop that culture with the players.
Yeah, it truly takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of effort. It takes when your players, all the players buy in the right way, and they can just how they work each week. I think you see it better than you hear it. Like you don't hear culture, you see culture, and you see it from the day-to-day process of how everyone operates, and not just practice, how we operate in our meeting rooms. Like how guys are, it's conversational. We're talking, ask questions if you got them. Like we want to make sure we're on the same page. Not how our guys operating in the meal room, like how our staff is in the meal room, our strength and conditioning program, our training room. Like you just feel a different vibe in our room. Nobody has to tell you what the Houston Texans culture is. Just when you come in our building, you'll see it instantly.
Positive and inclusive. Positive and inclusive. That's what I see. You know, guys, you always have a smile on your face. You're always positive about things that are going on, and keep it that way. And I think that matters a lot, Coach. I speak for everybody in this building when I say that, you know, just seeing you with a smile on your face every day is like enough for me to want to do what I need to do, Mark, the same way. So, and I know the players have got to feel that way. But I know you can get upset when the tackling is not great. I know that. I know that look. It's not always that smile. The other day, you know, I got to ask you about it. You mentioned it when you and I talked about Henry after the game. But overall, when you went back and looked at it, it felt like from the sideline, like tackling was pretty good for the most part, other than Justin's long scramble that he had. What did you think when you went back and looked at it?
The tackling was good. I was smiling. I was not upset. The tackling was really well. No, the guys did a really, really nice job of tackling. And specifically Henry, just for how he stepped up and just put Hampton. He's a big boy. He's a tough guy to get down, but I thought we tackle really well because we just sometimes just like basketball, you just got to take the charge. Just get body on body, right? It's not going to be pretty all the time. You're not going to make the big hits all the time. It's just about securing the tackle, getting the guy down, and let's move on to the next play. So really proud of just our tackling angles, our pad leverage. That's what stood out to me. And open field tackling was really great. Kayvon had a nice one. Henry had a couple of nice ones. Jalen Petrie on our sideline. So everybody, you know, tackled really well. And that's the key to winning. That's the key to getting off the field as well on third down. And that's what the guys did.
Coach, opening drive of the game, you hit Higgins on the long pass for the touchdown. It felt kind of like 2023 versus the Colts in Week 18. Early haymaker, and then you hit another one. Those really help because 14-0, you feel like with this defense, it might not be enough, but it could be enough the way you're playing overall this season. Thoughts on the early strikes by the offense?
Man, those are exciting for everyone. When those go up and we score, it's like, man, you give yourself a little breathing room there. So the defense was definitely fired up. And The way we protected on both of those plays, that stood out to me. Like CJ had time. Of course, he delivered 2 beautiful balls to both guys, and they were able to, secure the catch and get in. But when you do that early, like those haymakers, of course, it changes the landscape of the game. If you're on the opposite side of that as a defensive coordinator, when 2 plays that go over your head, it's like, okay, got to do something different. Right. That's either sending more guys and not giving us much time, or making sure they stay back even deeper. So they started to pressure us a little bit more in the second half, which made us speed up and get the ball out quick. So they made some adjustments, but overall, like for us to get up and get that lead early, that was key for us. Such a fast start, and then how the offense finished the game as well was key.
That's what I'm going to go to, Coach. I looked up at the touchdown when they scored, missed extra points, 2016. I looked up, there's 3:37 left. I was like, we've done this before. I don't remember what it was in Indianapolis, but we did it in Indianapolis. We've done it other times to run the clock out, get those couple of first downs. You go and get those first downs. Now, you get them in different ways, but you went, I think it was 3 first downs. You got the Nico, then the penalty, and then you got Woody with that run at the end. What do you think it says about the offense? Because there were some struggles at times offensively after a couple of big plays, but then they step up and they make the plays to finish the game. What do you think it says about that unit and how they came along on Saturday?
Hey, clutch moments. They're stepping up in the clutch moments, and they're making the plays that we need to close games out. I mean, we did it last week versus the Raiders. Right. We throw the pass up to Nico, right? Again, in this situation where everybody's all clock out, run. It's like, man, if they're gonna sell out like this on a run, then let's throw the ball, make sure we're throwing it to our best player, make sure we throw the ball to Nico, because we know how he performs in those clutch moments. Yep. You can count on the guy, and that's what he did. He showed up, got a huge first down for us, and then we're at that moment. It's like, hey, now let's pound the rock. Right. Like, let's continue to press forward. Woody did a great job. And as a coach in those moments, the one thing you're worried about, and they're probably tired of me on the headset, is yelling, make sure we protect the ball. Yep. Secure the ball. Okay, I got it. I'm going to tell them. It's like, just make sure, because that's the one thing I'm worried about most. But Woody has done a great job protecting the ball, all year. O-line did a great job blocking, and we finished it. I said, hey, we need 2 yards.
It's funny you say that, Coach, because the very last thing I saw Nico do on that run was he went and clutched it and made sure he had it. I just thought that was really interesting. When I looked up at the board, I was like, I bet he's telling him. Because he knew, he was like, I'm getting contact, you're going down. And he made sure to get that other hand on the ball. I thought that was pretty interesting there at the end.
And with the line, Coach, you have different tackles in the game from what you had during the 7-game winning streak up till that point, and no sacks in the game. CJ getting rid of the ball. I know you had the 2 picks in the second quarter, and there was a lot of pressure in the third quarter, but he was getting rid of the ball. Just get it out of there. Learn to fight another series of downs if at all possible. And at the end of the day, the 2 backs, Jawar Jordan and Woody Marks, run for over 100 yards combined. That was nice.
Yeah, it was really nice to see. It's a goal, so we did that, ran the ball well. I think there's still some plays to be had in the run game where we can even press it a little bit more, get some more yards out of it, but I'm encouraged by what both guys are doing. And then our tackles, right? I got to give credit to Titus, right? Titus has been the guard. He flips back over the right tackle, steps in, did a really nice job. And Blake Fisher, right, for his first start of the year, man, he did a great job stepping in there, really securing the edge of the line. Like, he didn't allow those guys to get a lot of pressure. Like, he blocked well, he finished well, he played with some grit, some toughness. So I was very pleased with what he was able to do there. And overall, for the second week in a row, not to give up a sack. That goes to CJ, right? The O-line first for protecting well, but when we did have they had some free hitters coming. Like, he made the smart decisions of getting rid of the football. We call them the sack savers. It's not there. Get rid of the ball and let's move on to the next play. So shows growth in our young quarterback, CJ, of not trying to make the heroic play every single time, knowing when it's not there, live to fight another day. Right? So he's done that. And now we can go punt the football. Let's go play defense.
Right. Well, at one point when Ed went out, you had, compared to the 7-game winning streak up to that point, 4 guys in different spots, and you still had Jake Andrews at center, but that's the NFL, right? You got to live with it.
Yeah, that's the NFL. And Cole, Coach Popovich, he's done a really nice job with those guys. Always, you prepare those guys. I know we talk back, seems like forever ago, but in training camp when all these guys are at different positions, and moving around. Why isn't this guy at this spot? Well, in a game, you never know. We take 8 offensive linemen to the game each week. So by only taking 8 guys, guys have to play multiple spots, and that's why we operate the way we do in training camp, just to make sure everybody has some familiarity with at least 2 positions.
A guy that I know from the day you've seen him here in this building till now, we've grown to love him. That's Kamari Lassiter. And sometimes you could see the value of a player when he's not on the field. But I think every time you see Kamari on the field, you see the pass breakups and just how physical he is. But when he went out of that game, Coach, I started thinking, man, this is one of the pillars. This is one of the building blocks of this defense. Oh, my gosh, what are we going to do without him? And then he's back in, and I don't even know what it was, but he ends up going back in the game and continuing to play well. What does he continue to give your defense, Coach, when he is on the field?
Man, can you hear me on game day?
I can.
Because, man, I'm on the sideline, and I think it was one pass. They tried Kamari with Johnson. They tried him down our sideline on one.
I know
and he breaks the pass up, and he shows up another time and makes it. I'm like, man, I just love Kamari. He is such he is the man.
Right.
Like, I just love watching him play football, and that's what I'm telling the coaches on the headset during the game as it's going on. But, man, for Kamari, man, he's one of the toughest guys I've been around.
Yeah.
Right? For him to, he took a wicked hit from Jalen.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of friendly fire there. Hopefully he gets up, and I go out there, and he's like, Coach, I'm not missing this game. I'm coming back in this game. Like, that's why I love you, man.
Yeah.
Like, you're the man. So it's his toughness, his competitive, his fire, his spirit. He truly loves football.
Yeah.
Like, you talk about building a culture, a program, like you build it around guys like Kamari Lassiter, who loves football. He wants to be out there no matter what. He wants to practice. You have to make him not practice because of what he's dealing with his injuries. But, man, he's everything you want, in a player.
Yep.
And the unique part is you don't see that in a corner. Right. Most of, if I'm talking about Will Anderson that way, everybody gets it. Defensive lineman, wreak havoc. I get it. But nobody's talking about corners in the league wrecking havoc, playing physical, and that's Kamari Lassiter. Yeah. So I love the way he plays football. And I can always watch him go play. And you see the way he competes. I saw it in practice back last year. Yep. Remember when he was competing against Stephon Diggs in our OTA practices, just going toe-to-toe, rep for rep, no fear at all, not backing down, and that's who Kamari is.
Coach, maybe you can answer this for me, but opposing kickers against the Texans from 40 and beyond are 6 for 13, which is ridiculous. That must be a historic number right there. And then Dicker misses from 32 or whatever, never missed inside of 40. And last year, you had one blocked against him. He misses an extra point. I don't want to pick on him, but why he's so good? I know Danico has something to do with that, or a fear of Danico in addition to what he's done so far.
I think it's the fear of Danico. It's the Autry effect that happens. I think when you watch all of our field goals, you see the way he rushes, and you see the height that he can get to try to block kicks. I think that's in the kicker's mind. It has to be in their minds. And then also our guys are doing a great job of coming off the edge. Right? Sometimes you don't see a lot of the kicks blocked off the edge, but you can force it. And those kickers feel that presence. They feel you just flying by them. And when they feel that, I feel like it affects them. Right? And so, credit to the way our field goal. That's one unit for me that I think, they don't get talked about much, but it's a passion of mine that when we go out on field goal block, like, we want to make them feel our pain for them even trying to kick on us. We want them to feel it. So make sure you're rushing. A lot of guys around the league, they'll take that play off, right, and they don't truly rush. So I believe in every time we line up, like, we can block a kick, we can force a missed kick, but you have to play with that relentless effort to do it.
Coach, your answer after the game was interesting because when I asked you the question about Henry, I had actually not even thought about the Raiders game. It was impressive to me that 3 separate people David came up to me and said, Henry To'oTo'o is playing his guts out. Like, I just thought it was interesting that they had kind of brought that up with me individually. I wasn't even thinking about the Raiders game, but you made a great point about how you have to put something in the rearview mirror. And I know you preach that lesson. How important is it for a player to actually experience that and go, you know what? Coach was right. He was absolutely right. I did put that in the rearview mirror. I went out and played. I focused a little bit more and then had maybe one of his best games. What does it mean to you as a coach that he took in that lesson, but how important is it for you as a coach to continue to give those lessons and say, hey, Henry's exhibit A, you play a bad game or you have some bad moments, you can bounce back from it and be even better.
Yeah, and that's the thing is player, you have to understand, it's just bad moments. Like, is there a bad game? No, it was some bad moments where you had some plays that you would like to have back. We all have had those type of games, right? But do you let those bad moments, like, dictate who you are? Right. Like, no, you understand, Henry, like, you're a baller. Yep. Like, you can play at a high level in this league. Seen you do it. See the way you practice every single day. And so you go out and be who you are, who you're capable of being, and that's just being locked in on your technique. Yep. That's the only thing that changes. Now, those few bad plays, few bad moments that you had, now you able to capitalize on it, making some really tough tackles, open field tackles. Close to, was that a safety? Close to getting a safety.
Very close.
You know, it's like so many impact plays he's able to make. Why did he do it? Yep. Coach, I just played my technique, played with the right leverage, played with my eyes in the proper space, and I was able to make 12 tackles. Yep. So it's a big game by him.
Big game.
Coach, the Chargers are not known as the greatest home field advantage in sports necessarily, but it was loud in that building on Saturday. A lot on the line for them. That was a big moment for them. Games on the road this season, at Indy when they were still going good, and Kansas City when they still were going good. How about that confidence that you got from those big road wins? Winning on the road, so important as you approach the postseason especially.
Yeah, it's very important to win on the road, and that place has definitely surprised me how loud it was in L.A. I mean, credit to the Chargers fans. They showed up, and they got extremely loud, and our guys, you know, we were able to handle it. Right, we try to practice, you know, with the crowd noise and practice throughout the week, but it still doesn't compare when you get the real crowd noise. Like, how are you going to communicate it? Are our huddles tight? Is our communication on it? And our guys have done that. Forced them in practice to make sure our huddles are even tighter, to make sure we're all saying the same thing. We're all on the same page, because that's the main thing that happens when you go on the road. It's like, oh, I heard this or I heard that. It's like, oh, no, that can't happen. Yep. If we got all 11 guys hearing the same thing, everybody listening with their eyes and ears, like, that allows us just to be on the same page. So we break, now we can go function at a high level, right? A lot of teams you get messed up when you're not locked in and you're not focused, and that can't happen on the road now. So even more so going into the playoffs, if we have to go on the road somewhere, we know it's going to be loud. It's going to be rowdy. We face those environments before we know what it's like, you know, playing in Seattle, playing in Kansas City, Indy, Chargers. Like, we've been there before. We've done it. So our guys have that experience. So wherever we have to go, it doesn't matter, that no element.
So you mentioned the playoffs, and we're in the playoffs. Third year in a row, fantastic, great. However, it can be easy, because I know Mark and I we shouldn't tell you this, but even this morning when we're doing radio, we're kind of looking ahead to the playoffs.
Don't tell him that.
I know. Listen, you have to be truthful with Coach.
Okay.
He'll understand. Yeah. But it's tough to fight human nature in a sense, Coach, of what's going on. So week 18, you know, there's Jacksonville playing Tennessee. There are other things that can dictate and determine where we might go or where we might stay for the playoffs. How do you kind of fight all of that and stay focused for week 18 against the Colts and kind of let all that other stuff kind of go, not scoreboard watch, hey, what's going on? How do you kind of avoid all that?
Yeah, well,
as tough as it might be.
I was locked in on all of that yesterday as well. I didn't have a game to worry about, so, you know, we didn't know our schedule or when we would be playing, so I'm locked in on all the games on Sunday, just like you guys are, and seeing all the different scenarios of what can happen. So from all the studying I did yesterday, I understand, you know, all the things that have to happen, and for us, I know one thing that has to happen. We have to make sure we're focused. We have to win versus Indy. Yep. Like, that's the main thing, because – by winning this game, and a lot of different things can happen, but it's possible. If the Titans can go and get a win, you know, versus the Jags, hey, we're sitting here and we can be AFC South champs. Right. So not losing sight of that. We have to do what we have to do. We have to handle business. We have to win this game. So it's happening. Then we're sitting in a 3 seed, and we're here in Houston, NRG, playing a home playoff game. So.
What about the Colts, whoever the quarterback is? You watch them play against the Jags, and they were right in that game. Hotly contested affair and had their opportunities, big returns. They made some big plays in that game. This is a good football team. I know the record has been sliding, but they can make some plays.
Yeah, they can make some plays. Really good football team, as you said. They had a chance on yesterday versus the Jags. Turn the ball over there, and they're – in the red zone that really hurt them. But I thought the returner stepped up for him, Doolin. He stepped up, had a lot of big returns for him to put them in striking distance to go score. Their defense made some big stops, took the ball away as well. So, I mean, this Colts team is still a tough team. Even though people say you don't have anything to play for, you're not in the play, there's always pride on the line. Every time you suit up as a player, you're always – landing on the line, giving your absolute best every single time. So we know we're going to get their best. Not sure who will be the quarterback, if it's Leonard or Rivers, but we're going to get their best.
All right, what Johnny said, he could have phrased it like this, Coach, because every week when you play, you know the next opponent the following week, right, during the regular season, and you have to compile information on that opponent so you're ready to scout for it and get prepared for that following week so you can jump right into it. But with the postseason, it's a lot of different possibilities here, Coach. Just about everybody in the field, you have a scenario where you could play them. So how do you go about that, compiling the information in advance, or do you just have to wait?
I could have said that.
See, you could have said that. You could have done it like that, John.
All of the different scenarios and different teams we could possibly play, our scouts have a lot of work to do.
Files on everybody.
I don't have to do that work, but they have a lot of work to do. So we'll have guys, each guy will have a team. They will be assigned a team, and so each one has to prepare for any team that we could possibly face, and I don't worry about it until it's said after Sunday night.
Okay. All right, the Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week. New Year's coming up, Coach. Here we go. Now, a lot of people have New Year's resolutions. I don't know if you participate in this little activity. I would imagine not. But people who want to start a good habit in something, help us out, Coach. Coach the people. This is good for all of us. Want to start a good, productive habit, whether it be working out, eating better, whatever it is. What's a good way to go about that in general? What advice might you have?
Yeah, I mean, the advice to me, if you want to start any good habit, it always starts with one day. Do it for one day. Can you do it for one day? Yes. Then go do it again. But you have to have a great start to anything, and then just build that consistency. Have someone, a reliability, accountability partner to check in on you. Don't just go work out on your own. Hey, John, Mark, come work out with me. And now check up on me. Did I hit my workouts? Are you hitting your goals? Did they just have someone to check in with you? And I think that's when you can accomplish more. Again, I always go back to the team. You need a team to accomplish things. So you have these big goals. Have someone else in your corner who you can actually try with. Now you get your team together. You can do powerful things.
I knew you'd have the answers.
Yes.
We helped people today. Coach, thanks a lot.
Right.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, and plenty more coming up with him, including his post-game conversation with John Harris. Jalen Knoll, who caught the second touchdown of the game, he was a guest on Texans post-game, so we'll check in with him. We'll also hear from Woody Marks, who had a nice day against the Chargers, and the post-game locker room speech. Stick around. There's much more coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amity now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amity will be there for me for my next steps.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Critical powers everything we do. Resilience isn't optional, it's essential. 1898 & Co. can help. As part of Burns & McDonnell, we bring unmatched global experience in power transmission and distribution planning and cybersecurity consulting, delivering practical, tailored solutions that protect critical systems and power smarter, stronger operations. Learn more about our growing team at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
When you partner with CDW, you get more from your devices with solutions purpose-built for your toughest tasks. CDW experts are creating seamless workplaces using HP's suite of PCs, printers, and peripherals, so remote teams can work flexibly and designers can display their brilliance, all while keeping your customer data safe. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HP.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
D'Amico and CJ have done it again.
Stroud takes a knee, and it's over. The Houston Texans are back in the playoffs. They knock off the Chargers in L.A. 20-16. Third straight year in the postseason for the first time in franchise history.
Buckle up, H-Town. The next few weeks are gonna be fun.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the D'Amico Ryan Show.
We continue now with the D'Amico Ryan Show following the Texans' victory over the Chargers on Saturday, 20-16. They go to 11-5 on the year and a date with the Colts Sunday to conclude the regular season. And the Texans, as we discussed with the head coach, still very much alive for the division title. And I say very much alive. They need the Jaguars to lose to Tennessee and for the Texans to beat the Colts. And then voila, another AFC South championship. Might be tough to get, but at least you're in the postseason. And they got there with the victory over the Chargers right after the game. Here's the coach in the locker room with the team, also celebrating a couple of birthdays, Nick Chubb and Nick Caserio, and a nice conversation with the crowd in the locker room.
One thing I gotta say, baby, how does it feel to be in? Hey, congratulations to every single person in this room. It took everybody, staff, players, coaches, every person in this room, man. From where we started this season, right, to where we are now, just everybody believing in each other, showing up to work, continuing to work, to give us an opportunity to get in the playoffs, man. Love working with you guys, all right? And I'm super proud of everybody here for the work you put in and to have this opportunity right now. It's special, man. Told you guys every week we got a special team, and you guys put it on display every single week that you guys play. Proud to be your coach, proud to be here with you guys, and proud to, hey, kick that door open and go in the playoffs, baby. So, hey, you guys did exactly what we talked about doing, man. Coming here, taking what we wanted, and handling business. That's how you do it. That's how we operate. Man, can't be more thankful, can't be more proud for you guys.
I'm proud of you too, Coach.
Oh, come on. Hey, birthday shout out. Where you at, Nick? We got two Nick's birthday today. And we got another one. Nick Casario. Hey, man, hey, nobody works harder at trying to get this team, making sure we're successful than Nick. Man, he's always with you guys. May not see him up, but he's always there in the background working every single day, man. Every single day, pouring his heart into this team. All right? Just want to say, man, thank you. It's a pleasure working with you, and happy birthday to you. 96 and all. One time, baby, Texans!
Always love to hear those locker room celebration talks, and I'd like to hear how many more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. 5 more this year would do me just fine. Thank you very much. After the game on Saturday, Jalen Knoll, who caught the 43-yarder from C.J. Stroud's second touchdown of the game, checked in with Texans postgame. That would be Payne Pendergast and Clint Stoerner, and here's how that conversation went.
Tell us about the locker room, man. How'd that feel?
It feels great to have an opportunity like this and to be able to come out here to LA and capitalize, knowing that it was an opportunity to go to the playoffs. It's an amazing feeling.
Hey, man, how about them Cyclones, baby? I mean, look, we look up, and hell, it wasn't just you two that caught a touchdown. I think the first 5 completions, 2 of which were touchdowns, but one of X had one of those catches, but the first 5 completions C.J. Stroud had were all to Cyclones. I don't know that that's ever happened in an NFL game where college team in college. How about you guys not only sharing the locker room in the field, man, but all getting off to a good start?
It's always good seeing my guys perform. Obviously, seeing Jay Higg kick it off with that big touchdown. Hutch is always stepping up, and then obviously Nico, C. Kirk, all those guys. But to see college teammates go out there and perform the way they did, it was special.
All right, Jalen, take us through the touchdown.
It was just a call that we had planned throughout the week. I believe we got a quarters look, and it was honestly perfect for me to run a post and beat the safety across his face. And then, of course, CJ put a perfect ball out there, let me run under it, and big-time play.
Did you guys see that on film? Because they couldn't have worked out any better. To me, it looked like it was a half coverage to your side because that safety, he never even had a chance with your in-breaking route. He never even had a damn chance. Hell of a route. And then the other safety jumped down so quick, man. Is that something y'all saw on film? Like, hey, I know these guys typically play a deeper defense and kind of make you earn it and keep everything in front of them. But boy, we can go get this safety or that safety in these certain coverages. Was that something y'all saw in film, or did it just kind of unfold that way?
Yeah, for sure. When you got a receiver like Nico Collins on the field, you know he's gonna grab a lot of attention. So the backside safety holding down to his route and getting me a one-on-one with my safety on my side, it was an awesome play. And like you said, throughout the week, seeing they play real soft zone, so we were just trying to find a way to attack and get the ball downfield, and it was a play that worked out and a great call by Kaylee.
Hey, Jalen, just taking a step back from this game and looking at the season as a whole and just how you've been able to contribute. Deep receiving room, so snaps, the volume of snaps you played in college aren't there for you yet, at least, but you've been making contributions on special teams with a lot of big returns. Can you just put us in your frame of mind with the opportunities that you get, both on offense and on special teams? What's your approach each and every week?
Yeah, I'm preparing like I'm a starter each and every week, and when I do get the ball in my hands, make the most of the opportunity. I know I can make an impact on this team and help us win, and just kudos to the guys around me on the return teams, blocking their asses off and allowing me to do what I do. And then on offense, when I get that opportunity, CJ is always putting the ball in the right place. The line's doing great, and all my other receivers out there running their route, doing their responsibilities. So it's just awesome to be able to contribute to a team of this caliber.
Jay, you can take this for what it's worth, man. And I know Nick Kaylee and company, they probably don't pay much attention to the fan vote. But if there were a fan vote out there, we talk to the fan base every single day in this beautiful city of Houston. If there was a fan vote out there for one guy offensively to get more touches and get more run, it would be you. So I tell you what, if there were a fan vote, if there was a trophy out there, it'd be on your mantle after the year, man. So we're all pulling for you, man, and excited about the future with you and all the other guys. I want to talk about that future for a minute. I know we're here right now, post-game and all that, but, man, to see you go out there and ball out, to see Higg get some run, and then obviously what Woody Marks does, it's not big, gaudy numbers in the box score, but, man, he is critical moments. He is Absolutely. Nass just contributed in a monster way this year. Just talk a little bit about those guys.
Yeah, starting off with Woody, you see he's a bruiser or whatever you need him to be. Come out the backfield, catch the ball. But he's our finisher, and he goes out there, finishes the game, runs hard, and he has the confidence and the eagerness to go out there and do whatever it takes for our team to win. So it's a blessing to have him on our team. And then you seen him go out there and make the first big play of the game and capitalize off that. And then honestly, all season, those two have been making plays constantly, and it gives me something to look towards to and compete with them to see if I can also make plays and contribute. So just to see what this rookie class is doing, and I mean Tay Ursery, he was out this game, what he's done all season, and then the defensive guys. I feel like this rookie class has come in and really try to establish themselves and be impactful to this team, and just really proud of all those guys.
No question. Texans wide receiver Jalen Knoll joining us. Are you guys following at all what needs to happen for you guys to win the division and things like that, or are you just focused on one game at a time?
We're focused one game at a time on what we can do. We controlled our own destiny going into this game. Obviously, there'll be games out there, and I'm always watching football, so I'll be watching regardless. But, yeah, just taking it one game at a time. I'm ready for our next game against the Colts. Although we clinch the playoffs, we take every game just as serious as the next. So we're looking forward to the opportunities and just excited to see how it plays out.
Well, you've had a hell of a rookie year, man. We've enjoyed watching you, and obviously you got a lot more football to play, not just that Colts game, but a nice playoff run coming. Made a few minutes for us. Congrats on the win.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you guys for having me.
There's Jalen Knoll on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. Now some stuff from C.J. Stroud, your starting quarterback, got the team off to a great start with the 2 TD passes. And he talks about the turning point of the season, how this whole thing turned around from 0-3, 3-5, what it took, etc.
I think honestly it goes back to consistency of practice. Practice being, really hard, and D'Amico pushing us, and making sure that we're getting the right looks, and when we're not, he lets us know. So it's good to get led by somebody who wants and demands excellence, and he's hard on us, but I think that ultimately helps us in these type of games to finish out tough wins like that. But I think it goes back to practice.
What did he see from the Chargers defense that enabled the Texans to get off to the hot start?
They play really a solid shell defense, and kind of like the way the league is going on defense is like they're playing too high shell, and they're trying to take away your best guy. So we kind of knew that, and came up with some good plays and designed some good plays just to pick on that, and got to just keep that going. It can't just be in the first quarter. It got to be throughout the whole game. So I think something we can learn from is is just keeping the gas on and making sure we're still calling it. I'm taking care of the ball, and we're moving forward.
More from CJ. What he's most proud of on the campaign?
I think I'm most proud of how we stuck together as brothers. Sisters as well. Everybody in our facility. We stuck together. When I was in college, we used to have this term called Ohio versus the world. A lot of times in this league and, in games, and it's just how the world is. People turn their back on you, or, they start talking crazy and just doing whatever. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what's happening on the outside. I thought when, people were trying to divide us and, try to pick on one person or one thing or whoever, we had opportunity to stick together. So I thought, that's what, this year has been for me, and that's what I'm most proud of, is just in that time we stuck together, and stayed one, because we could have easily splintered off, and I think the season would look way different.
Another one from CJ here. At what point in the season did he know the team had something really special cooking?
Training camp. It's just, if you look at the NFL, every game almost comes to one score. And, just because it wasn't going our way for 3 weeks in the beginning doesn't mean it's not going to go the rest of the week. Like, what if we would have won out? Like, that was our mindset every game, just one game at a time. And that doesn't mean, like, the urgency wasn't up. The urgency is up every week. But I think, for us to, be able to, take it one game at a time is why we're in the position we're in.
All right, there's C.J. Stroud, your starting quarterback. Texans and Colts Sunday at noon to wrap up the regular season, then the playoffs. We won't know the opponent until after Sunday's activities in the NFL. Coming up, Woody Marks had a nice day. After the game, he caught up with John Harris and also Johnny's interview with D'Amico right after the game. You want to hear this. This is really special, and it's next on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on
My name is
the way.
Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of
We believe at Texas Children's, as the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the Victory Dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on your Victory Dance. You could have lots to celebrate with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your Victory Dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
The Texans clinched a playoff berth with their 20-16 win over the Chargers. That makes 3 in 3 years for C.J. Stroud as the starting QB. But he's not.
It takes a lot of hard work to get here. And it's not just every year, the Texans are standing to go to the playoffs. What really matters is the work we put in. And so just not getting used to success. So, when that time comes, you're still grateful.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep